Hello and welcome everyone to another exciting session of Platinum Watch. I am your ever-present Dungeon Master, Walkman EXE, and joining me, as always, are my role players. Going down the list that I can see on my Roll20 tab, we have the Hawkabridge playing Talasoon.
Hello.
We have Stormsage13 playing Merrick Gilder.
Ah.
We have Zodiac Sack 19 playing Rando Mishorm.
Here we go.
Red Beast 13 playing Gallus Morgulus.
It would be fun.
And Vexitol 24 playing Yuza Perik.
I'm very excited for this.
When last we left off, the party had returned to the material plane from the Conclave of Courts in the Feywild. After achieving accolades, alliances, and additional boons, some might even call them a Romance of the Fey variety, the party returned to this Dawnbreak Keep, the headquarters of the Silver Dawn Inquisition on the material plane, and began gathering intel for their next move. 4 dossiers were presented to Merrick, which he was advised could be completed at any time. However, there were 2 that were immediately time-sensitive. The first of which being... 3 that were immediately time-sensitive. The first of which being a temporal breach that was expanding around the city of the Boneyard on the material plane, but even more shocking is that they found that this breach was expanding on the exact dimensional coordinates of the Palace of Memories in the Shadowfell, and it was expanding through Autumn Court territory in the Feywild. This breach was slowly expanding, but expanding nonetheless, and from their castings of the Identify spell and their analysis of the arcane wards in place, they discovered that the breach itself was a lock in time, that it was repeating the same cycle of events over and over again. However, it seemed that the key point is what they had trouble identifying. It was a point that kept fluctuating, so they were uncertain as to what the source cause was, and wanted to send in the team to investigate. The second time-sensitive event was a gathering of the Pirate Brethren in... Let's see here, the Kefra Isles on the continent of Varianus. It was said to be called within a month. The invitation formally called Talasoon, Rando Mishorm, and Alicia von Stanton, as they were siblings of the Pirate Queen, and she wished to have her siblings' assistance in securing her throne, as well as gaining the Silver Dawn Inquisition's alliance against the fleet of Kragzeet. The final time-sensitive dossier was the crowning of the King of Kynagal, which had been on hold due to a clan dispute between the various warring clans, and Merrick was called in as a consult alongside Ilum Lifedrinker, because they had a long-existing historical tie to the place via their distant family, Clan Ergidlan, or sorry, not... due to Clan Gildrich, which was a long-standing ancestor of their clan, who had since lost clan rights, but still had a place of reverence amidst the clans. They said that if disputes between the clans weren't solved in the next 2 months, there would be war across the kingdom of Kynagal, and that would, moreover, probably spill over into other areas, and given Kynagal's rich history for wild magic, it would most likely prove to be very dangerous as well. The last dossier was simply an invitation from a primordial known as the Scribe, inviting everyone to the Lighthouse in the Astral Sea, a location only recently discovered by Merrick, but still mysterious nonetheless. After some much-needed downtime, the party decided to head to Yearion, Yuza's city in Kragzeet, hidden behind a perpetual hurricane known as the Grey Wall, in order to make sure that the wards were still secured, that the resources were plentiful, and that defenses were bolstered against the possible incursion of Trappet Dosselin, as they had received intel while on the Feywild that he had been dispatched as the Eclipse agent tasked with laying siege to the city of Yearion. And that is where we pick up. After the group had arrived in Yearion, you met Ziendid, the keeper of the city in Yuza's absence, a brilliant red dragon, and you met with the Storm Giant clan in order to ensure that the alliance still stood and that protection and procedures were being taken to ensure that the city would not be laid to waste in your absence. And that is where we are now. So we're still in Yearion, as we can... If you all wish, you can explore the city. I don't know what other business Yuza wished to attend to, but the party is now here to accompany them in taking a look around.
Yuza, can I ask you a question?
But of course.
Could I bother your red dragon for a humble request?
Well... What request?
I like gathering souvenirs, so I was wondering if it's possible to have a red dragon scale.
I wouldn't know. I've never really needed any of his scales. You would most certainly have to, convince him.
Fair. I'll make sure to ask him before we leave.
Very well. We should probably land soon. This fly only lasts 10 minutes.
So where are y'all landing, by the way?
America's gonna ask where would be a place where he could, like, gather materials to construct some, rudimentary grenades. Like, because he's gonna try to get some more firepower just in case.
Probably the market.
Yeah, then he'll, like, fly down there, and after he gets his material, he's just going to walk around and get a different sort of perspective on everything after that side of heaven and hell.
Is there any particular market you would direct him to, Yuza, knowing the city better than the rest of them? Like, do you think this would be something that the uptown market would handle, or the downtown market?
I did originally think the downtown. Just because, you know, downtown mining.
Yeah, and plus with their access to materials, they probably do have a few more arcane and sturdy components that would be suitable for grenades.
So yeah, assuming the fly lasts, I doubt the fly will last long enough for us to get to it.
Yeah, it'll probably last long enough for y'all to get to the ground, and then you could walk there.
Yeah. Walk.
Well, if you're not gifted like Tala and Yuza with the ability to fly naturally.
I'm just trying to figure out if Merrick understands how long the fly lasts.
I told you.
10 minutes.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if that was said out loud or not.
Yeah.
I literally just told Gallus. Anyway, we should land now.
Granted, Gallus also has slow falling, so...
I do.
That's
It does
nice.
not bother me, though. I'd gotta be near walls for that to... Like,
I mean, you are by a wall.
A giant hurricane wall. Yeah, hold on to that.
Ride the wind.
So I touch the wind wall to slow my descent, and I go flying another
And you
300 feet into the air.
Honestly,
and
if
now
there
we see
wasn't
Red's third monk.
Yes.
if there wasn't a shit ton of shrapnel in there, it could work.
It's a blender.
Of course it is.
It's a whirlwind spell on steroids.
No, it's the control weather spell meets blade barrier.
Ooh.
Ooh.
It's great.
So yeah, we land.
I don't know if
at
there's... Oh, go ahead.
over.
A what?
What was that?
I just imagine that the Grey Wall is just terrible for tetanus. Like, I imagine blacksmiths throwing rusty swords into it and it just goes... just, like, whiffs it.
In all fairness,
Being
like,
encouraged to pollute it.
I don't know if they've been encouraged to pollute it, but I feel like some people probably still do.
Yeah.
I mean, if you think about it, anybody that tries to go in
Dies.
yeah. All right, you take 5d10 piercing, 20d10 slashing, and 100d10 bludgeoning. What?
All right, that's the first 10 feet, 2 miles to go.
I was about to say, first off, Zach, I wouldn't ever have them roll. I would just be like, all right, you've walked 5 feet, yeah, instantaneous death.
You guys ever see the Krill kill something in Gears of War?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
But I don't know if there's anything Gallus sort of thinks he needs. Let me check. Hold on, let me check and see if I have.
Well, obviously there's a dragon scale you think you need.
Yeah, there's that. I'm just checking to see. Use a. Let's see. I'm just checking my health potion things.
You know, we probably should buy more potions. Thank you.
Those would most likely be with the giants.
When was the
Yeah,
last time we, like, needed to stock up on potions?
Never.
Yeah, I have 1 greater, 1 regular, so.
I have 5 greater and 3 basic. I think we
Jesus.
Yeah,
I have 1 greater.
Remember, I still have stocked up. These are like some of these are still from the original start of the game.
No, I'm aware, and I'm saying
Man, those
that,
supposed to be diluted by now.
I'm saying that you probably don't need to stock up. Additionally, like, it's not like you don't have 3 people now who can cast healing spells.
Oh yeah.
Fine, yeah.
As Merrick's like, yes, with my 2nd level in cleric, I have achieved.
I literally just had a D&D game yesterday where I'm the only healer, so I'm just like, oh, I need to make sure these people don't die, so I forget there's other people who can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know the feeling.
So yeah, you all land safely. So yeah, Merrick, downtown market would probably be the best place for you to get explosive stuff. Anything that, you know, Rando, Tala, or Yuza want to do while they're here?
I said I was going to give corresponding sending stones to the leader down here. The man in charge down here.
Oh, okay.
I'm pretty sure I did tell the Storm Giant Chief that.
Okay.
For coordination.
I guess Talo will just probably tag along with Merrick or Rando.
Alright. So Merrick's going to downtown. Gallus is going to get a red dragon scale. Rando, what you doing?
I need to learn more about this place. Because Rando's not liking the outside.
No one likes the outside. That's why we're in here.
Yeah.
Define outside. There's a lot of outside.
So I'm gonna. So I'd like to talk to you. I'm trying to figure out more about what exactly happened here, because I feel like Rando's a little out of the loop of everything that happened.
Oh, you mean Cragseat. Okay, yeah, okay,
Yeah.
okay, sorry, I was, like, very confused. I'm like, are you just talking about the world in general? Like, Rando's just like, alright, death it is? Like, I was just trying to figure out where the hell he was at. Okay,
yeah. He wants to know more about Craig's Eaton. Just...
Right,
what
yeah, I forgot.
happened to make this shitty?
Yeah, I forgot last session that I think you and Tala were the only ones that went above the wall to see the outside that Yuza was talking about, and then you're like, oh.
Yeah, I think we all saw it.
They all saw it.
Okay, sorry.
Because I am down 1 6th level spell.
Fair enough. So yeah. So, Yuza, you're coordinating with the leader down here?
Yeah, in downtown.
Alright. So I'll just move you and Merrick and Rando. I'll just move the whole group. Gallus, you can get your red dragon scale later. Is that okay?
Sure thing.
Alright, so you all go to downtown. Yuzu, would you like to describe downtown for everybody?
Sure. So we come to this, I'm guessing, like, 100-foot diameter pit. There are contraptions around it that make it look like a giant-ass well.
Yeah, there's a few different pulley systems with basically like what would pass for a rudimentary elevator. Like y'all have seen Arcanatech elevators in the Platinum, city. But this seems more like, they probably didn't have the Platinum Watch has a lot of resources, so they probably didn't have the vast amount of resources that they had, and they were like, you know what, this is simpler, this is easier, and for the most part safer so long as it's maintained.
That's it. Everyone aboard.
Sure. Let's do this.
All right.
Okay. Travel for about, guessing, 300 to 500 feet.
Yeah.
Before it ends. And before you is the entrance to the underground, or the downtown. Just the biggest underground kind of metropolis you can imagine. Like, there are giant stalagmite and stalactite meetings pillars that just a shit ton of houses are built into.
Oh.
Yeah, just pretty much just imagine whatever you want with that. So, welcome. Oh, right. Off in, this direction, a ways off, there is a giant-ass glass wall. And on the other side is water. Welcome to downtown. Feel free to explore. I have to meet with the chief down here. I'm sure I'll find you I'll find you when I'm done.
Additionally, outside of these gigantic like cave structure pillars, which by the way are all spread out. It looks like when downtown was more or less formulated, there was some construction that went on down here, but there were pillars that were basically left alone simply because of preserving the structural integrity of the city as a whole. There is one thing that you do notice, though, and that is that from where you are currently standing inside the pit, right over here, where Yuza's tower should be, you all see this large tower structure descending from above ground, basically into downtown. It seems that you are not certain the dimensions of Yuza's tower, because you all arrived on the balcony, so you have no idea how high up or down it goes.
What the hell?
I'm just gonna assume your tower goes all the way down to this world's freaking core.
I don't know, man.
you just like, look, there's some bits I ain't been to yet.
It's only about 80% mapped. And even then the map changes, so it's useless.
That honestly sounds exciting.
How do you know all this? Like, did you build it?
No, it was there when I found it.
And here I worry about losing my keys in my apartment.
Okay.
Generally, everyone knows not to go in there because it's a giant maze death trap. So, just don't go in there without me. And you'll be fine.
Very fair. You do that.
Okay. So Yuta just flies off towards that direction, because I imagine he doesn't stay there, but he stays at the base of it.
Yes. So you arrive basically at this, small, I would say villa, essentially built around the tower just to, like, keep people out and away from the tower. But also just as kind of like a temp living situation. As you arrive, the mayor seems to be like relaying some information to some of his men, and kind of like tasking them to work on upcoming resources. Like, he's like, no, you're misunderstanding me again. I'm telling you, We have to work with the reservoir. Like, we can't overfish. We have to work within the confines of pre-existing rationed out things. And for God's sake, could one of you please tell the children to stop going up to the area underneath Jai Watch? It's not a bravery test, it's a concussion waiting to happen. I don't want to have to explain to the healers why we have to use more of the pre-rationed poultices, because someone decided to stand underneath a giant floating island and didn't expect debris to fall off it. Just please, I know they're children, just relay the information. And the men seem kind of like hesitant for a second. He's like, look, we're all going to be in here for the long haul, and until things settle down, this is the safest place for all of us to be. I would prefer if you all just... let's do what we can, okay? Most of this stuff is self-sustaining, but we still need to ensure that we are not... like, just because we think it's self-sustaining doesn't mean we can go about gorging resources whenever we feel like. So, let's just keep it 100, okay? And they all just kind of, like, nod, and then they see you approach, and they all kind of immediately, like, file in and salute, and he's like, what the... and he kind of, like, dusts off his robe. He's like, Principal, it is always a pleasure. This is a bit unexpected, though. I haven't seen you in... He just kind of, like, opens up a timepiece and looks at it. He goes, a while.
Yes, I do apologize. You know how my work can get it can get wrapped up in my research.
Yes, I am familiar. And he just kind of like dismisses his men, and they all kind of like go off in different directions. He goes, what can we do for you today?
Well, you see, in my research and my travel, I told you I would be doing.
Yes.
That was successful, by the way. They are here just enjoying the look at the town, which seems to have expanded a bit while I was gone. Congratulations.
Yes. We have, we were able to make some additional alliances, with some clans, outside the wall. Of course, we vetted everybody as per your specifications, and we went through the questionnaire. We additionally made sure that we led them on the winding passageways so no one could map out or plot it, and ensured that the people that we were bringing in were capable and contributing members of the community. We have expanded just a bit, and brought in some people that have relocated topside as well.
You've truly done excellent work.
I try, my principal. I feel that it's only best that, given the community that you have provided for all the people here, and how you have kept us out of the warring and politics of the magistocracy, as well as prevented us from falling under the control of debt-collecting benefactors, it is only right that we, at least as a sign of good faith, show that we are determined and willing to work for this community.
I'm pleased to hear it. Now, on to the matter of which I came here for.
Yes.
Back on my travels, I've learned some information that... Do you remember... I mentioned it offhandedly once about a trap at Dosselin? It would seem he has finally come knocking at our proverbial door.
That is not good.
No, it is not. I have already spoke with me, Vex, and forgetting the name I gave the Giant Chief. But, I have informed him of the situation. I just felt it was only fair to inform you and the ruler of the reservoir, given I don't know what direction he plans to attack from.
Very well. I will go ahead and pass this information along to the chieftain of the reservoir, and will ensure that my people as well take as many precautions as possible. I will go ahead and expedite bringing in all additional people that we have already vetted, and then go ahead and cordon off the tunnels and double the guard.
Thank you. And should you need me or the chieftain under the most grievous of circumstances, of course, I hand him the stunning stone.
Ah, and he takes it very gingerly and places it in a pocket right by, like in his coat, right by his chest, and is like, very well, I will keep this very close to me.
Well then, it would seem like you still have a lot of work to do. I'd hate to keep you from it.
Ah, yes, much to be done. I will get about it at once, and thank you again for providing us safe harbor.
Oh, please. There's only some... Please don't think of me as just another debt to be collected. This is my home, too.
He nods.
Right, and I fly off.
Alright. While Yuza was off, like, what did the party just, like, watch her fly off and then just go, well... Alright.
Yes, we're here now.
Merrick's just going to do his best and, like, look for a shop that sells what he needs to start construction on grenades.
So y'all are just gonna wander while Yuza's off?
Yeah.
Rando is patiently waiting for Yuza to finish up what she needs to do.
Yeah, like, you guys can come with me if you wanted to.
Yeah, you could
Well,
have,
yeah,
like...
but that was your business.
I'm not.
You had to deal with.
I'm not gonna fly off like a dick. I'm just gonna fly off in the distance like a dick.
Okay.
I would have flown low to the ground.
So did anyone choose to follow Yuza then?
Gats will be following, but I think he'll be also sort of just kind of keeping an eye on the city, sort of evaluating it.
Okay. Tala?
I think Talo is gonna just basically stay with Merrick.
Alright, so Tala and Merrick, y'all will be going through the marketplace. Gallus, you... Rando, would you want to go with Gallus? Just, like, you two following behind Yuza, but, like, you know, during the conversation she was having, just kind of staying... Yeah. Okay. So then...
that's fine for me.
I will need a perception check from Gallus and Rando, and a survival check from either Merrick or Tala.
Oh, it's gonna be that kind of night.
Yes.
On your wedding night?
I mean, that's a good time to have perception.
You know, people are gonna like listen to this and be like, "Oh shit, are they serious?"
No.
Inside joke.
For everyone at home, just as an inside joke, we were joking earlier about how Zach was not at session on
He was late.
On time.
Yeah, on time.
Yeah, I was running late.
So we were making the joke that he was probably getting married right now, considering the fact that we hadn't literally heard anything from him. So Hawk decides to get the idea in his head to then send Zach a message to be like, hey, I need you to come in and act like you're at your wedding right now. Which, of course, freaks the rest of us out, because we're like, why are you in this call? Go get married, Jesus Christ.
Yes.
It was all just a ruse.
I am proud.
But it was a ruse.
Twas a nat 20 deception check.
See,
Was a
me,
heckin'
Zach, in real
bamboozle.
life, I have great charisma.
You do.
Rando, no.
By the way,
And while Tala is terrible at deception, Hawk is very good.
Gallus, I need you to... Oh, there we go. Thank you. Jesus, why do I even bother asking? For real.
Thank you for carrying the team on those perception checks.
Hey man, it's what I do.
I'm just kidding.
One day, he's going to get a 0.
And he'll still get like a 12.
You know what?
He'll still get a 13.
Just for this, Red, when campaign 2 starts, you better give your boy a negative wisdom modifier. I don't give a shit.
That's...
You act like he still can't have great perception with that.
Yeah, fair enough.
I'm intending on dubbing intelligence.
So he's just gonna be done.
We'll see where we go.
go home to my dump stat strength.
Okay, So the DC wasn't high, though, so I'll say this much. The survival was the high one, just because you all don't know the terrain. But with a 11 and a 33, you both recognize, as you're walking around, like, everyone that's around you that you can see, more or less, is, like, drow. It is the whole city is just populated with drow. Like, it's Drow Town, downtown. There are some dwarves down here and a few, like, gnomes and other races. Usually those that are known for residing kind of, like, in caves or around hills, forests, and valleys. But for the most part, the people down here, the mass population, is drow clans. I will say this, though, Gallus, with being the one that made the highest perception, with the 33, looking around, you don't see any iconography to Lolth, what is usually the traditional association with drow as, like, their goddess. So you can safely assume that these clans, if they are, you know, still Underdark clans, are not affiliated with the cult of Lolth in any way. So they're independent contractors, if you will.
I have just a kind of a general knowledge question.
Yeah.
How common are drow in your...
Drow in my world are relatively common. You only really find them when you go into the Underdark. So with me, the Underdark is kind of layered. So first, of course, your basic encounters are always going to be the Duergar, because they are the ones closest to the surface, because they're trying to fight their way back into the Dwarven clans. Below them are the Drow. But drow usually hide in, like, secretive cities. They really don't like having a large presence, but they will still leave to act as guides, caravanners, traders between the Underdark and the material world, with the deepest and most horrifying creatures, of course, being things like mind flayers, Abeloths, things that would usually reside in the deep dark. The drow, while populous and common, there is some negative connotation, obviously, and I feel like as well Volta hasn't done a great job. Like, their propaganda for why they subjugated the Underdark is really, like, Lolth heavy. They're like, we stopped the evil Duergar clans and these cultists of Lolth, but whether that is true and valid remains to be seen.
Yeah.
Suffice it to say, the Cult of Lolth does make up at least, I'd say, about 40% of the drow population. With the remainders kind of isolating themselves from that. Well, I'd say it's the other way around. It's 60% of the population is Lolth worshippers, the other 40% are independents. With the 40% usually populating areas that are deep and hidden. A lot of the drow on Darius are non-Lolth worshipping. There are a few pockets of her worship there. With the majority of the population of drow that are non-evil, or at least non-aligned, being spread out amongst Kragzeet, Volta, and Varianus, in small pockets of resistance. Varianus doesn't actually have a huge drow population, mainly because a third of Varianus is just desert, and so there's not really any great place for cavernous systems outside of the areas already populated by dwarves and whatnot.
Okay, I was partially wondering because I figured Tala would know from her upbringing about Lolth, but I didn't know if she would ever have actually seen a drow.
Probably not. This is actually probably your first time encountering drow, just because, like, you maybe had one sister in the church who was a drow, but you didn't have essentially a great integration with their culture, simply because a lot of them, with exception of a few instances like your fellow in the church, are prevented from leaving Shadowhaven, which is the
Right.
name of the Underdark in Volta.
Okay. Yeah, because like Tala didn't really get out much, so kind of wonder if she would have ever seen one.
And just checking the map I have of access to teleportation points for the eyes. Is that just to Volta, or does that also? I don't have anything that links here.
It does. So yes, the map that you have of teleportation circle points, along with their algorithms, specifically relates to eyes outposts, within areas of high traffic. So you have locations in Varianus that eyes are predominant in, as well as safe houses in Volta, as well as areas that they are predominant and work in Volta. Same kind of situation for Darius. With Kragzeet and Elloran, those are the two areas on your map that have no markings.
Got it.
You can safely assume that with Elloran, if they have safe houses or base of operations out there, it is probably primarily covert and is not going to be something that they want you operating with as a person of Volta. And with Kragzeet, you're not sure. This is y'all's first interaction with Kragzeet, so you aren't really sure if the eyes have a presence here, or if those who were here have since been wiped out by Eclipse, with Eclipse having such a predominant control over the region.
So,
so yeah, I'll hop back to Gallus Rando and use this scene in a second so that y'all can get some history. Or go ahead and pick up with Merrick and Tala as y'all search for bomb components. So that 21 was high enough to find a marketplace. So kind of, Merrick, you're able to kind of figure out that Yearion is, while it has its own unique layout, of course, with the gray wall, it does in fact have some kind of I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Some symmetry to it, being that areas on the kind of surface level are encountered as well down here. So, when you all were on Jaiwatch, you could see a marketplace off in the distance, and kind of like running off your assumption based off of how the divination tower was there, you decided to test this theory and see if, like, as above, so below. And you were rewarded with a marketplace being in basically the exact location on the surface as it was in downtown.
Gotcha. America's going to try to find a shop that looks like they will sell the necessary components that he'd need for, like, he's not looking for like super advanced grenades, just something that he can get done.
So I don't think we've ever rolled for, like, your skill in alchemy before, so I guess, are you proficient with alchemist tools?
Yes, as a blood hunter, I am proficient with alchemist tools.
Then go ahead and give me an intelligence check with your proficiency bonus.
Sure thing.
Yeah, blow up my underground cavern city. Do it.
With proficiency, that's cool.
As Merrick becomes labeled a terrorist.
Oh no. So +5, plus my intelligence mod, plus what I rolled.
No, guys, I swear, he's here to help us.
9.
Uh-oh.
I rolled a 3 plus my intelligence mod, which is fun.
So, and your proficiency bonus?
5.
Right.
I mean, I suppose I don't think guidance would help on this.
No.
No. Let's see what happens.
Yeah. Okay. So you're looking around, and it's crazy. None of these shops have stuff that you think could be usable for what you're looking for. There's definitely a lot of like exotic kind of like items and curios, and there are some kind of strange alchemical solutions down here. But you can't really make heads or tails of it because this is your first time in an Underdark market.
Fair enough.
And so you just kind of stop at the first shop that really like actually catches your eye, which is a shop run by a small, deep gnome, kind of large, wiry white eyebrows that kind of eclipse their sunken in eyes, and a partially bald kind of like comb over hair as they're kind of sitting there rocking back and forth in a chair. Like it's not a rocking chair, by the way. They're just literally just rocking a chair back and forth. And they see you kind of like walk up, and their eyes kind of like slowly lift, and you could see like the faint black glint of their eyes, and they're like, "Welcome. Can I help you?"
Yes, I'm looking for some alchemical supplies, whether black powder or alchemical that I could use to make some decently powerful explosives.
He just kind of blinks for a second, just goes,
I'm military.
"Ah, the military. Very well, you get a discount. 4%. Do you have your veteran's ID card?"
I don't think I do, but instead of trading with gold, I understand this place has a ecosystem it has to maintain. I was thinking I could pay with this. I sort of offer a healing potion as part of the payment transaction.
He just looks at the healing potion, he goes, "Oh yeah, I got plenty of those." And he pulls out a basket and just sets them in front of you, and he goes, "How many would you like?"
Oh,
Fuck me then. Okay, so I just need some like something that can blow shit up that I can like make into some like handheld hold firepower. Walker, the music sounds like it's Overwatch. You might want to change it.
I'm gonna skip it. God damn it.
So my
Well,
power
hopefully-
went out. What I miss?
The music, it may be a little not what it was, not as royalty free as we thought. So hopefully, us talking over it was enough.
Yeah, I don't know which one's recording, but if you hear anything coming up on that, if you're the one recording, I recommend.
No, that wasn't me recording.
That's me.
Gotcha. Okay, I didn't know which one of you two was the recording one.
So what exactly I missed? My internet.
Merrick's just
power
trying
went out.
to procure materials for explosives, either black
and-
powder or alchemical. Actually,
and the
given
guy-
Merrick's alchemical knowledge, he probably would. Actually, yeah, whichever would be more feasible.
And the guy wouldn't take our money.
Oh no, it's fine. I just tried to pay with a healing potion because I thought that would be kind because I didn't know how they were with rations, and the guy just has like a shit ton. So I was like, right, fuck me for trying to be unorthodox and.
He just pulled out the box of shit he can't sell.
Yeah.
So from what I can see, it was still good to skip, but it was an Overwatch cover. So
Okay.
it wasn't technically licensed, but still best to skip.
Yeah, just in
yeah.
case.
Commander, if you're having a hard time with money, I can give you a loan.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I was just trying to be.
Just go ahead and make like a what's y'all's passive insight? Like just go ahead and
Passive insights.
Yeah.
17.
Where's my insight? 18.
Yeah, he just doesn't seem all there. Like
okay.
it's not that he doesn't understand what you're asking. Well, I guess actually it is exactly that. He doesn't like it's more that everything that you say he seems to have taken in a different context, so you're not sure how much of what you're saying is getting through to him.
Right.
As he's just like,
Can
so you're buying the potion, Sonny?
I cast Enhanceability on him real fast? Owl's Wisdom. See if that wakes him up a little bit.
Can I try to use some of my magic to sober him up?
As Storm's like, yes, pardon me, may I use cure dementia on this man? I cast Greater Brain.
Well, I only have lesser restoration, but I don't have that prepared.
Yeah, so
I cast anti-feeble mind.
yeah, anti-feeble mind.
I give him a...
I cast Fortified Mind.
Give him a headband of intelligence.
Yeah, I'm sure that's the exact opposite thing he needs right now. Yeah, so as you go to cast your spell, you see as it is quickly counterspelled, as a small, younger-looking deep gnome kind of runs up and just goes, sorry about that, Grandad, it's time for you to take your medicine. He goes, what's that? Oh, yes, the medicine. It's very nice. He just goes, yes, it's great. And you see he pulls like this bowl of like glowing blue material, and the grandfather kind of like drinks it and it just goes, that's better. Jim, good to see you again. He taps the boy on his head and he goes, is it time for me to nap now? And he goes, no, but I can watch the storefront if you would like to grab a nap. And he goes, that's nice. And then you just... He goes, sorry about that.
People Patrick stars on the bench.
Hi there, I am, Jim. I run the shop with Migranda. What can I help you with?
I'm sorry, I just wanted to buy some materials to increase some explosives. Sorry about your grandpa.
Yeah,
I was
that's...
trying to
no, it's fine. It's fine. I just I am a bit defensive, and when I see someone casting a spell in my shop towards Migranda, I'm like, no.
I understand.
As for your request, no, I don't have anything like that. You'd be hard-pressed to find anything like that around here, actually. Most of that type of material or research is, in the larger government, restricted by the military, and here in Yearion, those materials, while accessible for the purpose of mining and expansion of the downtown, are not widely available for sale. Primarily because of, again, explosions. We wouldn't want a bunch of people just mixing shit together down here and then blowing up, you know, a quarter of the city. So there have been new laws put in place since management's changed over, allowing for those materials to no longer be restricted to military access, but they are still restricted to, like, for civilian use, so you're not going to find any shop readily selling them just willy-nilly.
Okay.
If anything, I would talk to the mayor of downtown, but by the look of you come from topside, or... And he kind of, like, judges your gear for a second, and you see as he kind of like pulls a small like opal out of his pocket that's on a string, and he kind of like looks you over and he goes, not from around here. Never mind. You'll probably have best of luck dealing with the mayor of downtown, the storm giants up at Jaiwatch, Xiandud in the city, or, seeing as you're not from around here, and I'm not seeing guards attempting to detain you, I am assuming that you were brought in here by someone, so I will safely say that,
User.
Oh, the principal brought you in. Well, in that case, you'd probably be best off asking them where you can procure it. I do not know if you will have to buy it when you go and get it, but gold would probably be appreciated with whoever you are negotiating this retrieval.
While I have you, would you mind if I ask you a few questions about this place?
Sure thing. You talking about just Yearion in general or downtown?
Yearion in general.
Ah, okay. I can answer what I can answer.
How do you maintain supply lines with the Grey Wall? Is it all teleportation based, or is it underground networks that you keep guarded? Like, obviously you have to keep your enemies out.
Oh yeah, that we do.
I'm just wondering if my organization can lend support with supplies and troops if need be.
That's a bit complicated, because entry in and out of the Grey Wall is more or less prohibited. The only way in and out of the city is through the passages of the Underdark, and even then it's restricted, specifically military personnel only, which would require whoever your people are to be outside the city, where you are prone to environmental disasters, you know, the main military at large, as well as other threats. So I would safely say, I'm going to go ahead and just turn the music off for me. It's like, I'll turn it back up later. It would be difficult for any one person to run supplies in here. The colony is primarily self-sufficient, so you don't need to be worrying about none of that. As far as food and water goes, we have a plentiful resource. And as far as defensive capabilities go, we are currently working on bolstering those defenses. As far as I am aware, down here, don't know what they're doing topside. That's kind of the Giants' business. So
How long has the city been like this, protected by the Grey Wall?
it'll be coming up on 2 years now in a few months, I want to say.
What was it like before this?
Well, downtown didn't exist. More or less, like it was just more like, think like the slums, kinda. It's just kind of where all the refuse and the people that didn't want to be associated with were kind of sent. Granted, all that changed when the principal took over. Things got a lot better for everyone around here. But before they took over, Yearion was kind of lawless for a while. Well, not lawless, but it was under the control of the greater principals, and none of them wanted to really deal with it directly, so it was kind of left to its own devices. I mean, it was a bit sprawling on the top side, but downside is, you know, it wasn't big. But now that the Grey Wall has been constructed, we more or less have come together, and both topside and downside are flourishing.
And how's morale? Well, in the city. I mean, you have a
fine.
army city. That's good to hear.
I mean, we all chip in. Like, what? We're not a disaster zone. We are a community.
I understand. I just looked over the wall for the first time, so I'm just trying to.
Okay. I get it now. You're more of the camp now that let me guess. Your continent where you're from doesn't have ravaging storms of magical irradiation constantly trying to kill you.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, must be nice. Point is, a lot of people found a lot of solace in Cragseat in the cave systems and Underdarks in the early day, and those that were left topside, well, if they weren't outright killed in the initial conflict between Volta and Elloran, then, well, they were preserved mostly by those who could cast magic and shield people from the adverse effects. The Magistocracy kind of took over the army at large over time, and they kind of eliminated the noble class. Like, not like, well, at least I hope not killed them. They might have killed them.
Abolished it as a rank.
Abolished it as a rank, and made their sole job, made the military kind of the main occupational force around. Slowly began reestablishing civilizations, but of course, you know, you can only do so much when your entire land is basically tainted with natural disaster. So, we've rebuilt over time. Obviously, it'll take a great amount of time to continue rebuilding over the years, but with the advancements of our Magitech, it's hoped that at some point the surface can be completely rebuilt, but we'll know with time.
I'll see if I can get some of my researchers to help you guys out. Hopefully we can speed that process up.
I mean, it'd probably help if the cunts in charge weren't, you know, obsessed with their own pursuits. You know, the principal system and the college system helped us when we were fledglings, but now it's become a bit of a hindrance over the years. Although Yuza's very different than the rest of the principals. A lot of them are just a bunch of self-absorbed cunts, though. Yuza's very different, and we appreciate that she is actually here to look after people and care for her territory and not use it as a means by which they can control or exploit or gain resources and prestige and wealth and blah blah blah. The usual shit that daft cunts want.
Understood. The Inquisition is lucky that she came to us.
I don't know what that is.
The Silver Dawn, it's an organization over in Volta dedicated to rooting out Eclipse.
He just kind of blinks for a second and he just goes, neat.
Can I do an insight?
Sure.
I don't know. Didn't want to interrupt. I was going to kind of also wanted to check and see in general, like maybe perception to see if anyone's been eyeing us. You know what I mean?
I mean, you're not gonna have to make a perception for that. A lot of people have been eyeing you because you're they more or less like it's yeah, you stand out.
Yeah. The insight is 24.
Cool. You can tell that he has a lot of complex feelings right now. Obviously, he is appreciative that there's an organization out there that's that's trying to stick it to Eclipse. On the other hand, you are from the country that basically nuked his into the Stone Age.
Oh yeah.
So he's kind of weighing right now whether he should thank you for killing Eclipse or kick you in the dick for being a part from
very
Volta.
much, oh, finally, these fuckers are doing something that isn't kicking, that isn't punching down.
Yeah, he's really weighing his options right now.
Fair
Paula
enough.
kind of quickly adds, I'm not actually from Volta, by the way. She's from a different continent, isn't she?
No.
I thought oh shit.
Nope.
Is she
Roll
from
deception, Tala.
Damn it.
Yeah, roll to
Where's-
lie.
Curse Tala not knowing geography. No, Tala wouldn't say that.
Yeah, I was
Tala
going to
does not
say,
lie.
Tala's... I was about to
Yeah,
say,
I
I
was
assume
just
Tala's
joking.
smart enough not to know. Yeah.
Off
So,
the player now.
he just looks at you and just goes, anything else I can answer for you?
No, that'll be all. Thank you for your time.
Great. As you can see, like, his whole body is just fucking tensed.
Merrick gets out of there before it becomes even more awkward for the guy.
Command. As we're walking, Tala kind of whispers, "Commander, I don't advocate dishonesty, but perhaps we should not say where we are from."
Yeah,
you just hear
probably...
you just hear a very loud, followed by a muffled scream as he just slams his head into the counter and screams.
Yeah, probably didn't think that one through too much. My bad.
It's okay. You're usually very good at this diplomatic stuff.
That's been a recent phenomenon.
I mean, I'll say this much. There is a lot of, like, historical documentation on the war, in Volta, at least. granted, some of it has been propaganded up, but this is your first time actually seeing the direct consequences of a lot of the fighting. Like, because for you and Tala both, with you guys, like how old you guys are, the war has been a very distant thing. Like, by the time you all were even born, it was already, like, 2 decades old.
Oh, yeah, I can't forget that Merrick's not much older than Tala.
Yeah, Merrick's only like, at this point, he's just 27.
Yeah.
Aw, you're a child.
Rando would have been the only.
Yeah, no.
Rando would have been the only one of the party
Oh god.
alive during.
What about Gallus?
I was in another plane.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
he was in another
fine.
dimension.
Avok was alive.
Yeah, Avok was
But
alive.
he was like, he didn't even touch the thing to like the same extent as like some of the others. That's
No, he never saw this, I think.
Yeah, no,
Trap
there's a
Trap
lot
did.
that didn't. Yeah, Trappit did. Rando would have been alive during it, but probably wouldn't have been old enough to know what the hell was going on. And plus, he lived in the woods for a lot of his life. So,
Well, either the woods or the Feywild. So
yeah, he had a storied education.
Maybe he bumped into Gallus while he was there.
it's a possibility,
cool.
but you would have remembered me.
There's a lot Gallus doesn't remember.
I would
a lot
say
of
that you
amnesia
all probably
characters.
didn't bump into each other just because the Feywild is, again,
It's huge.
It's a big place. It's the size of our world.
Yeah.
Maybe the real Feywild was the friends we made along the way.
Shut the fuck up. So yeah, you all have found out this information. Are y'all gonna go regroup with Yuza and the rest?
Milk's just going to check if there's anything Tala wants to get before heading out. If not, then yeah, we can head on out.
I can't even think of any. Do we need any other supplies? I mean, I know we got like 1,000,000 health potions from Rando.
You all, again, are part of like an actual military organization that provides you with resources.
Yeah, because Tala has no actual health items on her. I just realized.
Yeah, no.
You have this cool thing called lay on hands.
I was about to say I was about to say she is the health item.
I know.
Look, Walker, we don't know how to play long game. Okay.
No, I mean more the fact that, like, you all are part of an organization that stocks you with items. You could just put in a requisition order with, like, a quartermaster. You don't have to, like, you could, going out and spending your own gold at markets is optional.
We were
could
there
definitely-
for 5 minutes.
Like a peasant.
We
Yeah.
were there for a full day.
You could go...
I mean, I feel like in real life we weren't there. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's-
no, but I'm just saying, like, I'm saying that for you all as players, you all can go out and buy stuff that you want, but you can also just requisition shit.
Yeah,
Unless we're on another plane.
To go regroup then.
Is there actually anything that Tala wanted to buy? Because you didn't say that you didn't have any healing items.
Oh, sorry.
No, Tala's just gonna go along.
Okay.
Talent is the healing item.
So while you all are making your way from the marketplace to where Tala uses at, I'm gonna go ahead and pick up with Yuza, Rando, and Gallus. Because I know that Rando said that he had some questions he wanted to ask Yuza.
This is true.
So
Then
did you-
go.
Yeah, I was about to say, did you want to
Oh.
ask those questions? Like,
Oh, sorry.
now for a lot of the historical,
Sorry. Yeah.
Why are we walking in such a quiet way?
for a lot of the historical recap, I will just refer to some of the stuff I've already said. But if there's more in-depth questions you have, I can answer.
So, Yuza, out of curiosity, what exactly happened out there?
Out where?
Zone where
Outside the
everything
wall?
is dead.
Yeah, why is everything dead?
Oh, well. She reiterates what Walker said.
Yeah, she basically covers that when the war between Elloran and Volta started, there were many different battlefields across various continents. However, the largest one and the one that became the most lethal was on Cragseat, where the most dangerous weapons were essentially deployed. Because, like, during the Third Age, Kragzeet was a prosperous empire, but they kind of fell into patterns of opulence during the Fourth Age. So the rich became richer and the poor became poorer, and it kind of just became this like, it basically, the Fourth Age set the landscape for what Kragzeet is now, like these large city-states with a lot of power, and then basically just wasteland where, well, I guess at the time it was more like natural forest and kind of like areas like that where there weren't a large amount of populated presences, and because of that, Volta and Elren are just like, cool, territory. And basically started. It started with Elren conquering. Then it began. You know how it goes. One continent, one empire conquers a bunch of shit. Another comes in on the sake of reclamation, and then once the fighting actually starts, everyone caught in the middle is basically just fucked. Much like real war, there were no good guys. And all that was left at the end of the day was essentially the desolate, magically destroyed and hostile wasteland, and the city-states that were now slightly less populated, and a lot of the ruling structure of were just kind of in shambles. And so the magistocracy rose out of the ashes of the Fourth Age war, and slowly began rebuilding the continent. It's like, it took them a long time. Like, in the time span that it took Platinum Watch to form was the same amount of time it took for the magistocracy to actually establish law and order. So they didn't even have time to do any research in all that time on how to fix shit. They've literally had to just try and keep people from killing each other.
Understandable.
And
Yikes.
then in the time that, you know, Platinum Watch has been an effective organization, and by the start of the campaign, they had finally, like, begun doing research and establishing trade routes and things like that with Eclipse's assistance, because, you know, they needed a backer.
Needed funds, yeah.
Yeah. And so they were able to get kind of everything together as they needed to. And Yuza came along as the divination principal, probably, I want to say, would you say about 3 years ago, give or take, or a little further back than that? I can't remember from.
Let me actually go double.
Because I know the 2 year time skip was narrative, but I think that as the divination principal, you'd been around for a bit before then.
Yeah, at least a few years.
Yeah. So. Yeah. By the time that the campaign started, like, Yuza was an established principal, but they still had some work that needed to be done. So just to put into context,
yeah.
It's been a lot.
Yeah, about 6 years.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's been a lot.
And, or at least that's what I've read, you know, wasn't around at that time.
Now, so most of this happened within, like, the last 60 years or so, you said?
God damn it, if I gotta... 1 second, I gotta pull out my fucking timeline document that has the actual full historical dates of everything.
And that's another one.
Down to the second.
That's another one for me.
Let's see, here we go. So right now the year is 3846. The war ended, for context. It's been 46 years since the war actually ended.
I'm 46.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do some math real quick.
And
Rando's... Because Rando's 62, right?
I think you're
Yeah, he
just...
said
Yeah,
he said you would have been alive during this.
Yeah. I said you were just, like, off somewhere.
And you said this happened 46 years ago? Okay, no, my dad was still alive. Okay.
Yeah, so you were just
What?
living in the cottage.
Okay.
His
I was
adopted
expecting,
dad.
like, Yeah.
I assume
yeah.
we're not talking about Trevor, because
No,
no.
yeah.
No,
his-
my
his
adopted dad.
adopted
The one that Randa still actually cares to consider his dad.
Okay.
There's the one he
Thanks, I'm
refers
right
to as his
here,
dad, and the one he
thanks.
cares about.
No, you're not. You're outside of the wall.
Yeah, you're on your way.
Or am I?
So anyway,
Yeah. So
the main
Like-
reason why I was doing the math is if Rando realized that he could have potentially come here to help, he would have, and
Right, there was nothing you
That
could
would-
do.
yeah, there
Yeah.
was literally nothing you could have done.
that would have distraught him though. But we're good.
There was nothing that you
Yeah.
could have done at that
Yeah,
time.
no, it was literally like, so 46 years ago, Platinum Watch was formed 2 years later. So it basically took the ruling body of Cragsy like 2 years to establish law and order, and another 18. So basically, by the time 3820 rolled around, they had finally established more or less like structure, army, funding, things like that, and then they began their research. So they've been
Okay.
researching how to fix shit for basically 26 years while dealing with external threats and other problems.
Well, that's sucky.
Not to mention being under Eclipse's boot the whole time.
Yeah, and besides, it's a continent-wide issue. Like they can't just do like a cure-all for the whole land. Each disaster site, if we're gonna call it that, is an entirely separate arcane phenomenon. So
We would need so many multiple divine interventions at once.
yeah, like they are literally all spread out. Like that's why the colleges are formed, is they're literally researching basically every school of magic to try and find out the quickest way to unwind a bunch of shit.
Okay. Now, this is gonna sound like I am being an asshole of some way, shape, or form, and it's no intention.
Interesting.
How can I help? Stop that. Like, prevent that from getting worse.
In what way was that supposed to sound assholish?
And expect the worst sometimes.
That's not a very good trait to have.
I just hit myself in the dick.
That's what you get for being an asshole.
He just hit himself.
I think
Sorry,
Zach
it's-
himself actually
Yeah.
accidentally.
I know.
I know.
That's what you get.
His own body felt the assholery that
That
gave
no
a
one else
physical
detected.
Retaliation. It gave a physical retaliation.
Your body's like, not today, samurai.
I had my phone and it was like tilting on the side of my desk and it fell on me.
Have a better grip on your phone. No, I'm just kidding. Or am I?
Don't put it so close
Good,
to
I'm
the
good.
edge.
It was more like, okay, we're good.
Glancing blow.
Hi-ya!
I just expect the worst.
Well,
Is there any way I could potentially help with that?
honestly, don't know. If I did, I would have consulted any number of circles by now.
Is how it seems is the world is just chaotically magic out there, and it's literally just destructive magic, right?
Pretty much.
So what if over time I've been known to do this. Like I absorb the chaotic energy just a little at a time.
And you
Could
can
that
do that.
potentially work?
One, do I think that has any hope whatsoever
You can roll an Arcana check.
of have any effect? You know, continent-wide?
I just have a question.
Oh fuck! They don't realize I've kind of already done shit like this.
You
Let
explained
me-
that you explained that your tattoos were elemental.
You
That-
said Arcana?
Yep.
You
25.
absorbed stuff from the fire and water planes.
I've absorbed energy from primordial beings, yes.
Well, that's elemental. Would that match this? Can one be equated to the others? Is what I'm curious about.
Okay, so with that 25 Arcana, you know that, yes, if Rando absorbed the arcane energy from each wasteland site, and at each one he basically stopped himself before he literally died, it would take 3 of his lifetimes, and that's as a druid of max level.
Damn.
So we just gotta cast Reincarnate on him 3 times.
No, we just have to cast Clone on him 3 times.
There we go.
But yeah, no, if
five.
Rando went with his, I absorb the energy theory, it would literally take him roughly over 3,000 years.
And that's if he did nothing else for that entire
Yes,
lifetime.
That's literally pushing himself to the brink of death with every single absorption.
Like
Literally
9 to 5,
your life's
that's
work.
his day to day.
Literally your
Then we
life's work.
start hiring more druids.
You're literally telling me that you're talking about walking into an area that's basically
Ground
Chernobyl
zero.
and absorbing the radiation over and over again.
Who wants
like-
to play what's a splash fight in the elephant's foot?
It's
Oh god.
I'm keeping it as real with you as you can. You could definitely try, but it's going to be
It's going to take a long
I
time.
mean, hey, it's a solution. It's not a good one, but it's a solution.
It's a solution no one here will live to see.
Especially Rando.
Especially Rando. You wouldn't even succeed. It would take 3 of your eternal lifetimes.
I'm immortal.
That's first things first. How about we try to get some R&D on this bitch?
I mean, immortality is achievable.
Yeah.
We can do it. Just give me one more level, damn it.
Actually,
Just give me one more level and I can cast
you said it'd
Clone
take
on
me.
him.
Wait, Walker. You said it'd take me 3,000 years, right?
roughly.
He said 3 times your lifespan as a max level druid.
No, you
So
said
I
take me.
I said the first thing I said, which would be the more accurate statement, is that it would take 3 times your natural lifespan as a max level druid.
Yes. However, so therefore, I would be able to see the end of it.
3 times
No.
your lifespan. What part are you not getting?
Okay.
Level 18,
I'm not.
baby.
No, that's what I'm literally saying.
Oh, okay.
Is that even as a max level druid, where you age 1 year for every 10 years, with your 700 year left to go lifespan, it would still
Dang.
take forever because you're essentially like,
I'm
I'm-
getting
I'm-
small.
I'm fudging the years here, but like the actual Chernobyl disaster is still like, it went off in like the 60s, right? Still not clear today. Still
So-
dangerous.
Yeah. So it's like,
And-
if you committed to doing this right now and were somehow automatically a max level druid, you could get a third of Cragseat.
Yeah, because the point being is that arcane radiation and real life radiation, big difference. You're talking about, because like arcane radiation is just like, it strikes, it destroys the land, and then it leaves weird effects for untold numbers of miles. So you'd have to wrangle up every single effect.
Okay.
It would take too long.
We have to wait for Merrick to hit max level cleric. Help you out.
Even then.
I mean, at that point, I just gotta hit him with like fucking true resurrection.
Are there any other questions that anyone had?
Yeah. Did you have any more
I
questions?
mean, you answered my main one.
I don't like how.
How long would it take?
Like, I don't like that.
You get one more.
I mean, I think I'm good.
Red is BRB. He'll be back in a sec.
Okay.
Okay then. We'll come back to that if necessary. We go find the others.
Yeah. Probably a good idea.
So,
This?
Hello.
Yep, I'm still here. I'm just ordering some food real quick because I don't have time. We're in the middle of D&D. I don't have time to go downstairs and cook something. So
Yeah.
I'm hoping that by the time we are done with D&D, it'll be here.
So, sorry, I had to go into the bathroom real quick.
Did Gallus have any questions for Yuza?
None are popping to mind right away. Kinda got all I wanted to out of the way last session. And anything that would have been adjacently curious about has been sort of answered by proxy. Oh yeah, the lake people we're going to. They're mermaids?
Merfolk.
Merfolk.
Mostly. There are a small percentage of other races, a couple Kuatoa, things of that nature. But it is mostly merfolk.
That's new to. I've not
And
seen
we
many.
don't have to go to them. The mayor said that he would relay the message to them as well.
Then where are we going?
We can go wherever we want.
I would like to go find the dragon.
You want to go see the ended?
Yes,
as you say this, Merrick and Tala rejoin the group.
Hi guys.
Hello.
Did you find your supplies?
No. Apparently they don't have explosives down in the subterranean whole part of the city that could cause devastation. Who knew?
Lesson learned, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
don't laugh. You're the one who told us to go downtown.
Well, Yuza, you do know that like this would be the place to get it. You
never actually checked herself. She had no reason to when she can just fireball.
Well, it's more the fact that you like have allowed usage for it for excavation and things like that. And you did make laws that it wasn't like restricted to military usage. But you kind of left it to the people here, like how it would reach civilian distribution. So you weren't. You were relatively sure that he could get it. You just weren't like full 100%. You were above 50% that he could probably get it.
It was the best chance I could think of.
Exactly.
Short of taking it straight from my armed forces.
Yeah, going up to your general and be like, "Hey, I need dynamite."
Okay, boss.
Who are we to question the principal? Hands you 50 sticks of dynamite.
I'm your boss, you have to do what I say.
Damn it, okay.
We literally have someone who's in charge of a city and someone else who's in charge of a military organization. Between the two of you, this is going to get dicey really quick.
Yeah, between the two of us, we should have a shit ton of dynamite.
I'm just surprised you didn't think to ask your Arcanist for grenades before you left.
Yeah, funny thing, as soon as we wrapped the session, I was like, God damn it, I was going to ask Lensmo for dynamite. So,
Wait.
Could I do it here?
Did you actually get Lensport to work for you?
I feel like we've
I
asked
think
this
we
question
did.
several times and
Yeah,
never got an answer.
I'm pretty sure Lensmo is on the payroll.
I'm checking my DM document.
If not, then I'll ask Evan.
Comprehensive DM's guide.
If you don't have him, you certainly have his daughter.
He has neither.
Oh.
I checked my
Weird.
Sword Dawn document. Neither.
That's weird.
Send a recruitment letter right now.
What did Lesbor's daughter go?
Well, she's probably just still in the Platinum City doing her own thing.
I thought she worked for Platinum Watch.
No.
Didn't I thought she built the...
Oh, no.
I thought Platinum Watch gave us the boat that we took to the Elemental Rally.
Yeah, they gave you the boat. It was Cutter's...
Which my daughter built.
Yeah, she assisted Cutter on the work. Cutter worked for Platinum Watch.
Okay, so she was just hired for that job.
She was a commission.
Yeah, she was.
Okay.
She's an independent contractor. There's no money there's more money in the private sector than there is in government work.
Okay, just making sure.
That's fair.
Your daughter Linsbor's daughter had your skill and your wife's business sense. She was like, working for the government? No, I can make much better money on my own.
Fair enough.
Hello, my name is Merrick Guild. Let me tell you about duty and honor and valor. Nah, no money in that. Motherfucker.
How much is that pay?
I mean, I will say this. There are a lot of rich clients that have independently commissioned her. There may or may not be a mansion in the Platinum City that has a grandfather clock that is designed to turn into a golem to defend the place.
Yo, that's awesome.
I kind of want to start a fight now just to see that. Smear kicks in the door, gets his ass kicked by the golem. Yeah, thanks, that's all I wanted to see, bye.
Just watches this basically...
You're not going for the jewels?
Anyway.
I have a vault full of cash right under the carpet. You sure you don't want that?
No, I just want to fight the golem, bye.
No, your lead... hold on, I had him on here.
That's hilarious.
I know Thunagin is like the lead arcanist.
Yeah, Thulnagan is. So here we go. Cyprius Vanderhorn is probably who you'd want to go to about explosives.
Copy.
By the way, his appearance has changed since you initially recruited him.
I'm excited to see how.
He's got calluses now.
He has fewer fingers.
He's a floating head in a jar.
Hey, Futurama.
Anyway, so y'all head to Zeandids?
Yep.
Okay.
I guess we go back up the lift.
Here we go.
Yeah, it says y'all go up the elevator and then make your way over to Zeandids. I will safely say this, even with Yuza with you, you do not get far. You get up the driveway like maybe 15 feet before a giant red dragon stops you from getting anywhere closer to his castle.
Yeah.
You just,
hello.
He's a dragon, but he's still territorial.
The companions of the principal. What may I do for you?
Hello,
yes.
mighty dragon.
This one had a question he would want to ask you, and I float like 100 feet back.
He immediately just like whips his head like a snake over to Gallus. Ask.
I have traveled many planes and I have traveled many lands, and I always try to take a bit of what I see that
You have come from my horde. And he gets like way up close. He's like breathing like smoke and ash and flame into like your face, just like snorting and just like, you shall have none of what I have collected. It is mine.
No.
I have earned it.
No. I do not wish for your treasure. I was simply going to humbly request a small scale off your back, or...
You wish for my horse?
No. Simply a red dragon scale.
All the scales that fall from my glorious form are mine.
Perhaps a toenail, maybe. Maybe some...
You see his eyes begin to narrow, like the slits actually begin to dilate. And you can see as his everyone else on the ground. What's passive perceptions, real quick? Because Gallus is engaged in conversation. I don't know how well he's gonna see this. If you want to see it, Gallus, you have to roll active.
Okay.
13.
Perception. 13.
What is mine again?
12.
That's another 33. Guys, I think I'm winning him over.
Oh no.
What's your passive perception, Rando?
Where's that again? It's been a while.
It's the blue number on your skills sheet.
Right.
Are you proficient with perception?
That's a 19.
Okay, cool. So Rando and Gallus are the only ones that see this. You see the area around his chest, like the area under his scales, begin to glow like a red-orange as it seems that he is not necessarily about to breathe fire, but he is getting agitated and preparing a fire breath.
Okay. I think we crossed the line here, Gallus.
You got this, Gallus. I think you're being very persuasive.
By the way, Gallus, roll me an insight check.
Oh, hell
Gallus, I'm sure he'll give you pieces of his body. Go for it.
Him?
I imagine for civilian safety, we built a few like fire resistant like little high walls.
Oh yeah, no, like his
yeah, we have ducked behind those.
The entire like so there's the castle and then there's the driveway up, and the driveway kind of has like this nice kind of like art like this wrought iron kind of gate structure that leads all the way down to this nice little arched marble thing at the very end, like at the crosswalk that I have all of your characters. Okay, so let me move this aside. So right here at this bit, right here, basically, that is where like there is this nice marble archway, and basically this entire road leading up to the castle is just wrought iron gates. All of those are warded against flame, just in case shit like this happens.
I got a potion of fire resistance. Maybe I should take that.
Yeah, you can safely tell that, like, as a red dragon, like, you have spoken with him, and you can see that he is, like, a reasonable person, and he is not what you would colloquially consider evil for a chromatic dragonborn. Like, he's not out here, you know, ruling over this city with an iron fist, burning down places, destroying shit. Like, he's not this chaotic force of nature, but you can tell that his general chromatic nature does translate into, even as a good dragon, you would say probably like poor habits, and you think the one thing that he probably isn't able to curb is his greed. And so he has built a impressive hoard over his many years, and he is not really willing to part with anything. The second you mentioned gathering souvenirs, he thought immediately you were going to steal from him.
I don't want anything of your hoard, of your collection. I was simply wondering if I could maybe take a small scale from your form.
All of my scales are shed into the hoard, and there they remain.
I did not know that. I did not understand. My mistake. Sorry for that. My bad.
Great Dragon, would you be willing to
Just
trade?
immediately cocks his head to Tal.
Would you be willing to trade something for this scale? Something that you could add to your collection?
He begins to contemplate this, because you could safely assume that, like, even with passive insight, Gallus, like, part of his obsession, yes, is, like, keeping everything that belongs to him, but, you know what, make an Arcana check, Gallus, since you're the one making this request, and Tala is providing the help action, so you'll get it at advantage.
Yeah.
And
What is it with all monk trying to get
I'll just go.
souvenirs?
I will just straight give this to Rando and Yuza, like, not even having to.
17.
Okay, cool. Yuza, as a master of the arcane, you already know that, like, there are a multitude of spells you can use to track someone. just by having parts of their body, so already you can tell why Xandon's defensive. Rando, as a bounty hunter who used to work for Archfey, you have used said methods to find people.
Sounds alright.
And Gallus, with the 17 Arcana, you now begin to put together the same thing that Rando and Yuza have put together, and that is that he doesn't trust people with things that could track him down or be used to arcanely... Basically, he doesn't like the idea of his own body being used against him. Even if it's unintentional. So that is why he's got his guards up. Now, with some persuasion from Tala, he might change his tune. Now, I will say, Tala, if you do want to actually persuade him to trade, you will need to roll a persuasion roll.
Yes, I was about to ask if I can roll a persuasion.
Yeah, sorry. I know I have a lot of people rolling a lot of different things.
It's kind of the one of the two skills she's good at.
You'd be amazed how long it took me to convince him to help him move his fucking horde over here.
That is a 27. I mean, perhaps we could work out some sort of a trade.
I have something that maybe you would like. Oh, I think his food's here.
Quick, steal the horde!
Yeah, it's on.
Dude.
What
how
is
bad
it with all?
The dragon's lagging, go!
Guys, hear me out. Since he's not here, what if we offer the dragon a bag of holding?
What if we all get married? No.
Here's my question.
Zach, I can tell you right now from what Walker's told me at the end, no. Because dragons like sleeping in their piles.
Oh, fair, yeah.
So, hey, you want to put your bed in your pocket?
What
Here's
about,
my question. What is it with our monk and getting all the random souvenirs?
I mean, I do have...
Is it the monk or red?
Okay, no.
Fair.
It just made sense for Gallus, just as a traveler. It was just a little quirk I wrote in just as a, as a traveler motif.
For all your monks.
And you forgot to put that with the fake court, so you're trying to make up for lost
I
time.
I got one for the fake court.
Alright, guys.
I am back. Sorry about that. I got a call from work, so I had to mute myself.
Fine.
Anyway.
If you're open to trade and maybe are concerned of letting go of something and it being used to find you, and I present the amulet of proof against detection that I'm wearing, when I am done with this, I could come back and maybe later we could perhaps trade if this was amicable for you.
And what was your persuasion roll, Tala?
20. What does it say? 27?
I think it's 27.
He contemplates this for a minute. So you, Gallus, are putting forward the amulet of proof against detection.
Yes.
For this immediate trade.
No. He's Gallus is saying, I need this right now. If I come back later, would you be willing to exchange this?
Can I also make offer and suggestion as well, now hearing this? Because Tala's Arcana is not good enough to realize until the Gallus said that, hey, maybe he is worried about us tracking him. So he goes, if you want, I could perhaps give you hair or a feather you could use as insurance if you're worried about us tracking you. You'd be able to track me.
This is not my concern as to you tracking me. I do not mind my whereabouts being known to allies of the Principal. My concern is that if it falls into the wrong hands, that this city may be compromised. There are wards in place, yes, but scrying becomes that much easier when you have material of those you wish to seek. And if you can see them, you can teleport in.
This amulet would make all scries immediately fail.
Yes.
But you need that right now.
But if you wish for the scale, I wish for that right now. There is no IOU.
No, I mean I would come back later, give
I
you this item, and I would at that point we would make the trade.
then this conversation becomes a moot point, because then we will have to negotiate again at the time of which you return.
That's fair. In which case, I bid you good day, and thank you for your time.
He straightens up and begins to slowly kind of like turn towards the castle, and just kind of like keeps an eye on y'all.
May I make an offer?
He turns around to you and just goes,
Yes.
It might not be a lot, but if it means getting him what he requires, I have 2 items to present to you.
Go on.
I'm going to slip off the ring that Crapit had given me. And I'm going to pull out the ladder.
he reaches down a claw and touches them, and you feel kind of an arcane surge as he identifies both items, and it's just like,
No, I think not.
Very well.
And he turns and makes his way back up to his castle.
It's worth a try.
Thank you, Randall, but it is not needed. This isn't something that I need. This is simply a souvenir of my travels. Perhaps when I'm no longer in need of this amulet, I could come back and we can make that. I could maybe get that trade then.
Good.
So yeah, unless there's anything else that anyone wants to do before you all leave Yearion, I'll go ahead and...
I just turn to you and go, I think he likes me.
I mean,
Yeah,
he didn't kill you. I'd call that a good sign.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you all begin to proceed towards the Oracle's tower. Are y'all flying there, or are you just gonna go through the front door?
Well,
I'd probably go through the front door.
Oh, you guys want to play Russian roulette?
Alright, I'll get my dice out.
And what? What do you mean?
Because remember, this thing constantly rearranges itself like a Rubik's Cube.
Oh god, we're back in the fire plane.
Yuza has no way to... You saw her open a door like 5 times to get the room she wanted.
Oh, right.
She has no control over what this tower, what room it will give.
Well, I can safely say this, like, the front door room is always the same, it's just the layout of said room changes. It's just making your way up through the other rooms that becomes difficult.
Yeah, I figured the entryways would be the same.
Yeah, I mean, and it's not to say as well that, like, the tower has some degree of, like, awareness of your presence, Yuza, so it does try and work with you. It just, by its nature, it is...
It wants me to do certain things, yeah.
It is programmed to deter people from getting to certain places, so
So who knows how it will react to me escorting company?
We'll see.
Yeah.
Open the door, it's the Feywild. I was like, nope.
No, it doesn't. It's not interplanar. It's.
As far as
I'm
we
just
know.
kidding.
Yeah, you know what?
Again,
You're right.
not-
That's the
not-
98th,
not fully
99th,
mapped.
99th percentile of the mapping that you haven't done yet. Oh man, when y'all find the door to the abyss.
We just open one door, there's Trapit standing there.
I mean, if you want, I could do like, I could do a Half-Blood Prince cabinet that leads to another cabinet in the material world.
I always think when you said that, I immediately thought more Lion and Witch in the Wardrobe.
I mean that too.
If you guys want to go through the front door, by all means, I can theoretically just teleport us where we want to go. Should we not be able to find the way?
Do we need to go to your tower to teleport from there?
Depends where we're going.
That's fair.
That's probably a good thing to determine. Where are we going?
Shadowfell, right?
I mean, are you going back to the Silver Dawn Inquisition base before you go to the Shadowfell, or are you going straight to the Shadowfell?
Ooh, yes, Commander, you could pick up grenades.
And health potions.
And
I think we have
the
plenty of
captain's
potions.
muted.
I'm just gonna be honest with you guys.
You literally looked at a gnome's box full of them.
But that costs money.
Fair enough.
Okay with heading back to the keep for a moment. I mean, Merrick said that he needs to pick up some explosives.
Now, question: are we going there? Are we going to the Shadowfell today? Or are we resting at the keep first?
I mean, how many spells have you exerted?
Let me check.
So teleportation circle to get you here.
And a 6th level supply to get us up above the...
So yeah, just those two.
Would you be confident going into the Shadowfell with just those expended?
I mean, it's the Shadowfell. Never.
It might be best to have at least some more artillery on our side.
I mean, regardless, in order to get us there, I will have to exert my strongest capabilities.
That's fair. Then yes. I suppose we could rest. Never been to the Shadowfell before.
Me
That should
neither.
be a new one.
Then if that's the case, I can get us back to the keep anywhere, really. Just need a flat surface to draw the circle.
Alright. Sounds good.
Let's go.
Just before we go, use a heads up to the quote-unquote invisible platform up top.
Gotcha.
Takes one last look over the city. I'm actually just taking in the sight.
Ah, I gotcha.
I'll be back. Flies back down. Finds a nearby big enough.
Tons
Ramming.
of space, yeah.
Actually, yeah, we'll just go in the front door and we'll just do it in there.
Okay. You all walk in the foyer. There is a large kind of table at the center of it, with a nice vase that contains a group of lilacs, and then there are 2 golden staircases that lead up to a large door on a upper balcony, and then 2 doors to your left and right. Not including
Okay.
the front door you came through, which is to your back.
Alright, this should do it. Give me about a minute.
As users doing that, can I just glance out the door and... Is it like a jewelry shop or something where I can buy a gem as a little souvenir?
Not out.
You want the gift shop?
Not
The gift shop.
not outside, but you immediately look over to the left, and the left door in the tower literally just has a sign "gift shop" over it.
Holy shit! You so why didn't you tell me?
Tell you what.
Gift shop.
Oh, yeah, that. I didn't
All
think
right.
it was much interest.
I was literally just asking about that to a dragon.
I mean, they won't sell dragon scales.
You have anything?
But do they
interesting?
have dragon scale erasers?
I don't know. I haven't really been in there. I just
But you-
know it's there.
Can I go in?
Just don't close the door behind you.
Okay.
For whatever you do, do not let that door close.
Okay, Ichabod. I materialize my owl. Whatever you do, keep this door open, even at the cost of your life. It's very important.
Oh, don't
Ichabod,
kill Ichabod. I like
Ichabod's
Ichabod.
just concerned.
Good man. Good
The
man.
deadliest enemy, a door.
You know, that's fair. I'd be concerned too. If I was told,
I was
yeah,
just gonna
if this
appear
door
camp.
closes, you need to kill yourself to stop it.
Tala's gonna stand guard with Ichabod because she likes Ichabod.
This is the opposite of how Hodor went.
All right.
No, it's just if that door closes, there's no guarantee it opens back up to this room.
No, I know.
I was trying to say that if that door closes, Gauss appears in the next campaign with the same exact backstory.
Well,
Dude, there
no.
are probably people still stuck in here. I don't know.
Yes and no. So Gallus would appear in the next campaign, but it'd be as a skeleton because time does pass normally inside the tower. So if you get stuck in there, you're just gonna die.
Whoopsie doodle.
You find the kitchen.
Okay, so I am looking at.
Only
No.
one person has ever found the kitchen.
All right, I am looking at a 6. Cool. Yeah, you open the doors to the gift shop, and you just see a room that's full of fondue fountains.
Fondue fountains?
Yeah. There's like cheese, chocolate, white chocolate.
I close the door and open it again.
All right.
Fun with the Rubik's Cube.
We're just in the dragon's hoard.
You open the door, and inside there is just a goblin that's putting on clown makeup in front of a mirror.
One more time for good luck.
You close the door and open it again.
Yep.
As you begin to close the door, they turn around, they go, "Wait, no, please!" And you just close the door.
Oh, disturb you?
Gallus, did you just tap him in there?
You just left that goblin to die.
Oh, wait!
As you open the door again, realize that you left that goblin to die. There's the gift shop.
Yay! I see a goblin.
Gallus, are we not going to talk about the goblin you just sentenced to death?
Okay, here's the thing. I thought he was there intentionally.
Yes, you're right. The tower has the ability to conjure life.
I thought I was interrupting him.
The better question: how did he get in here?
I'll safely say that with just the general motif of like the tower that Yuzo was telling you about, you were actually not sure if that goblin was real or an illusion.
Oh, interesting. So I'm just gonna like find something interesting in the gift shop and be right back.
As that goblin will haunt you for the rest of your days.
Nah, you won't.
Okay, so yeah, the gift shop's full of stuff. You got T-shirts, you got little keychains, you got snow globes.
Ooh, I like the idea of the snow globe.
Yeah, you got a little Yearion snow globe, and when you shake it, the gray wall appears, obstructing the snow globe from view.
Oh God.
That feels like a very Yuza thing, I won't lie.
I was expecting him to say radiation falls down and everything melts.
I immediately take 10d6 poison damage.
Oh, hey, we found Merrick's grenades then.
User, do I have to pay for these, or does this belong to you, technically?
Technically it belongs to me.
How much?
You're keeping my ass alive free.
Yeah, I put it in my bag.
I don't even know what it is. I didn't ask. Nor did you say, so.
It's a snow globe.
I think back remembering if I ever commissioned snow globes made.
Nope.
Okay then. Alright then.
Yeah, you leave the gift shop, and it turns out the snow globe it's real. It's not an illusion. It's a real thing.
Yeah. Good job, Tala. Thank you, Ichabod.
Ichabod's just still horrified at the thought of the goblin.
Ichabod, it's okay. He wasn't real.
Oh no.
All right.
Maybe. Who knows?
I'm not casting True Seeing to find out.
Cool.
Either way, we'd have to find him again.
What's your
All right,
passive?
let's go.
What's your passive insight again?
Me?
Yep.
Passive insights. 19.
Cool, you don't notice anything.
My owl is slowly beginning to turn on me.
All right, I cast the teleportation circle then. If no one else wants to play Russian roulette,
Okay, open the door one more time. Do I see the goblin?
Really testing your luck with this shit. Nope, no goblin.
Goblin friend. Hello. Okay, good.
Yes!
You open the door, and there is just a stable full of griffins.
Merrick sees that, goes, Gaza, we'll come back for this room later.
User, is this real?
is what real?
The griffins.
I don't know. Touch one and find out.
I poke a griffin.
Your hand passes right through it.
Damn it! Okay, user, can I come back here someday and just open this door all day?
You're a very easily entertained man.
I am.
I finished the circle. Let's go.
Okay.
All right, I'll go ahead and bring us back to the Silver Dawn Inquisition headquarters.
Believe me, Vex wants to open that door all day long. A session, but
That can be a whole session. That can legitimately just be a whole session.
You know what? We'll have a one shot with Yuza's tower where everyone can just open doors.
Please. Oh my god, that would be amazing.
First one to the top wins. First one up there becomes my replacement.
Anyway, I am gonna be right back. I'm gonna go grab my food. If y'all want to RP or talk or anything like that, feel free.
Oh god, I had to step away for a sec. So, we're back at Dawnbreak. Okay.
Yeah.
We can do.
I got a snow globe.
Nice.
Good to know.
He also opened the door one more time, saw a pack of griffins, but it turns out they were illusions.
And guys, like, I gotta come back here and just spend the whole day opening doors. That's gotta be just like that could be a whole session. Just figuring out what the hell's in there.
It really could be.
Yeah, it'd be fun.
Next time we do Platinum Watch at a con, that's the session we do.
I made Pandora's box. That's what I made.
You really did. Like, I would love just to have a whole session. It's like you said, just like it's just a race going through the tower.
Well, see, that's the thing with this tower is, Yusa's already made it to the top. She already made it to the top. So, well, it's not that. It's not that. It's the fact that the tower would favor me, because I'm already designated as the principal, and B, I'm already there. I already did it, so I have nothing to gain. There is no set path to take. It's literally get to the top if you can.
One of us dies.
It's specifically designed to test people to see if they're worthy enough to be the principal.
Well, Merrick's not winning that race.
I mean, I could try. Not succeed, but I could try.
My next character might stand a chance. He's a
You
big
underestimate the arcane powers that Gallus has.
I
boy.
don't.
Of course. He's like the 18th level warlock with 3 patrons.
2.
Oh, of course. How silly.
Excuse me. 2.5, thank you. One of them lost their legs.
I mean, y'all never asked about the amulet.
Red, I'm going to punch you in the face.
No.
Okay, since you
But it's
insist.
opposite day.
Damn it. Oh, okay.
But wait, that would mean Zach is getting married.
Fuck.
Congratulations! Right?
It's not today on Wednesday.
What?
Who can say?
Okay, so nobody's seen that episode of SpongeBob. Got it.
No, I haven't. I'm sorry.
I don't know what you said.
No one's seen that episode of SpongeBob.
I know, I didn't hear what episode he was referring to.
I've honestly
Not
never actually
today.
watched SpongeBob.
Oh, yeah, that one. Yeah. That
Right, I'm the youngest one here. I keep forgetting.
I've seen that one, Zach.
Okay. Thank you.
I need to watch SpongeBob.
It's Leif Erikson Day. Hinga dinga durga.
Ding-a-ding-a-durgan.
You're the youngest one here, and you're the one that's engaged.
Shut up.
Yeah, Red, maybe don't say
Okay,
truce.
no. Now I feel bad.
Well, I mean, in my defense,
No, I'm saying congrats.
Well, I appreciate it.
all right.
I like to think Merrick gets back to the keep after realizing he's let the person out on his payroll. It's like, I've made a horrible mistake.
But yeah. I might stock up on some potions because you guys keep mentioning it, and Random started to get paranoid. He's like, do we need potions? Maybe.
Kala's going to go to Rando and point out the
potions.
fact that she has literally no potions on her person.
Random just looks at his bag. How many do I have? Only 60 billion. Is that enough?
Is my bag of holding filled up yet? Nope. All right, get some more.
There's still room for air.
Still room for air. That should not be as funny as it is.
Thank you.
There's 10
You're
minutes
welcome.
of air.
But yeah, we can just ask for health potions and grenades while we're here.
Yeah, so you'll arrive back
Also.
at Silver Dawn. What do y'all want to do before you head out?
Stock
Gallus
up on
wants to
potions.
Gallus wants to open a door, realize it's not going to someone else, and be disappointed.
I mean,
As
technically,
he
all
should.
doors lead to something else, though.
All doors lead somewhere else.
Life has many doors, Gallus boy.
But it's
you
not
made
the
me 5
same.
seconds.
Thank you.
So,
Merrick is going to quickly stop by to grab some grenades, and if he can, are we taking a short rest or a long rest while we're here, guys?
User wants to get some spell slots back, so we'll probably take a long rest.
Cool. In that case, if it's possible, can I get a quick enchantment done on my crossbow?
Depends. What's the enchantment?
It's kind of like one of the artificer enchantments, the return feature, so that it
repeat?
removes the reload property.
so we're
Basically,
repeating
so I can
crossbow.
actually get the benefit of extra attack instead of just fire, or rather the crossbow expert feats.
So we're repeating crossbow.
Basically, I want to get the crossbow from Van Helsing.
Ooh.
You can talk to someone about that.
Cool.
I was also going to ask, can I check on seeing how the stuff for the enchantments for the armor's going?
Yeah.
Cute.
If I remember correctly, just everyone remind me, because I know that Merrick got his sword back.
Yeah.
After the work had been done on it. Tala
Fine.
gave them her sword to get
We
keychain put on
we
it.
rested a day
But
and
they-
then left.
Yeah, but the keychain was able to be put on it easy peasy.
Yes.
Merrick, did you have them do anything with your armor or shield?
No, neither.
Okay, and then Tala, what was the thing you were doing with your armor? Oh, you were
I
getting
was
Ziara's enchantments put on it, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Go ahead and check on it.
I will go and check on it then.
Alright. So real quick. Rando, you're getting potions. Merrick, you're getting grenades. Tala, you're checking on armor. Gallus and Yuza, is there anything that y'all are doing?
No, there's something he wants to do, but he's not going to do it.
Okay.
I just want to see, because they gave me the plane shift spell. I want to see if they have another spell in stock.
Okay. Let me
I
go
just
ahead.
need to remember what the fuck its name was.
Meteor Swarm.
Oh, I wish. And I'm not going to bother asking for anything I can't cast.
Yeah, you can get a new spell, and also you can. I know that you were also working on copying over spells from your old book and your new books. You can probably get some of that work done. Because didn't we say it would take like what 5 days total to?
Yeah, it would take like 5 days total, and we spent 2 of them.
All right, so you got 3 more to go. Yeah,
Okay, so the spell I was wanting was Tensor's Transformation.
Tensor's Transformation. Okay, that's a good one. Yeah, let me go ahead and drag everybody to where they're going to be. Gals, hope you don't mind. I'm just going to put you down here.
Sure. Yeah, I kind of messaged you general stuff that he's doing.
Oh, shit. I didn't see that message. Sorry, my bad.
No, I just sent it.
Okay, then I'm putting you over here.
Right, so it's just throwing you off the mountain.
All right. Yeet.
Time to bring in my third monk.
I'm coming.
As he's like, I begin my... God damn you.
Merrick just instinctually jumps off the side. Halfway down, realizes he can't fly either.
Whoa, he can take... The keep's gonna fall on top of him. It's his favorite terrain.
I turn into a werewolf. I take
It's
half
just-
damage.
I can picture it. He's just on his way down, and the whole mountain keep like a spring, like a giant spring was built into it, like a Jack in the Box.
Why go? The keep goes.
Keep seeking keep.
Africa would never let me die. But you're not in Africa, are you?
Oh my god, what a callback.
Good
Dude, I love
movie.
that. Good movie.
It is.
He's
Oh.
an extraordinary gentleman. Sean Connery's last movie before he retired.
Such a good
Technically, he did voice roles after that.
That's true.
Well, yeah,
For
that's
Scottish
Hollywood
kids
film.
films.
movie. And then... Rando was going to get potions. So then, in that case, yeah, we'll drag you over to the storage warehouse. All right, so as everybody spreads out, we'll go ahead and do Yuza first. So Yuza, as you approach the Arcanist's Tower, a place where all of the Arcanists more or less work, there are a few that work in designated labs around the airship dock and Thulnagin's lab. But the Arcanist Tower is where a main majority of the research goes for other projects, like the scrolls and scriptoriums. Because obviously you don't want to have a bunch of your, magical paper and documents being caught up in your next explosion when some shit goes off. So yeah, you head up there, and you meet with the quartermaster in charge of all arcane matters. Let's see here. Eldwin Severus, and he just looks at you and goes, "Oh, yes, hello. What can I get for you today?"
Hi, yes, I was wondering if you had a certain spell scroll that I could acquire. A one Tensor's Transformation?
Ah, certainly. Of course, I can go ahead and get you that. Let me see here, and he pulls open a couple drawers, and he begins fiddling through some cards. And he pulls one out. And he goes, "Ah, here we go. It looks like we actually have 2 copies in stock." He pops it back in the catalog, closes it, and runs over to a shelf and pulls a scroll off of the close to the top shelf, and brings it over to you and goes, "Ah, here we go."
Thank you so much.
My pleasure. And as I know that you are part of Mr. Gilda's outfit, I will not require any charge. I would just ask that you remind the head inquisitor that he does need to fill out a requisition form for this and approve it, just because we just need it for inventory purposes, bookkeeping and all that.
Of course. My
Right.
apologies for the inconvenience. And
No
shortcoming.
inconvenience at all. It is great to see another wizard join the ranks.
As it's nice to know he has a very talented archivist in his midst.
Oh, I am very much not. As he's just like he shows off his spell work, and you see that the extent of his casting ability is essentially like 2nd level.
Comforting.
He's like, I am just
Only
in
the best.
I am just in charge of the requisition of materials and keeping of said materials. All the other research that goes on up in the tower, he gestures to the actual tower above him, is where all the real magic happens. I am just here more or less for keeping track of our stock. But there is a reason that I am in charge of this desk.
Of course. Yusa stares at I guess the staircase.
Yeah.
I guess going up. Contemplates just peeking, but knows she'll spend all day there. Shakes her head. Thanks him and leaves.
He waves.
She would have spent her entire day there and got nothing done.
Gallus, since you're kind of hanging out around the tower, go ahead and make me a perception check real quick, because I just... yeah.
I thought you said you weren't going to do this anymore.
Fair enough. Wait, do what anymore?
Ask Red to make perception checks.
What?
Oh, yeah.
I'm back. What?
I was asking you to make a perception check because you're hanging out by the Arcanist Tower, and you may or may not witness something funny.
Okay. That is perception is plus 31.
Yeah. So you see, you kind of don't really catch the conversation that he's having with Yuza, outside of him emphatically being like, "Oh, I am very much not a great wizard, but there's a reason that I am in charge of the inventory of all of like our scrolls and whatnot, whereas the rest of the casters are up in the tower." And Yuza's like, "Ah, cool." And then she kind of like has like a sidelong glance at the staircase leading up into the actual tower before she turns around and leaves. As you're kind of like watching her walk away, you see the reason that he is at the front desk. You see as he pulls out a gun and just begins cleaning it.
My goodness. Okay, so he casts gun. Got it.
Yeah, he's a 2nd level caster, but a 10th level motherfucking gangster.
Yeah, but
Yeah, he's fine. He's fine. Yeah.
I'm a wizard, but
I'm a wizard. Oh, what do you cast?
I'm also
Bullet.
a ranger.
Cast gun.
An army ranger.
comedy.
We're funny, folks.
Mm.
So I'm gonna go ahead and drag y'all back over to the obelisk. Tala, you go to check in on your armor. And as you walk in, the Fire Genasi woman you met earlier sees you and goes, "Hold my hammer!" and just like immediately throws it over to a dwarf, and the dwarf's just like gets floored by the hammer, and she runs over and just gives you another big hug. It's just like, I guess I think I know what you're here to check in on.
Yes, new hugging friend. Yes. I hope. I think. Kala kind of awkwardly returns the hug.
She's just like, "Yep, you are here to check in on your armor. Good news and bad news. Good news is the enchantment is replicatable, and we've already begun the process. Bad news, I still need another 24 hours. Give or
I
take.
will be here another 24 hours, I believe.
Awesome! Well, I will get back to work on it, because the faster I can get to work on it, the faster it'll get done." And she just runs back over, and the dwarf is like trying to lift the hammer off himself as he is laying prone on the floor. She just lifts it up with one hand and pulls him up with it, and he's like, "Ugh!"
So is she going to be enchanting my armor?
Yeah, she's personally overseeing the work of your armor.
Oh, okay, good. Just double checking.
Yeah. Yeah, no, she was enchanting it. She's just telling you that it's going to take a lot of time.
Yeah. Cool. Cute. Cool.
Okay.
Alright.
Rando, you head to the storage warehouse to requisition some potions.
Heck yeah.
Alright. You show up and you see that there are a couple different people milling about. Specifically, there is a dwarf, a gnome, and a half-elf. Who do you want to approach about getting your potions?
You said a dwarf, a what and a half elf?
Dwarf, a gnome, and a half-elf.
I'll approach the gnome.
Okay.
Hi. Excuse me.
Can I help you?
Yes, I'm looking to get some potions for my next mission.
All right. And he just reaches under his counter and pulls out a small box and sets it in front of you. You got your requisition for him?
My what?
Your requisition form. You
Do
do
I
have
have
a
it on me?
requisition form on you, right?
Do I have one?
You didn't stop to get one.
Where would I need to go to get one?
He gestures over to the half-elf that's, like, literally maybe 10 feet from him.
Oh. Hey, can I have a requisition form?
The half-elf looks at you and he goes, yeah. And he reaches into his desk. What are we requisitioning today?
I don't know. We'll say. What do we have? That's a better question.
Hot dogs.
That depends. What's your level of authorization?
Do they not know? I'm assuming that I'm partying with Mayor Gilder?
Okay. So then, level of
What is
requisition
this?
doesn't matter. Just, you know, you just specify one of... He puts the forms in front of you. You see all 4 forms laid out. One is a transportation requisition form, which lists all various modes of transportation. You know, you got horses, carriages, airships, you got teleportation circles, various modes of transportation. Then you've got, sorry, eating. Weapon requisition form. Specifies all manner of weapon. It also specifies armor too, like it's an armament requisition form. There's a supply requisition form, which covers anything from health potions, climbing kits, you know, rations, sleeping bags, whole 9. And then last but not least, there is a magical items requisition form, which is a much shorter list. And he does gesture to that, and he goes, now if you are going to requisition magical items, those have to be returned intact at the end of the mission, and we will need you to sign a waiver or 2.
Okay.
Now, our list isn't extensive as well. I want to go ahead and say that this, just because y'all are in, you know, the Lord Inquisitor's posse, doesn't mean that you could just get whatever. We all still have to work as a team here.
Understandable. Sorry, I just meant, like, what kind of potions do we have? Apologies.
Standard requisition states that you get 4 potions per mission. Value
Basic
of potions,
potions?
depending on operative. Highest level of authorization we have to give out is greater healing potions at this time.
That's fine.
We're
Actually,
currently working on being able to mass produce superior and supreme potions, but that's taking some time. Doesn't help that the lab
that's
space
fine.
keeps blowing up.
Do you guys need some help with that? Are you good?
We're not the ones who are working on it. We just handle inventory, dude.
I meant more of them. Sorry, not like you specifically.
That's something that the Lord Commander is going to have to handle, and I'm assuming that if he's going to be speaking with Thul Noggin or anything recently, he'll be able to figure that out himself.
Okay, fair. Here. I'll actually do a couple of trade-ins for you if you like.
Oh, alright.
So it's not going to be a lot here. I'm going to hand him 2 basic healing potions.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so this should help you guys out. Could I get, like, I don't know, like 2 greater potions, if that would help out?
Exchange rate is 1 greater for 2 basic.
Okay, I guess I'll just take 1 greater.
Alright.
Cool. And then I'll fill out the supply that I need, like, and I'll just take 2 more greater.
Alright. Well, I mean, if you want to fill out the requisition form, we can get you the standard bundle of 4 greater.
Oh. Sure.
Yeah, no, it's 4 potions per mission, so it's 4 basic healing potions, 4 greater.
Yeah.
Okay.
That comprehends. Rando's trying to figure out, I was like, about what?
No, I know, that's why I had the guy in character explain it to Rando.
Yeah. Storm, if you die, I swear to God, don't do this to Rando.
Listen, Rando might already be selected as the next Inquisitor
Yeah, I know.
upon his death.
I know.
It's in the will.
Yeah, sorry.
The worst part. I know.
Listen, Rando gets his rank, Trapper gets his stats. That's how his will works.
Oh my god.
Wait, do you say Trappic is your debts?
You beautiful and petty bitch.
I'm kidding. Malcolm gets
I'll
those.
put that in my will when I figure out how to do a will.
I'm kidding. It's Malcolm gets Merrick's stats.
Well, you are in luck, Rando. Tala is a skilled barrister.
Oh. I wouldn't know that, though.
Nope. Neither would Tala.
What? What? How would you not know?
I don't know.
Okay, so yeah, I fill out the form for
it's now
the
updated
horse
turn of
standard.
birth. That's what I meant.
All right. Can I just give this to him?
Hand
Right.
him your form, he gives you your potions, you're good to go.
Cool. All right. Well, you guys have a good one. We're gonna go stop weird magic shit.
Sounds good.
I'm gonna head back to the others.
Alright. Merrick,
Yes.
so you're meeting with Cyprian?
Yeah.
Alright. Cool, you head down to Thul Noggin's laboratories where the more dangerous of your experiments go on. And you head down to his section of the laboratory, which you well know has been blast-proofed.
Oh yeah.
So you walk up to a wrought iron door with a slot that has his name printed above it. What do you do?
I knock. You're still alive in there?
Sorry.
That's fine.
No, he's dead.
The second you knock, you just hear it's just boom.
Shite.
And then you just see as the slot flies open and smoke begins to ventilate out of his laboratories. And he opens the door and walks out, just covered in soot. You recognize the form of a very familiar tiefling. Kind of pale blue skin, navy blue eyes, black teeth, small black horns jutting from his head that are then coated in thick layers of ice that make up these large, almost ram's horn structured horns on his head. and he is just
You okay,
coughing, like as he raises one of his arms and is waving it around. You see a black and gold metal arm now, as he's just like, God damn it! I was close to cracking the formula, and you had to knock!
Sorry, there wasn't a sign that said do not disturb. You okay?
It was implied!
How you feeling? You okay though? Like nothing else blown off? What were you doing in there anyway?
He holds up a toy car that's just cracked in half. I was trying to enchant it with power word kill.
What? Buddy, we've talked about this.
Look, I'm telling you, if there are in fact evil children in the world, this will weed them out. We'll be able to preempt evil.
I get that, but what if just a normal kid gets his hands on the toy?
Pulls out a small tape recorder. Note to self. Add detect good and evil to power word kill experiment.
Oh.
Sorry, you were
Okay.
saying?
I was wondering if you could help me make some grenades.
Yeah, sure, they're in the basket.
Cool, thanks. By the way, little side project. Don't know how fast this can be walked up. Merrick takes out his crossbow. I've had this thing for a long while. Hardly used it. Is there a way to like get like a return enchantment placed on this thing?
If I work on this, will this make you leave?
Yes.
He immediately takes it into his workshop and is just like, come on, hurry up. I don't have all day.
Okay.
You see him pull out a small arcane tool, looks like a screwdriver, and he just kind of like places it against the like belly of your crossbow, and you watch as it literally just starts carving out chunks of your crossbow.
Okay.
Before he just slaps a magazine in there. You see him inscribe some runes on it. And then you see him like walk over to you, and he goes to where your bag of holding is, and he clips a small metal thing on it that has the same insignia, and you watch as they both flash with light, and he goes, there, done.
Thanks. Also, potion room still blowing up. I just want to hear something about the potion room, the brewery still exploding.
Yeah, well, and then you just hear and you feel like the ground shake a bit, and he goes,
I'll talk to Thunargan about that.
and you watch as Walther comes out of the like this hatch in the basement of Cyprius's lab, and he's just coughing, and Cyprius is like, I told you to mix the reagents at a ratio of, he's like, I did the bloody reagents at the ratios you were talking about. Your math is wrong. He's like, my math is precise. It is perfect. There's nothing wrong with my math. And he goes, oh really? Then why did it explode again? He goes, obviously it was user error. Otherwise it would. And he's like, oh wait, hold on a second. And he goes over to his chalkboard and he goes, I see the problem here. I did it by an exponential factor of 3. And he goes, oh, for fuck's sake. And he goes, look, it's an easy mistake that anyone could make.
As they're arguing, Merc slowly backs away, grabs a handful of grenades, and leaves them to the bickering.
Yeah, you get 5 grenades.
Gotcha. Merrick can't take the whole baskets. He has other soldiers.
Oh, guess I should clarify then. Those grenades in the basket aren't for the soldiers.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Oh, they're just for Merrick?
No?
Okay.
They just have extra grenades.
He just makes grenades. It's a hobby. Don't question it.
As a hobby, kind of.
Those are for the children.
Well, let me put it this way. There's a reason that despite the massive number of troops that are stationed at the Silver Dawn Inquisition, you've never seen one rodent.
My God. Beautiful.
Well, I'm glad we still have a keep with this man.
Motherfucker!
Zach's army is denied.
Yes!
Yeah, exactly. Everyone in the Platinum Watch has heard the tale of the rat uprising. They can't allow that to happen here.
Oh my God.
Meanwhile, none of us know that Mando sent his rat army here in advance.
You know, in all honesty, the more I think about it, the more I can come back and then just praise me for like all the good things that they've accomplished for rat kind.
I will go ahead and let y'all know. He did it, like, it's not like anything insane. It is inhumane. I'm not gonna sugarcoat that. It's basically just imagine like a regular mousetrap, but where the latch is that you lock down the bar, there's just a grenade pin hooked through it. So when they get the cheese, the bar comes down, the pin comes out, and boom.
I'm gonna be honest. Go ahead.
Now, I mean this with all sincerity. Thank you for making the people that Merrick recruited fucking lunatics. These are some fun-ass NPCs.
Yeah.
My pleasure. Look, the only way to ever get anything done is to have lunatics at the helm.
Oh, yeah.
It's true.
Look at history.
Fucking for real.
Yeah.
Oh man, I so want to stick this lunatic in the tower and just see the results.
They become the next principal.
Find a goblin.
Clear out all the rodents in here.
That'd be great. I'm just imagining you like, hey, so I've heard all the work you've done for the Inquisition on their rat problem. He's like, can't believe I've been relegated to rat catcher. But yes, I do have expertise in dealing with rodents. Yeah, I need you to set up some of those traps in my tower. Excellent.
And he was never heard from again.
Oh no, he'd still be heard from, but there wouldn't be much of your tower left when he's done.
All of your city will know of him.
Yeah. Posting a GIF, by the way, that's related.
Oh yeah.
I would just find that funny. I'm just imagining after a while he'd just get frustrated with the doors. So he would literally open a door, see like an illusion of something, pull a pin on a grenade, throw it in, and just blow up the room and walk through.
Anything that actually reacted to the explosion was real.
Pretty much.
The ultimate divination tool, grenade. How did I not know this?
Frog out.
I'm a divination wizard. What's your material component for this spell? Pulls pin. That tosses grenade.
What's your verbal component? About 2 seconds.
Fuck. What's the verbal component for this spell? Fire in the hole.
I'm crying.
Not even that. Like, it's just like, what's your somatic component? Pulls pin. What's your verbal component? FBI, open up.
No. The verbal component is no knock warrant.
Oh. As much as we can joke about Grenade Wizard, we should probably advance the story.
Yes.
I don't
Gonna
know,
be my next
Walker.
character.
Walker. I don't know. I think we found the story.
Walker, I just want to say thanks for spoiling what my character is for the next campaign. Oh, totally. For my fourth monk, however. No. Anyway.
Kensai monk wields grenades.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah. So, you all taking a long rest, getting spell slots back, and heading to the Shadowfell?
Do it.
Yeah, Merrick, can you whip up the form for the inventory people for this?
Oh, for fuck's sake. I hate people. Yeah, I'll get right on that.
so used to not jumping through so many hoops.
Fair, I get that. I'll go handle that paperwork real fast, then we can head on out after you're done resting. Merrick goes and handles the paperwork.
Takes you like 5 minutes tops.
But he's bored the entire time.
It feels like 20 minutes.
Yeah. It's actually more like 10 minutes because he gets, because he procrastinates it for so long, he like hypes it up as this bigger thing in his head.
His hand cramps like twice. Hell.
I feel like as you all are waiting and resting, I feel like Gallus is just meditating somewhere, and then out of nowhere he just hears, snap! And he's like, what the hell? And then just, like, he's like, must have been nothing. And a few seconds later, just, boom! And he's like, ah! What the hell?
What's going on?
You just find an exploded mousetrap and scorch marks.
Guys just looking around. Oh, sweet cheese!
Make a dexterity.
Make a dexterity saving throw.
Here we go. My luck. I am doing really well this session.
How can you have this high perception but not see the fucking grenade? A mousetrap.
That's the genius of the work. It's hidden.
Yeah, with the 22, you don't even set off the trap. You just get the cheese.
Sweet.
It's good cheese.
Yeah, that.
Someone comes by, sees the trap. Oh, I guess this one's a dud.
It's like that scene in Family Guy where Peter's trying to trap James Woods. Ooh, a piece of candy. Ooh, a piece of candy.
Okay,
That
Brian,
is
next time
literally
this
like-
happens, let's just do this because he's fallen for this twice now.
That's literally like one of the 5 episodes I've seen of Family Guy.
Anyway,
They count that as 3 episodes. This happened like 3 times.
after a long rest, you all get all your spell slots back. Your health points are at full. Tala, you get your armor back.
Woo!
Because she was able to power through a lot of it. It didn't take 24 hours, but it did take her like at least 12.
Paolo's gonna leave her a sweet, some sort of like nice pastry.
All right, you leave her a sweet roll.
Eat.
Merrick assigns her a raise.
Yes.
Alright, write the paperwork.
Okay, so as you fill out more paperwork,
Ah!
No, what have I done?
as
I thought I could just hire people to do it for me.
as we went from, oh right, I forgot you have Janet on payroll. Never mind.
Yeah, how did you not hire a secretary, mate?
As you're-
Janet's on payroll?
no, Janet.
Oh, Janet. Oh, my mistake.
As Merrick's like, yes, thank God for Janet on payroll. I should give her a raise. The paperwork hits his desk. He's like, no! This is my curse.
Merrick's eternal fear.
It's like,
Paperwork.
it's like anytime he even thinks about giving someone a raise, the paperwork just manifests.
God damn it.
So eventually the thought creeped into his mind, what if I gave myself a raise? 3 times as much paperwork. Fuck!
What if I gave myself a raise? He wakes up in the solarium. Paylor, what happened? Yeah, you kind of broke the universe. Anyway.
Looking forward to getting those stats on that armor too.
I mean, you were just getting the resistance put on it, right?
Yeah, I just want to double check what the resistance did.
It's just
Half damage.
Slashing, bludgeoning.
it's half
Okay.
damage to all bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing that's non-magical.
Okay.
Congratulations,
Oh, I guess-
Barbarian.
Yeah, it would be non-magical. Or wait,
I feel like it would, considering the enchantment itself is magical. Giving it
yeah, because magical weapons would circumvent it. Yeah,
So what am I writing down? Like 3 people were saying things.
you are resistant to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage from non-magical weapons.
Okay.
All right.
You
So
are
question-
a barbarian. Congrats.
So question. You all have the location of the anomaly on the material plane, and you know that that location coincides with a location in the Shadowfell. Are you plane shifting to the Shadowfell from here, or are you teleporting to the location and then plane shifting?
We know which would be safer. Well, we should probably head to the location first, actually. That would make more sense.
Definitely the safer route.
It would definitely get you closest to the anomaly without you having to wander the Shadowfell for, weeks.
And that's the Boneyard, correct?
Correct.
Back to where it all started.
Well, for two of you.
Do any of you know of a teleportation circle in that area?
Do we?
Because otherwise I have to cast teleport, which is the same spell slot to get us there.
In theory, could we have done this the previous night, using teleport to get us there, sleep there, and then plane shift?
That would mean Tala doesn't have her armor.
And the grenades say, yeah, it would just...
Okay, I can fight naked.
I would say, yeah.
As much as Yuza would love to see that. No.
Merrick, given your knowledge of how things work, yeah, you know that there is, through your connections with Paylor, you know that there are 2 churches, one inside the Boneyard and one a couple miles outside the city. You don't, given the distance of the anomaly, you would assume that if you tried to teleport to the one inside the city, you don't know what would happen.
Yeah, they would probably say, like, it's safer to teleport outside the anomaly and just bam into the Shadowfell and tackle it from that way.
Yeah, so he tells you about the church that's this far away.
Yeah.
Which he
Merrick
happens to
trying...
have that teleportation circle available.
Merrick starts trying to attempt to draw from memory, gets halfway done before he realizes, yeah, I'm just fucking this up, and goes to get to the archives.
Okay.
Yeah, so Merrick gives...
As Merrick goes to the archives to get that information, you all are waiting out by the obelisk, and Merrick's father, Cullen, walks by, sees the teleportation circle, and then goes ahead and fixes the layout of it, and just goes, no, I'm assuming you all were trying to get to the area outside of the Boneyard?
Yes, sir.
Ah, very well. It is done. And he just walks off.
About 20 minutes later, Merrick comes back. Okay, kind of got lost in the library, and now I know how Alpha feels. But I think I found the right one, or this could take us back to Ash's Fall. Oh, you got it. Okay.
But
cool.
Who's Alpha?
Long story.
The name sounds familiar.
We still haven't
don't
found
talk about it. We don't talk about it.
Oh, right,
We have
there's
Lensbo on
nothing
the
to
case to this day.
Wait, I think I met enough in the 9 Hells.
He got very lost, apparently.
The better question is, where's the Omega?
Currently killing Booker in the 9 Hells.
Omega Dome.
Anywho.
Alright, let's go.
Alright. You all teleport over to...
Actually, wait. If I use an existing teleportation circle, that saves a spell slot, right? Like if I
get the spell.
Right, but if I teleport from one permanent teleportation circle to another, because I assume you had one
Well,
here.
it was drawn in, so I don't think this one's permanent.
I know what I'm saying. Do you have a permanent teleportation circle here at the keep?
I think Merrick would.
Yeah, you do, because that's how Gallus got here.
Yeah.
Then yeah, you can do that, yeah.
Okay.
Just saving us the
That
little
saves
slot.
him. Either way, we're off.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you save a spell slot, boom, you're over at the church. You all make it to the edge of the anomaly in the Boneyard. Is there any last-minute analysis you want to do before you all try and bamf to the Shadowfell and then cross the anomaly?
YOLO.
I do want to, if there's any people stationed there, Gallus just want to ask, like, what? I understand that our knowledge of this, of what we're about to go into, is limited, but so we know a certain amount of like 24 hours is being repeated. So we basically have a time limit to solve this problem.
Potentially.
Okay, I just wanted to know that we were essentially working with a very... Basically, I wanted to know whether or not we were fighting a timer, so...
Mm-hmm.
Alright. So that's kind of what I'm thinking.
Yeah, you are not 100% certain.
Okay. Got it.
Before we go into the anomaly, America's is going to look over the boneyard, look over at Rando and go, never thought we'd be back here.
I mean, memories, yeah. Eesh.
Sun's getting real low. Thanks for pulling me out.
Okay,
back in that fight.
Was that 3 years ago?
Almost.
Oh wow. Yeah, that's crazy actually.
Crazy to believe how much the team has changed since then.
Well, at least in some ways it's consistent.
Yeah. Well, let's go be heroes.
That hasn't changed either.
All right. So y'all are plane shifting over to the Shadowfell?
Yep.
Do it.
All right, you plane shift over to the Shadowfell, and you are standing before a shimmering... I realize I never described the anomaly. You are basically standing in front of this six-sided kind of like fractal wall. Like, imagine like you were looking at a giant piece of quartz. And it's just kind of like this yellow, like glittering golden material that kind of distorts whatever image you're seeing on the inside. So everything in there looks kind of blurry. And as you reach out and touch it, like, you know, you can kind of like begin to like, you can press against it. You can feel like if you applied enough force, you'd be able to pass through it. Like, it doesn't stop things from coming in. So as you plane shift over to the Shadowfell and you are in this land of gray cracked stone, black spires, and just perpetual night, you are before this giant tower that is essentially the only source of light in the Shadowfell, casting this golden glow faintly as it begins to kind of like lose saturation as the light extends over time.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What do y'all do?
Is there a new map, or is my old one just...
I haven't dragged y'all into the new map yet because y'all aren't inside the anomaly yet.
So this is the Shadowfell. Anything that we can do to prepare before we go in? Because in theory, anything that we prepared before we walk in will reset the start, right?
I don't know, temporal shit's a headache.
I mean, if that's the case, then we're caught. If that happens, then we're caught in the loop.
Yeah.
What if we write down how many days we're here? Like, you know, like
That
just,
reset?
like,
Mary just takes
I
out his
don't
sword,
know.
carves on the ground, one. They just do a dash. Well, we'll find out eventually.
But would we be able to see that from the inside?
that's why I'm gonna pull out.
Yeah, let's just fire an Eldritch Blast at the wall. Just to see if it passes through.
As you cast an Eldritch Blast at the wall, it strikes the wall and then disperses.
Okay, so we can assume that magic effects can't pass through.
And you watch as like the wall kind of like ripples, almost like you threw a ball at it.
I'm gonna cast Mage Hand and
Oh my
see
gosh,
if...
this is perfect timing. I can go ahead and turn the music up now because we're right at the music I want to have for this.
Awesome.
Oh my god, this is awesome.
Alright, so you were casting Mage Hand at the wall?
Cast Mage Hand and see if it'll go through the wall. Yeah.
You cast it, and you see it appears within the wall, but then you watch as it almost like kind of like, imagine if something glitched out in real life. As you essentially see it like kind of like crackling and like almost like it's repeating a bunch of stuff, and then you watch as it just like disperses. And then reappears and then freaks out again and then disperses and then reappears and then freaks out again and then disperses and then reappears and...
Okay, so that's just perpetually going to happen.
Well, that's not horrifying at all.
So we probably don't want to teleport in.
No.
Well, do we just walk through, I guess?
I can send Ichabod in, and I can try and see through his eyes.
Ichabod's made of magic, correct?
I know, but
Technically, he's a fae or a fiend.
he is Fae. But I just want to see if I can, because that's not concentration. I can.
Neither was my mage hand.
That's.
The thing is, if he is caught in the loop, I don't know whether you'll be able to get him back.
That's what I'm worried about too.
Well, the question is, do we want guinea pig one of us or the owl?
Well, I'll
Ibs?
volunteer.
All right, siblings going first.
Well, no, you're saying I'll go.
Is it wise to go in one at a time or all together?
I would say altogether. We don't want to get scattered along the timeline.
True.
Oh, wait, if any of you see me when I'm 5 years
rope to
old
me?
and you see a werewolf coming, just let it happen.
What if you tied a rope to me and I went through?
I don't think that would work.
What if we went in to get all together connected, like holding hands or something, but one person at a time?
Oh, we can try that.
In that case,
I can take the most
jump
damage.
at the same
So
time, and we'll call it good.
I'm sorry, was that Zach?
Yeah, longest lifespan to shortest lifespan.
Okay, well, I guess I'm going.
I would actually like to go second. Just, I have pretty high strength, so if this thing tries to rip people from the chain, I can try to hold you guys tight. You know what? Actually, let's try to tie ropes around our waist and link us.
Respectfully, Commander, I think I might outdo you in the strength department.
All right, my strength is 21.
Okay,
My strength is 28.
Oh shit!
Wait, Merrick legit has 21 strength?
Yeah, he drank a potion of permanent hill giant.
Yeah, I got the giant potion that made permanence.
Well, once again, you continue to surpass my expectations, sir.
It cost me so much money.
Yeah.
I got another strength potion if you want.
I will never financially recover from this.
Actually,
For real.
before we do that, I don't know, you seem to have financially recovered pretty well. Yuzo wants to try and cast Identify on the wall.
Oh,
That would be a
no.
good idea.
Oh, good idea.
Everyone's like,
think
oh
this is a
yeah,
good
the spell
idea.
that tells us the thing.
While
was
Yuza's
me.
doing that,
Oh, no.
Yalis is just tying ropes around everybody. He's like, okay, here we go. Ichabod, you get your own rope.
I'm gonna be honest though. I'm having Trap It vibes. You guys remember when he used Featherfall?
Anyway,
It's a good thing none of us have Featherfall or Slowfall.
Yuza, go ahead and
I have Featherfall.
Yuza, go ahead and roll me an intelligence saving throw.
Actually, no, I don't have Featherfall because I never fall. I never tend to fall. Okay. Intelligence save.
Mm-hmm.
That's a natural 1.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, you're able to identify it all kind of like hits you at once because this is like a highly complex magical array. You essentially are able to identify that, much like the reports that they'd said, inside this barrier across all the planes that this barrier occurs on, the same sequence of events keep repeating. And you are able to kind of... You weren't able to glean the origin point, so that still eludes you. You're not sure what started this. but you are able to determine, like, why your mage hand is freaking out. Essentially, you have introduced a new variable to a simulation that it was not meant to be in. And so it is essentially existing and non-existing. You assume that when you enter the barrier, it'll sort itself out, but right now it is just tweaking.
It's the last episode of Futurama.
Because you have introduced that into the world, however, you are able to get back an image of a rune. You are basically you can tell that this rune will allow you all to keep your minds intact across all of the potential time loops that may occur inside.
Okay, that's good to know.
Okay, like, did I learn, like, how to make this? Did I find out where this is? Or
the rune, you just see the shape of it. You don't know how you're supposed to apply it, what you're supposed to do with it, because you rolled an at one. You just saw the image. You're like, all right, cool.
I just know it exists.
You know it exists, and you know what it does.
Usually, can you... oh, wait, I don't know this yet.
Oh, well. That was a lot, and at the same time, nothing.
What happened? What'd you see?
Well, essentially, looks back at the mage hand, still glitching. Essentially, that will happen to us if we go in.
Ooh.
But I didn't see... I'll trace it. I'll cast another mage hand outside.
You got, like, a little minor illusion that you can show off?
You said you're casting mage hand outside?
Yeah.
It doesn't appear.
Shit.
Yeah?
Do you have minor illusion that you can use to show us?
Do I? That is the question. Nope.
You have a stick that you can draw on the ground.
I mean, Merrick already used his sword to draw a thing in the ground.
Yeah.
Is
Use
it-
Keen Fang.
What kind of sword is it?
Use a long sword.
Okay, I imagine I can carry that. Alright.
Oh, no, you just draw on the ground.
Yeah, I know. I was just gonna use my finger, but okay. I will trace the rune into the soil.
Alright. The second you draw the last line of the rune, you watch as it glows golden and flashes, and then you all look around, and that same rune is hovering above every one of your foreheads.
Interesting.
Huh.
Can you identify this?
I'm a little scared too, but I can.
Ichabod, look at the rune, just to be safe.
So you're gonna identify that too?
Yeah, sure. I'll identify the one on Tala.
So you identify the one on Tala. It is under Krag's Eat, this would be classified as new magic. Basically, it is magic that did not previously exist. It is essentially a kind of like an enhance ability rune. It's basically like a mental fortification rune. But the way it is set is that it is supposed to anchor your mind against temporal interference. So that way, if you are caught in like a slow spell, a haste spell, time stop, your mind can still keep up with everything that's happening, even though you are caught up in an effect.
Huh.
So the rune is now you imagine that this is specifically a prepared thing. Like this isn't you wouldn't be able to cast this as a spell. The rune itself is its own type of like you've heard of runic magic before, and with your experience with storm giants, you're familiar with it. Like that is their primary form of casting.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Okay, well, this will allow us to keep our wits well inside there. I have no idea how long it will last, but given that we'll be in a perpetual time loop, I don't think that will matter.
Merrick takes his sword back and puts it in its sheath. So, is there anything else we can prepare? Like, we're just thinking like this. Can you describe the anomaly to us again, Walker?
It's like a quartz.
It is.
thing.
It is basically a six-sided crystalline quartz structure. Is what it looks like.
Okay.
But it is basically this rippling barrier of magical energy that is ever expanding outwards, and within the anomaly seems to be a temporal loop.
Gotcha.
So for in layman's terms, and for everyone listening, it's basically inside the giant anomaly that crosses multiple planes is basically a Groundhog Day situation.
Yeah, I was trying to get a visual of like just how it looked.
Curious, did the rune also appear on Ichabod?
As a familiar, I will say yes, it does. Since he is basically a conjured spirit inhabiting a animal form.
Good for you, Ichabod. Good.
Did
Good
it
list.
appear on my pseudo dragon? Not
Yes.
my pseudo dragon. Yeah. Okay. Is it just an invisible? Is it just like a rune just floating in midair?
It disappears.
Or is
It disappears after a while, but you all can still sense that it's there.
Okay.
Alright, let's
So-
do this.
All right.
Onwards.
Do we still want to do the one at a time thing, or just all at once?
Gallus tied ropes around all of us.
Still, do we want to do the one at a time thing or all at once?
I'll be
Let's
honest.
just all go
I don't think it's gonna matter.
Yeah.
All right then, all at once then.
anymore.
All right, all at once. You sure?
Why you do that?
Don't do that.
Yes.
All right.
Okay. Well,
No,
hold
what'd
on.
you want,
Hawk,
Walker?
Hawk, yeah, Hawk. What'd you want to do?
No, I was gonna suggest one of us take one if we're going to go, but yeah, no, we'll just do it all at once then.
All right. As
And
you
this
all
is how we TPK.
as you all
Holding
enter,
an action to cut the rope.
We all switch bodies.
as you all enter the city of Blackreach.
Yo. This is cool.
Ooh.
This place looks sick.
I'm gonna go ahead and drag everyone's tokens onto the map.
Oh, neat. It's got its own Alcatraz.
So if the Shadowfell is the inverse of the Feywild, and the Feywild is like a mirror of the material plane, then this is kind of the Shadowfell's version of Hierarch.
This is the Shadowfell
I
version
mean,
of the
of
Boneyard.
the Boneyard.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh my god, do they have a Trask here?
Hey, baby.
Oh God, I hope not. Unless this is where he is.
On that note, casting detect. Hold on. What is the spell?
Good and
I
evil.
prepared it because going here, detect good and evil. You sense the location of abjurations, celestials, elementals, fae, fiend, or undead within 30 feet. Never mind, 30 feet would not be enough to detect this Trask that at the Boneyard proper was like a couple miles beneath the surface.
Yeah. But
So,
yeah,
yeah.
you all are in the city of Blackreach. The Raven Queen's citadel, the Palace of Memories. You are able to see it off in the distance here. Towering citadel that climbs high above the city, with the second highest district, of course, being this walled-in section by the river. And the rest of the city kind of being on stable elevation, with this area over here with the docks that's outside the city walls being kind of sunken in and lower into these cliff faces that you all find surrounding the city. As you all look back through the anomaly to where you once were standing, you find the wall is opaque. You cannot see outside.
I take a rock and throw it at the wall.
It bounces back and hits you in the face.
Ah!
Does the wall shimmer though?
It does not. It seems solid.
The angry wall.
Wall, Gallus.
My mage hand sort itself out.
Yeah, your mage hands. Make another intelligence saving throw.
It's not roll a 1 this time. Uh, 28.
Yeah. Luckily, you beat the save. As you are now able to process the extent of what you did. You kind of skip a beat when you look at your mage hand because like all the information like after you pass the barrier kind of floods back in at once. Your mage hand has been here for a total of 28 days.
That's impressive for a spell that lasts a minute.
But the only reason that you know this is because of your sigil.
Huh. Okay. So,
I can...
guys, time is passing extremely fast. So outside, so we should move.
I can send Ichabod to scout. I can see through his eyes.
Well, it's not that it's passing fast outside. It's that it's passing that 28 days in here was essentially like 2 minutes outside.
Right. I have it.
Yeah.
Strike that. Reverse it.
Let's take our sweet time. We have all the time in the world.
We still should move fast.
Merrick's going to attempt Grim's psychometry.
Okay, on.
Like just the nature of this place, since we're in the Shadowfell. When you make an intelligence history check to recall information about a darker past surrounding an object you touch or location you are present in, you have advantage on the roll. The information gleaned often leans towards the more sinister influences of the past, sometimes conveying visions of things previously unknown to the character on higher rolls. So my attempt is to more try to discern something about the anomaly itself, if that relates. Can I attempt something like that?
I will say you can attempt it. There's no guarantee of success.
Yeah, I'm not expecting much, but I figured this is an ability I hardly use, so might as well give it a shot. Okay, intelligence history with advantage, and I actually rolled pretty damn good for once with my intelligence. 25. Rolled a 19.
Yeah, you don't get anything like that. You can detect when the anomaly passed this point. The main things you pick up are just kind of like concern and worry from the citizens here, but that is quickly overridden as once the anomaly kind of expanded past that, they became part of the loop as well, and progressively forgot, the anomaly. And outside of that, you can't really glean anything else.
Well, this shit it's weirder than typical blood hunter shit.
I'm gonna send Ichabod, get him into the sky and do reconnaissance. I'm gonna see through his eyes. Just get a layout of the city.
Hey guys, keep in mind, if the fact that time moves quickly, or time moves quick in here but slow out there, means this place has had... How long has this anomaly been around?
This anomaly occurred during the Conclave of Courts, so it has been up for at least a week.
So a few years might have passed here already.
Yeah.
Or at least a few years have been recycled.
Possibly.
Walker.
Mm-hmm.
While we're doing our checks and stuff, what would Tala's divine sense show her?
Isn't that like a radius of you can sense like celestial, fiend, fey, undead, blah blah blah?
60 feet, yeah.
Yeah, I mean there's
Celestial, fiend, or undead with 60 feet. And I'll know the type and all that stuff. I just worried that someone might be, spotting on us.
Let's see, celestial, fiend, or undead.
It was the Shadowfell.
Yeah, you get a lot of undead. Most of them being skeletons, ghouls, a few wights, some vampires.
You pick up me.
Within 60 feet of us, though?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're just, you just kind of look around and they're just walking. Like, they're chilling.
Oh, okay. Like I wasn't sure if we were like in the city or we're like outside the city or something.
No, you
Sorry,
stepped
that was on me.
you stepped in and you're basically at the gates on the outside. Like you are,
Gotcha.
you all are essentially, I'd say, right around here-ish. Like you're just outside the walls. Like they're kind of just milling about.
Okay, I just was checking mainly to see if there's anyone like hiding or lying in wait that I couldn't, normally see. I guess
Also,
is what I meant to ask.
Also, guys, I just did the math, and I know Walker just haphazardly said 2 minutes, so I'm not really holding him to that. But if that's the case, like almost 400 years have passed here.
Yeah, I did the math too. Both of us.
Sucks for them.
Again, I will iterate that the cycle of reset is not consistent. So you all don't know if the event that happens in here triggers like every couple of seconds, or if it's, if days pass in here the same as they would out there before it resets. Like, you're not sure. You can just tell that within the last 2 minutes, 28 days have passed.
Gotcha.
Can I send Ichabod into the air and see through his eyes and just do a sweep of the city?
Yeah, anything in particular you're looking for?
One is familiar faces, anyone that I know who potentially looks like Eclipse agents.
Dude, that's a big fucking city. I'm like, that's gonna be a whole ass fucking hour or two.
That's fair, yeah. And yeah. So, okay, so I'm just
We
going
send troops in here, I think. So can you try to scan for them around the entrance?
Yeah, I'll do a sweep looking for anyone wearing Inquisition colors, and just from a bird's eye view, and as well as any structures that seem to catch my eye, as well as anything that could lead subterranean.
Okay. Subterranean, you don't see anything like that. Important structures, I'll go ahead and mark them on the map. Let's go ahead and pick a nice blood red color.
Woo. That's where you die, that's where you die, that's where you die.
That's the Trask is.
Big one over the Raven Queen's place.
Oh.
Another big one over here. One right there. Let's see. One right here. One right here.
Everywhere is important.
There's lots of points of interest, alright? Like, it's a big fucking city.
On each of those points, Ichabod will just do like 1 or 2 loops around just to get a 360 view of it, and then go on to the next.
Alright, as you're doing your surveillance, you, like, through Ichabod's eyes, as well as the rest of you, see over here by this gazebo, a bright, well, I'm trying to think of what color it would be, because it is the Shadowfell, and light is kind of snuff.
Violet?
You see a very pale blue flare get fired into the air. Merrick, you essentially wrote the protocols on scout objectives, and essentially a light blue flare from Inquisition agents means danger close. So it is basically kind of a, like, we're in trouble, everyone regroup kind of signal.
Well, they're dead. We're not getting there in time.
Sending it. Would you have brought Gals up to speed on these things?
100%. Can we see that from our point of view, or just?
Yeah, all of you
Gals?
can see it from here, and Ichabod can see it too. Like, it's a in the Shadowfell, like being a perpetual place of night and darkness, light stands the hell out.
The gas still through Ichabod's eyes just goes, Tala, tap my shoulder. Can you carry me? Tap my shoulder once if yes, twice if I shouldn't. I can send Ichabod to investigate.
So you're asking me if I can carry you?
Yeah, like, if we're going there, tap, and we want me out. Basically, I can send Ichabod to look at that ahead of time. If
Okay.
we want me to. if you think that's cool and you just think you can just like carry my body,
yeah, no problem.
All right.
In America, help carry so that Tao wouldn't be at half movement, so we can like keep at a similar pace.
All right, so as Tala takes the arms, Merrick takes the legs.
Oh, those are, I was not expecting this position.
Oh, I thought you wanted me to like flying carry him.
No, okay.
Well, I mean, if you carry him, it'll still be half movement.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm wondering if like the two of us together can like neutralize that penalty.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Like I said, someone takes the legs, someone takes the arms. Just...
Yeah. Hawk, we can finally get help.
Yeah. It's been so. We've been trying to do that for 3 years.
I'm all on board for this.
He's stealing your freaking
So-
ally.
so,
What's going
Like,
on?
oh, real quick, we legit had a plan to where we could do get help, where Merrick would throw Trap It, and Trap It would be holding Avok's badge, and Avok would jump out the second Trap It landed on whoever he was throwing it.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the Ghost Avok plans. Good times.
We never got to do that.
We get to do it now
Yeah.
with my new monk.
All right, so
Yeah,
y'all are heading to the flare.
Looks a
Yeah.
lot more throwable.
All right, yeah, y'all get over there, and by the time you arrive, there weren't a lot of scouts that were sent inside the Shadowfell. Not like, for context, you all, like, they were told to study the anomaly from the outside. Like, they did their best to identify it and do like Arcana checks on it from the outside, like, and they sent maybe a few scouts in at the origin point, and once they didn't come back out, they didn't send any scouts in on like the Feywild, the Material Plane, Ethereal Plane, none of that shit. So you arrive and there's like a small team of like 5 scouts just kind of like gathered around, and they've all kind of like regrouped. And they're kind of like standing around and you see the 5 figures gathered before you. There is a Goliath, there is a Air Genasi, a Tiefling, a Gnome, and a Halfling. They're all kind of sitting around talking, and it's like, all right, so we've made it inside. This, and they're all comparing notes basically. Like one of them's like, okay, because one of them's just like, no, like you all were missing for this many days, and then like the other ones are like, what? No, we just got in here. We just now entered the anomaly, and then like they're all kind of basically arguing back and forth about like time, because you can safely assume 3 scouts went in initially. One was sent in like a day or 2 after the other 3 didn't come back, and then the last one went in with their partner from a different vantage point. So 3 of them have been there since the beginning, and 2 of them were 2 days after the anomaly first arrived.
As we approach, Merrick's going to like tap Gallus' shoulders to sort of tell him, okay, come out of Ichabod, as he just sort of tries to stealthily get their attention. He doesn't know if they're trying to be discreet or anything.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and mark the last 2 areas of import on your map, by the way. There's this.
Okay.
Alright, Gallus
and
comes out.
whoa, crazy this!
What? Also, Walker, those scouts were a Goliath, an El Genasi, and what else?
Goliath, Air Genasi,
tiefling, a
Tiefling, a
gnome.
Gnome, and a Halfling.
Thank you.
Thank Vex. Vex was the one listening.
Yeah, sorry, I was just trying to keep up with my notes.
It's all good.
I was doing both. No.
I don't I have pre-planned stuff, and then the rest is just improv shit. So
We're slow typers.
What color tiefling?
it's really hard to tell in the Shadowfell.
But I have dark vision.
Like dark gray. Like that's the color. Let me just put it this way: the Goliath and the Tiefling are the same shade. Like, really hard to tell.
Okay.
So yeah, they see you all approaching, and the scouts immediately stop their bickering and snap to salute Merrick, and they're like, "Sir."
What? What's the situation? Show your flail.
Yeah, the one, the Tiefling steps forward and he goes, Lieutenant Graves, sir, I shut up the flare because me and my partner, and he gestures to the halfling, goes, we're sent in 2 days after our first 3 scouts. He gestures to, like, the Goliath, the gnome, and the, Air Genasi. He goes, vanished, and, you know, I came in and shot up the flare thinking that this would be the fastest way to get everyone's attention. I was just trying to find out what had happened, sir. We just came in, and this was my plan of attack. We don't really understand what's going on.
Okay,
Well, you're in a bit of a time loop.
Can we
all
insight?
all 5 of you, gather around me right now. We have no time to waste. We don't know when it's going to reset. Just starts drawing the rune on the ground again.
Okay.
Walker, can I insight just to make sure that they're on the level?
Yeah.
Because I'm just thinking back to what Rando or whoever said about how long they've been in here.
Yeah.
They wouldn't know. They're not crazy.
29?
Yeah.
Oh, 29, that's wrong number, sorry. 26.
Just like Gallus said, they don't know. They've been in here.
Okay.
Like, to them, it's been literally an instant since they stepped through the barrier.
This user is drawing the rune. Merrick's bringing them up to speed about how there's a time dilation going on. This thing's been going on for just a little over a week. We haven't been able to contact anyone from the inside, so hey, we're here.
Okay. You draw the rune, and you sketch it. You, as the golden light, as you kind of like step back, the second you finish drawing it, it encompasses the 5 of them, and you watch as their eyes go white, which you didn't notice when you did the thing. And then when they snap back too, you watch as like the Goliath, Genasi, and Gnome just kind of like drop. Like, not dead, but like they just fall down. Like the Goliath falls to his knees, the Genasi kind of like immediately doubles over and throws up. The Gnome just kind of like falls flat on the ground, like face down.
So be prepared to brace yourselves for some backlash.
I was actually about to ask if that could happen.
The Tiefling and the Halfling kind of like brace themselves upon hearing the word, and they're just kind of like their eyes seem distant, and they kind of like they're looking around like they're studying for a second, and then he goes to open his mouth, but the Goliath is the first one to speak. He goes, "We're all gonna die."
No, we're not.
Die. And he just keeps saying it over and over again, like in hushed tones.
Goliath, what is your name?
He's just not paying attention to what you're saying.
Right.
I slap him in the face.
He just snaps at it for a second. He goes,
What is your name?
He's still like he's taking a second to process the request, and then the Tiefling speaks up and he goes, his name is Braun.
God. You are strong. Your comrades are strong.
The second you say you are strong, he immediately shoves you away. Like,
I point at Merrick. Your commander. We are here. We can fix this together.
he is not listening to you. He is walking towards the other side of the marketplace that y'all are in.
Where are you going?
He's just again saying repeating the same thing over and over again. They're like, we're all gonna die, we're all gonna die, we're all gonna die, we're all gonna die.
What do you remember, Graves? You've been in here for a while. Do you have any memories from the repeats?
He goes, how? He said it's been up a week.
Yeah. But time moves
he's doing the mental math in his head, like he's trying to piece everything together. And he goes, the longest cycle was 4 days. 4 days. 4 days.
Okay.
He goes, everything else is scattered. He goes, I've died 26 times. I've died 26 times. And it's like, as he's saying it, it's sinking in, and you see, like, all the other scouts are just, like, broken.
It's okay. We'll get you out of here.
And he just kind of, like, he nods, and he just sits down against the gazebo and just, like, leans his back up against the post, because he's, like, just processing all of the time that he was not conscious for, and it's now coming back to him.
You've been through a lot, but we need any intel that you have on this place. After that, find some place to lay low and just keep yourselves alive. Try to take care of yourselves.
He just nods and he goes, every cycle starts the same. I pop the flare, we all gather. We discuss for at least 30 minutes. And he looks over at the Goliath, who's just like at the far end, kind of like basically the best way I can describe it is he's basically like hitting his head against a wall. Like, he goes, Braun is the first one to go. Vampire grabs him and exsanguinates him. We go on the run after that. And we keep moving. He looks over at the air genasi. He goes, Tanix goes next. We get to the docks and try and make sense of what's going on, and he gets charmed by something in the water, and when he gets too close it drags him out. We can't get to him, so we head to a boathouse far away, close the doors, bar the windows, and we plan to go to the Raven Queen's Palace of Memories. We enlist the help of a Shatter Kai. He's racking his brain. He's like, Elinthiel. Elinthiel's his name. And he guides us up there and gets us in. And that's... He looks over at the gnome. That's when Barracks dies. They rush up to the door and shove it open, and the trap triggers, and they are skewered instantly. We go inside, and Shatter Kai waits out front. I think we make it maybe off the first floor, and that's when both of us are killed in some kind of spell, and we wake up here. And no matter how many times we live the cycle over and over again, it just keeps happening and happening. Some cycles are longer, we can get more done, but it all ends the same way. We all die eventually. There've been a few times where I didn't die instantly to the mage. I gotta look at him, and he begins to, he pulls out a stick and begins tracing kind of an image of the person in question.
Do any of us recognize this rendition?
I can safely say, Yuza, make a history check.
Okay.
Oh, Walker, I sent you a DM, by the way.
Yeah, I saw it.
Okay,
Yeah,
you're
you're good.
We had a stop point.
What is,
Okay,
my,
cool.
what is my history bonus? Okay, 24?
Okay, you are looking at a older version of the Gith assistant to Intivar.
Is that...
You were looking at an older version of the Gith assistant to Intivar Wintris, the person whose laboratory you woke up in.
I forgot the name of my own fucking backstory for a second.
Yeah, I was about to say. I was like, how dare you?
Oh. Oh. No. You said they were Gith?
They are Gith, yes.
Can I tell Yankee or Zari?
That is the question. Let me pull up your backstory because I don't remember what you specified.
I don't remember ever saying a Gith.
Yeah, it was in there.
I don't remember saying that, but okay.
Yeah, it was an elf, a Gith, and a tiefling.
It's been a long time since I looked at it. Okay.
Yeah, it just says Gith. It doesn't specify. I'll say it's a Gith Yankee.
Okay.
Yeah, elven woman, Gith man, tiefling man who,
Okay.
So water creature,
Oh.
vampires, traps, mage.
Guys, I know who that is. I've seen them before.
What's his school?
He's not a principal, I don't believe.
Yeah, that's the hard thing about principals is you all have never, principals have never had a formal meeting in person. You all have had like calls and sendings and things like that. Like you've all had communiques, but
It's like a group text.
Yeah.
well, it's more a ruling. It is strictly forbidden for principals to know who the other principals are, simply because basically the situation that Yuza's doing right now, where she's basically killing them off and taking their necklaces, that was the fear. They were like, we can't allow this to happen, so anonymity was enforced. The only principal Yuza has ever met was the evocation principal.
Well, no, I've met the illusion now, and I killed the necromancer.
Okay, so you've met 3 principals then.
When did I meet the evocation?
He was the person who, because in your backstory it states that the principals...
Oh, right, someone had to induct me, so yeah.
Yeah, so he came and inducted you.
Okay, fair enough.
So, I guess I kind of wanted to ask to clarify. So, Yuza cast a spell that caused him to remember, correct?
There's more
Just-
like she.
I traced the rune.
traced
I
the
traced the
rune that
rune.
you all have that allows you all to remember what happens inside the thing.
Yeah, I was going to
Okay.
say, hold up, that might cause some psychic damage or something. I wasn't expecting
yeah,
this.
but the longer we waited, we wouldn't have been able to get any info off of fresh mines.
No, I agree with what you did.
Yeah, no, I was just double checking.
I will say this: no psychic damage has occurred, but psychological damage definitely has.
Oh yeah, no,
they're
I-
experiencing.
When we
who
get
knows
out of
how
this, Merrick
many.
is ordering them to be relieved from duty so that they can get some psychological help.
Oh yeah, mate. If I ever learn Mind Blank, it's going, or like, actually no, I might have modified memory. Hold on.
I was gonna ask though, Walker,
a lot more than 5 minutes to fix.
would Tala's cleansing touch be able to undo that?
No.
Okay, just wondering.
I do not have modified memory.
Yeah, cleansing touch. If I remember
Because I know it can
correctly.
do with spells, but
I mean, you could. Here's the thing: is that the rune is technically magic, so to a degree, yes, you could cleansing touch them. Doing so would, I'll say this much: if you cleansing touch them, you would be removing, the memory enchantment. They will still have all their memories this cycle,
Okay.
but if they died, they would probably forget again.
yeah. Because I was wondering if we. I mean, it's kind of an awful thing to suggest, but
It's just
Well, we
let's
want-
just remove the
would we
enchantment
want-
and kill them.
would we want them aware or functional?
I think if they know what's coming, they can take precautions
Yeah.
to not fall into the same traps.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah.
Gals wants to ask.
They can literally
Graves.
just bunker down.
Tala
When-
was going to just suggest that to Merrick, like privately, as an option if the cycle starts continuing.
I mean,
Until we get them out of here.
here's another option that we might want to take into consideration: banishment.
Returning back
Graves.
to the mental plane.
Graves, when does the vampire attack you?
And banishment too.
Right as you ask that, you watch as.
God damn it!
Well, you. It's not that you watch. It's right as you ask that. You. He's like, well, and then you all listen, and you realize the one thing you haven't heard in a few moments is the methodical thumping of Braun's head against the wall.
I meant to keep an eye on him. Damn it!
Well,
I didn't say
not minutes, but like you haven't heard it in a moment.
I
You see
meant
him?
to say that I was keeping an eye on him, but I never said it. Shit.
Do you see?
Nope, he's just gone.
Arms.
Oh,
I'm spending key points to summon my arms.
Yep, Tala has her sword drawn, has smites prepared.
Smites are always
Rando is
prepared.
ready.
Yes.
Radiance of Dawn is prepared.
Question: would daylight? I have the spell daylight. Would that affect vampires?
Yeah.
Well, that,
Yes.
I have that one. Actually, I was looking through my list. I have that prepared.
Let's get
let
some
me-
running
let me check.
water
Let
going.
me, hold on.
Like, what would that do to a vampire?
I'm
Now, is it
also
a vampire spawn or a vampire lord?
We don't
I'm,
know.
al- I'm also summoning my mask.
I would say no. Daylight, just creates a sphere of light. So it's bright light, but it is not it is not sunlight.
I
Oh, it's not
am
treated?
turning to a werewolf, just so you know, Walker.
Okay.
Well, it stops just for this random ass vampire.
My arms stay up for ever.
I think the same with my
Uh,
Latin
On it
transformation.
for 10 minutes.
As
That's my...
as you all ready for battle, Graves gets up and the halfling kind of scoots over to y'all as well. Graves pulls out 2 daggers and the halfling pulls out a giant fucking crossbow.
You guys are with us.
The
We're getting
the
you out.
Air Genasi kind of like snaps to and runs over like readying a spell of some sort, and the gnome is just like in the fetal position under a table. Like they're not coping so great.
No.
Position.
How far is
I
the
have
gnome from
sunbeam
Tala?
prepared.
Not far, like 20 feet.
There. Tala's going for the gnome to grab him, pull him to the rest of the group.
Can I run a perception check to see if I can, like, notice where the, where this vampire may be?
Oh. Yeah, I mean, you're not gonna have to do anything like that. They step out of the alleyway closest to the house, and they, Wow. Ain't this something? Meant no harm, I promise. I just, man's gotta eat. And he looks at you, Merrick, and he goes, "Sides. Don't want no trouble with no wolves."
I dig my sword into my arm and invoke the Eye of the Dawn.
Oh no.
Does he
We
have
would
the-
like it very much if you would leave.
I'm just looking, I'm like, actually...
Did he have the body?
No. He's just cleaning his blood-stained mouth.
I could bring him back to life, even though...
Can I still run a perception check to see if he's alone?
Yeah, you can run a perception check to see if he's alone.
I was also going to use my divine sense again to see if there's any one hidden around us.
Okay.
With my mask up, I have I have dark vision, and I can see through magical darkness to a distance of 120 feet.
I want to ask the vampire, what's your name?
Really? We have to... Alright, then. Name's Kilcreath. And with that perception of 25, and Tala's Divine Sis, yeah, you see that there are, you could spot 2 of them, Gallus. Tala, you can sense all 6 of them. There are 6 vampires in this square, and they have you all surrounded. They are not making any aggressive moves. They just kind of seem to be waiting to see how this is going to play out.
Tala goes ahead and points them out to Merrick. Commander, we have, he has friends stationed there, and there.
I'm curious. Are you aware that you're trapped not by us, I mean in a time loop?
He just goes, "Buddy, I don't know what you're on about, but that's... Well, it's not the craziest thing I've heard all day. I live in the Shadowfell, after all, but..."
The same 4 days, over and over. Nothing new, only the same. The same prey, the same everything.
He doesn't seem to... He comprehends what you're saying, but he doesn't believe...
Why should he give a shit? Even so, why should he give a shit?
Yeah, like, he rolls an insight, and he knows that you think what you're saying is true, but he doesn't...
Just know if I'm off my rocker.
Yeah, he doesn't know if you're insane. And
Sure.
even still... Yeah, he's... to iterate Vex's thing, you can tell he probably doesn't give a shit.
Yeah, like, I'm not sure what your goal is here, Storm.
He's just like, "Look, like I said, didn't mean no trouble.
Alright.
Man's gotta eat.
Now that you guys good.
Then by all means, point us to the body so we can raise our friend and you can be on your way.
I mean, Sure, do you mind if we finish first? Like...
No. Leave.
We only have so much time once his heart stops beating.
He kind of grinds his teeth, and he's just like... See, like I said, I didn't want no trouble. But I've had my fill. My boys haven't.
And
Well,
I
you
have
shouldn't be
good
so
news.
stingy, then.
You will not have trouble. We will have fun.
Not gonna
You
lie,
are
that was
sim-
mildly
you-
terrifying.
You to us are an inconvenience, not a threat. So we ask again that you be on your way. Dispatching you is poor for you and inconvenience for us.
Roll an intimidation check.
With my mask up, that gives me advantage.
Okay.
I'll just go name drop Pedro, see if the god of the sun was about to do that.
20.
Oh, nice.
He backs away and he goes, all right, fine. And he looks at all of you and he goes, watch yourselves. And him and the other vampires just kind of fade into the shadows.
Randa.
Gallus goes and helps recover the body.
They immediately cast Spell the Dying, just in case I don't know how much time's passed.
He's fully dead.
Rondo.
Yeah, I'm on it. So yeah. I mean, in all fairness, he'll be back alive in a few days.
Still.
Rando.
That's assuming we don't. That's assuming we don't solve the issue in a few days.
So
We
yeah,
don't even know-
If we solve this whole thing in
gonna
one
pull
loop,
out.
he stays dead.
Yeah, and I don't have enough threaten the Raven Queen.
I mean, we're here to do that
where
anyway.
the fuck is that spell?
What did we come here?
Third
for?
level.
Druids don't have Revivify.
Yeah.
Oh
as
fuck!
an
I
option.
switched it out.
You're kidding.
No, I switched it for Sunbeam.
Ah, shit. As of Tasha's, they do get Revivify.
Really?
Again, that's up to DM discretion, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Our healer can't res us. Oh, we're fucked. Walker
That's why I
immediately
thought
Walker
potions.
immediately nerfs all of the enemies.
Merrick doesn't have anything. He's only got second level shit.
And none of Talo's auras or abilities will do anything, will they? Because he's dead.
That's
you don't have a revive parity either.
Wait, hold on. Question. Rando.
Mhm.
What was the thing that you switched out?
I switched it out for Sunbeam because it's a
Sunbeam was swapped out from what?
Revive.
yeah.
Oh,
Wait, I have a Revivify.
Regenerate, I believe. Wait, oh, I have Reincarnate. We're good.
there we go.
I was about to
Okay.
say, I do have Revivify.
Wait, Tala has it?
Yeah,
Yes.
I'll just have a Revivify.
Just
Yeah.
use that.
I was about to say, how long has he been dead? Can I use Revivify?
You could try it.
I will. All right, I'll
Can
spend
we-
the third level.
Can we inspect the body to see how long ago his heart stops beating?
I can't push.
It's the Shadowfell. Everything is dark and cold. So
Okay.
Fuck it,
Alright,
I'll spend a third level. I'll try Revivify.
Yellow.
Well, if not, I got Reincarnate.
Or I guess not.
as you slap your hands on him and channel the divine magics, and the diamond required burns up in your hands, you watch as the blood begins to slowly back into his neck, into the two puncture wounds as they close, and then he just as he is breathing rapidly now, as this is the first time that he has, every time he's died, he is now
he forgot about it.
Yeah, well, he has forgot about it, and now this is the first time that he has essentially been revived mid-cycle.
This is the
Welcome
first time.
back.
This is the longest he's made it. My guy, you knew that was coming.
He found out. He finally got past his save points.
He is just kind of in shock.
Good job, Subaru.
You okay there, buddy?
I sit him up and sort of offer him some water to drink.
Also, make sure the rest of them come with us.
He
Yeah.
they are
Sticking together.
they all kind of the gnome, seeing her friend actually brought back to life this time, gets up from under the table and just kind of inches closer. This is, again, for all of them, this is a first. She's just they all get close, and he's just And he's just sitting there quietly, and he gets up, but he doesn't say anything.
We're here to break the cycle.
Things are gonna be different this time.
Doesn't say
I
anything.
cast cure wounds on him just to.
I was about to say,
out.
actually, hold off on that. I was going to put on lay on hands.
Hey guys, don't waste your spells. I have potions.
Okay,
yeah.
you lay on hands, you heal him for 35 hit points, as he's now up to his max of 36.
Oh.
Oh wow,
That is-
Oh my goodness!
They're
Well,
level
fancy
5 characters.
Yeah, did you not think that these guys were just scouts? These
They're
are
level
just
5
dudes!
We need to protect them.
Yeah.
Some dude he was. That is exactly half of what my lay on hands is.
These guys are weaker than Yuza.
Oh, Tata looks to Rando. Give them
Hold-
potions, brother. Give
hold
them
on.
potions.
Hold
Hey,
on.
look,
I'm finally going to use one of my boons that he gave me, motivational speech. I'm going to give them some bonus HP and give them some benefits for a little while.
All
Sorry,
right,
the
guys, this is important. Hold on 1 second.
Mhm.
Okay, I take 1 point of psychic damage from Walker's joke.
okay. So, yeah, Merrick, what speech do you convey?
I just give them a quick pep talk about how things are going to be different this time. We're here to save them. We're going to break the cycle, and no one else is going to die.
Yeah, as you give them this
Okay.
pep talk speech, they seem... They're still shaken by everything that they've done. They don't really respond to your speech, but they seem like at least level-headed now. And then at the back of the bazaar, you just hear... Woo! Yeah! As like a zombie just like gives you like the little rock-on symbol.
Alice tries to start the wave with that zombie.
He does the wave
Hey.
right back.
I'm
Hey.
going to go the whole
I
Doctor
like the
Who.
zombie.
So
I'll
there
just
are
go full on. Go ahead.
Merrick high fives him, turn on dead.
there's 5 of them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we just, since they're so, well, death prone, can we have them stay unless we get like into heavy combat within 10 feet of Tala because of her wards? I mean, her aura of
Yeah.
protection, aura of warding, aura of courage.
I
all
can't
that
remember
stuff.
which one of you pitched it, but would banishment walk?
That was Yuza.
That's the thing. I don't know what banishment is supposed to send them to a random location on the plane, but
Well, if-
given how we are kind of locked here, it might just send them to the material plane version.
If you're on Gas wouldn't know this. That's metagame. Never mind.
Actually, interesting thought. Because I did prepare it because I had experiments I wanted to do.
Wait, I have an
I-
idea.
I could
Oh,
try.
Let use a finish.
I could just to see if communication is even possible, if magic can even reach past the barrier. I could try and sending someone we know out on the outside,
I have a
See if it
sending
even-
stone that reaches to Colin.
see if it reaches.
And
Yeah.
if that does work, try banishing me, and then canceling the spell. And if I arrived on the material plane, I can let you know.
But then you might just be out of the session.
I can have them send me back. We have mages.
I'm going to take the sending stone. Colin, it's Merrick. Do you read me? Dad? Any response?
Just static.
Figures.
Sorry, I did the sound effect for static. I don't know if it came through.
Oh no. My
No, I did
my
not.
headphones must have cut out. I'm sorry.
Damn.
No, it just did not. Just didn't go.
Well, it's caught in the recording at least, so.
Ah, there we go. We have it on recording of me looking like a fool. Ha ha.
Haha!
What else is new?
Ha
Haha! Another cutting barb.
Merrick's motivational speech. Did that give us any benefits?
I mean, how many creatures is it again? It's like up to.
Let me bring it back up.
Like up to your charisma mod, I think.
Not my charisma modifier. It's not motivational speech the same way the inspiring leader feat is. It's a different feature that Walker gave me after a story feature.
Oh, your story feat. Hold on, let me pull that up.
Yeah. Give up to 6 creatures 1d4 plus 3 to any skill check roll damage. Oh, it doesn't give hit points?
No, it's so basically it takes so he gave a speech for 10 minutes and he gave up to 6 creatures 1d4 plus it just says plus 3 mod. I don't.
Yeah, it was my wisdom modifier because my charisma is just a +1.
Okay.
Of all my mental stats, wisdom is the only good one.
Yeah, so it was 1d4 plus 3 to any skill checks, attack rolls, or damage rolls.
Yeah. And all I know is I can't benefit from that. That's exclusively something I give to other people.
Then I will safely say, given the number of people, you inspired your 5 NPCs as well as 1 zombie dude.
Perfect. I was about to say,
awesome.
If it was going to that zombie. He better help us out in our moment of need.
I'm not gonna lie, I like the zombie dude. Is he coming with us?
Zombie, name and rank.
He just seems to be walking off, and then when you say zombie name and rank, he goes, huh? Oh,
Hey, you want to join us?
What the hell is going on right now?
You want to save the Shadowfell?
Yeah, sure, brother. I'm always down for a rumble.
Oh my god, yes! Yo, the Paladin and the Blood Hunter just recruited a zombie. This is literally how we met Avok.
He walks over to Rando and raises his hand up. He goes, "Sup, I'm Gabe."
Gabe? Alright, I'm putting him in my notes.
He just looks back at his hand. Don't leave me hanging, bro.
Oh, I'm gonna high-five him. Clearly, I'm not an asshole.
His hand comes off.
Gabe, I will, no offense, but I will not
Sorry,
be
I didn't mean to
you.
disarm you.
He picks it up and he just pops back on. No problem. And he turns to Tala. Yeah?
No offense, I will not be high-fiving you because I'm a paladin, and I think I might actually kill you if I touch you.
Cool!
Or, sorry, re-kill you.
Let him enjoy his own life.
Awesome!
Dude,
For anyone
me
who's
and
watched
Dave are gonna be best friends now.
For anyone who's watched Critical Role, I have a strong feeling this is going to be our spurt.
I don't know what that is.
It's
I don't
a
either,
kobold
it's okay.
that died instantly.
Oh, that's sad.
It was a kobold guest NPC that
Kind of like
guest
Percy
PC
or
that
Bugbear.
died. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, by
In a matter of 20 minutes.
Sounds good.
It was fantastic. But Merrick's gonna look over at Graves. Graves, do we need the Shao-Kai that you found before, or can we make our way to the Palace of Memories?
I know the way. We can get there without him.
Okay, I just didn't know if we need like the Shao-Kai to be like to introduce us or whatever. I know I've heard some Shao-Kai are like servants of the Raven Queen.
He thinks on it for a second. He goes, and he turns to the halfling. Mandy, you remember how he got us there? She goes, I remember. I can get us there. And she pulls out like a little holy symbol around her neck, and it's a symbol of the Raven Queen. She goes, hopefully this actually works. So hopefully I don't need to be like pact bound or nothing, but let's give it a go.
Let's do it. Merrick's gonna like have his symbol of Pale Orb at the ready.
Just so we know, Tala, how many uses of Revivify do you have?
That is a very good question.
Also, how many diamonds do we have to cast it with?
It's a diamond worth 300.
350, I believe.
No, it's just 300.
Oh, thank you.
I have.
I just want to know how many
more...
resets button we have.
I have.
I got
I have 2 more Revivifies left.
I've got a shit ton of gems.
Why is this not the one thing we decided to recruit while we were shopping?
Didn't occur to y'all.
Did not. I will say I do not have any 4th level spell slots currently.
I didn't know any of them had Revivify.
I did. I forgot. In all honesty, I forgot it cost a diamond.
Honestly,
yeah.
Merrick,
That is on me.
Merrick had a diamond because I was like stocking up for when I would get Revivify.
Okay, well then someone just mark off 300 gold.
Yeah, I already took care of it.
Someone.
So
Okay.
yeah, y'all proceed to the Palace of the Raven Queen. Go ahead and everybody make me a perception check just on your way up.
I'm also gonna have my pseudo dragon invisible flying up above us, keeping an eye as well.
Oh, by the way, Merrick,
Yeah.
you get a D6 of Bardic Inspiration as Gabe begins to kind of like play on his rib bones,
He's a
and then
bard.
he gives you a wink.
What?
Thanks, Gabe.
He's a bard.
Motherfucker.
He is a first level bard.
How many times can he do that?
Even to his charisma.
Gabe's a relatively charismatic dude, but he can only do it like 3 times.
Perception, you said?
My passive is higher.
Yeah, perception.
Gabe, my man.
I'm just gonna keep my passive going, cause clearly,
I want noted that Gallus is constantly doing perception checks behind the scenes, just
Gotcha.
to make sure that like these vampires aren't following them, or they
And
are that he
Tala-
notices.
Tala has 3 uses of Divine Sense left. Should I hold on to those, or pop them one every now and then to make sure we're not being stalked?
Up to you.
I'm asking the group.
Again, I currently have all sorts of buffs to my perception because of my mask. So I can handle perception for a while.
I say hold them for a bit.
Yeah.
Quick question. How long would you say we've been walking?
The city's pretty big. I'd say it takes you about 3 hours to get from the gazebo to the Raven Queen's palace.
Okay,
And
in that
can-
case, my lacking form would have dropped. I only have 1 left.
Also, again, I was going to reiterate, Tala's basically has these poor, defenseless cinnamon rolls around her like baby ducks.
No, I got you.
Honestly,
Because
we
her auras can give them at least some chance.
should, like frankly, we should all be within 10 feet of Tala.
Yeah, like everybody just huddle up around Tala. Let's just do it.
We're
Tala's
all
at
just
the
circling
center.
Tal like she's the president.
Yeah, we're orbiting her, basically.
Gotcha.
By the way, even though my lacking form dropped, I'm keeping my sword, the Crimson Red on it, active.
I suppose the one person not within Tala's aura is my dragon, since he's up above keeping sight.
You could be 10 feet.
That's not
above.
much of a.
All right.
You have a 10-foot radius around me.
So you all arrive at the Palace of Memories. You all look up. You see that the entire citadel, basically, is a castle of basically like black obsidian glass. There's no symmetry or form to the citadel itself. It seems like these are all made of individual shards, you would say roughly about 3 inches in length, 2 inches in width, that are cobbled together in some form of arcane kind of like mason work that form this pure castle. And then the stairs leading up to the front door are carved of black marble with these intricate wrought iron handrails.
Graves, what got you guys here?
Well,
Chaps, right?
yeah, we walked up the stairs and he turns to the gnome and he goes, they rushed up first and shoved the door open, and that's when the spikes impaled them.
I can handle those.
He
You
just
just from the traps, Gallus?
A bit. I have techniques.
Do you know whether the trap reloaded?
He goes, every reset's the same.
Gripping my shield.
Yeah. So good news, because of aura protection, everyone within me has a bonus to a saving throw at least.
What's the how big is the door?
Pretty big. Like, it's about 18 feet tall, and about, you'd say, 6 feet wide. It's a set of double doors. Like, it's huge.
Okay, so
As
I would need Bigby's hand to open it. Not
It's
Mage
these
hand.
doors that were trapped.
Yeah, these are the doors.
All right. I would like to cautiously approach and begin, like, checking for traps.
I deploy my shield, and I'm just going to be ready just in case.
Paula also has her sword and shield drawn, just in case.
By the way, the scouts, are any of them wearing armor?
Yeah.
I would assume so. Would mage armor help any of them?
It would help the air genasi.
Okay, then I will give it to the air genasi.
All right. Make an investigation check, Alice.
I'm not great at this.
That's what I have to give it to myself.
Guidance, then.
Appreciate it.
Walker, to Graves, I'm going to cast one of my second level spells on him, because he said that a caster took them out not long after this.
Correct. He said they reached the second level, and that's when they were attacked by a caster.
On the second level, then. When I'll hold off on warding bond until then.
Okay.
But actually, that's now. Yeah, I'll cast warding bond now. So he takes half damage. He gets a +1 to his AC and all saving throws, and any damage he takes, I also take.
And also a reminder, I have Aura of Warding. Anyone within 10 feet of me has resistance to damage from spells.
We're just stacking a whole bunch of shit.
They're fragile, damn it!
I know.
So I rolled a 1 on the D4, and my modifier is 2, so that's a 23. That's another natural 20. Thank you, Hawk, for the dice.
Yeah.
She said it's a 23 total?
23 total.
Okay. You...
Natural 20.
You find out how to open the door.
So I don't detect the traps.
You know that they are there, from what Graves told you, and I'll say this much, from what you can see, you can tell that the reason it was triggered is because the door was shoved open.
By the way, if we are going to run into this mage, then, should know there is the possibility they will recognize me?
You disguise yourself?
Actually, I don't know if I know the spell.
So, since the trap triggered because we pushed, you guys pushed it, should we just knock?
I was literally about to say that I don't see any ways to disarm it, so maybe we could just knock.
Nope, I cannot.
Are there any openings, like windows or anything to this place?
Yeah, there's a few windows.
I send Ichabod in, and I see through his eyes.
Through a window?
Yes.
The second he passes through a window, he dies instantly.
Oh no!
Ew.
Yeah, this falls to his knees, like, Ichabod.
So the castle is 5 floors tall. Just for reference, there are 4 windows on the second floor, placed on the sides of the building, on the left wall, on the right wall. On the third floor, there is a singular, like, round window at the front, and you would assume there's one at the back, too. On the 4th floor, there's 2 windows on the front and on the back of the building, you would assume. And on the 5th floor, there's no windows.
Eric just sort of groans and just goes, "Alright, let's try the Maxine approach." And he knocks and just calls out, "The champion of Palor humbly he requests entry."
You watch as the door swings open, and on the other side is a Shatterkai in a very slick-looking kind of like robe. It's sleeveless to show off his tattoos. He's got some bracers on. It's basically like a singular kind of jerkin robe almost. And he looks at you and he goes, "The champion of Pelor has business with the mistress."
Possibly. Trying to get some of my troops out of the Shadowfell and get to the bottom of this anomaly that has surrounded this city. I'm sure with her omniscience, she's aware of what has befallen Blackreach.
She is indeed. Very well, I shall lead you to her. And
Wait,
he
what?
takes 2 steps into the foyer, and you watch as he steps on something, and he goes, "Oh shit!" And he just explodes
What the fuck?
as
God, that got dark
as-
so
as-
fast.
as flames shoot up, and he's just ash.
Does anyone have fine traps?
What level
Roll
is
a-
that?
Can I roll another investigation check?
I guess we're gonna have to roll for it, my guy.
Hawk,
Every
let me
single-
tell you, it's 2nd level. I know this because I'm looking at it right now on my spell list, and it's not prepared.
I don't have it either.
Oh,
Don't
boy.
have it prepared.
We can count.
Steed,
Who
but I
has
don't
the
have
highest
that.
intelligence? Who has the highest intelligence?
That's
User,
me.
yeah.
Duh.
User, I shall assist. User, do you want to help me find traps?
Oh.
Okay.
I
Guidance.
guess-
Wait, hold on. It was a pressure plate. Can we fly?
I don't have enough. I can't fly every one of us.
Hold on. I am still reeling from the death of my friend, and I summon Ichabod again.
So we wait an hour.
Oh yeah, it's a casting time of an hour. Shit.
Yeah, I was about to say, Gallus, these people behind us have literally died over 20 times. Maybe.
Ichabod's probably died more.
If we want to send someone ahead, I could probably take the hit.
Hold on.
I don't think we should. I don't think we should try that.
I know, it's just we're kind of running low on options.
And we don't know when there's going to be a reset.
Exactly.
We believe there could be up to 4 days.
That's the max.
It's
Oh, yeah.
variable, remember?
That's right.
I turn back to the tiefling. What was the shortest time that you've been here before a reloop?
He thinks 10 minutes. We didn't
Okay,
even
so
get we
any-
didn't even get
any
through arguing. that
Joy!
point.
Any moment. Awesome. Literally a
What would you say
Chekhov's
is
gun.
the average?
Chekhov's gun.
The average? And he kind of thinks and he goes, probably about 6 hours?
How long has it been?
3.
Probably 3 to 4.
I've been
Okay.
here at least
So
3.
let's just burn one more so I can summon my owl. No.
Look,
We'll get to the final boss and.
Well, you
we'll
you asked
reset.
him for the average.
Yeah.
Like, there's outliers, and
ooh, quick question, Walker.
Mhm.
Can I use detect magic to see if there's any magic runes or anything that could be in our path? Like any traps that are magic based.
for magic-based, yes.
All right, I will do that at the very least.
I will roll again to attempt to determine the mechanical traps. Merrick, can I get some
so-
guidance?
Guidance, and guys, for what's worth, how long is this chamber to the? Do we see the stairway?
Yeah, I mean it's a foyer, so there's chambers on either side of the foyer, but there's also a singular staircase that leads up to a door on the second floor.
For what's worth, I have a 150 range teleports.
You bring someone with you?
I believe I can. It's
I was
my
going
Striders
to-
of the Storm Step.
I might have a catch-all solution for this.
Polymorph.
Well, no, as in, I could look into the future here and see the best path to take, or notice any dangers.
That could
You know
be
that-
used.
Yeah, you know that thing I did back in the war room? Best path to succeed? That.
Are you going to be Nick Cage in next?
Like, the three options I have for that are, what is the best path to succeed, where is the vessel I can house a soul in, and is there a danger I do not see? I can do that one time.
Would you want to save that, or another option? It would take maybe 10 minutes, but I could individually fly each person across the room. It would not cost any magic. It would not take up any abilities. It would just be 10 minutes of our lives.
Did we establish that your flight is permanent, or is that something you have to activate?
It's something that they have to activate, but it doesn't take... It's like a complete free action, and it... the wings stay out for, I think we said, max of 8 hours?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's like the angel wings and Lucifer. You just kind of pop them out, and then bam.
Yeah.
Well, see, that's the thing. We don't know what any of this place is trapped. The place you set us down could be trapped, for all we know.
I know. I would land there myself and make sure it's a safe area. I have the hits. I could probably take the damage if I land on a booby trap. This way it saves all of our resources. Worst case, Rando gives me a potion.
Wait.
No, worst case, you die.
Bring me.
This is
My
the
sword-
Raven
my sword of
Queen's
war.
castle.
Actually, yes, that's a very good point. Your Sword of Warning plus Meditech Magic.
Exactly.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Also, for the mechanical traps, I rolled a 19 investigation.
Yeah, you could see 4 in the room.
Okay, I point all of them out that I see.
And what did I get for my Detect Magic?
The room's lit up like a Christmas tree.
Oh, fun.
My God, it's Christmas.
Well, there's a smite wasted.
No, now we know.
Yeah, I mean, I could have done
Now,
that.
granted, Detect Magic, it doesn't tell you if it's a trap. It just tells you the School of Magic. And safe to say that there are tons of things in this room are magical.
If you find that something that sounds like evocation, don't poke it.
Actually, even literally every one of the crystals that make up the outside of the castle, each individual one gives off a sign of necromancy magic.
Mm-hmm.
I point that out then, so that way user doesn't have to waste a spell slot. So
now she's just tempted to go pick them.
Merrick's going to just say out loud, "Hey Malcolm, are you around here?" Like, I'd have to, like, a few seconds of no reply, like, well, the fucking shot.
As you say, then.
all right, Gallus. Well, ready to go flying?
If we have no better options.
Well, not hearing anything else, so buckle up, Buttercup.
Do it.
Merrick's going, as soon as Tal leaves, Merrick's going to fall back and act as vanguard for the scouts.
Yeah,
Okay.
that'd be a good idea.
Yeah, I'm just.
Quick question: does anyone in the group have like protection? Like, I can't remember. What's a spell you can cast as someone to protect them from elements?
Protection from energy.
Does anyone have that?
Nope.
I'll check. I don't think I have it prepared.
I do before I go, can I just do a perception check to see if, like, just double check that those vampires are around?
I'll say with your passive perception, you can see that they're definitely around, but they are a ways away. Like, it would seriously take them some time to get up to where you all are at, and by then Merrick would see them coming, because there's really nowhere to hide on the way up to where y'all are standing at the doorway of the castle.
My sword's just glowing like a lightsaber. I have nothing prepared for that. I'm saying that like Qui-Gon Jinn, just waiting to get killed.
Alright, so gonna fly. Me and Gallus. Part of the reason I also used that detect magic was, I don't know, magic tripwires or something. I don't know at this point. I'm paranoid. You've made me paranoid, Walker.
Cool. Where are y'all landing?
Definitely not on a mechanical trap.
Okay, cool. You avoid all of those.
Or anything that I saw was lit up as like a magic rune or glyph or anything.
Gonna be a little harder. So y'all land about halfway up the staircase then.
Paula looks to get the Gallus. So you might have to carry people. We may run out of room pretty quickly.
I'm going to take out my... what do I have to poke stuff with? I'm doing this dungeon crawl style.
You have your sword of warning to poke stuff with.
Yep. I'm going... I'm going to sort of like gently poke like places I intend to step to see if there's any give, to see what's safe to stand, so we can sort of make room. And if the sword of warning goes off, I know to back off.
Good plan. Tala flies back for the next one. All right. Who's next?
Quick question, Walker. My strides of the storm step. The exalted ability allows me to teleport 150 range. It doesn't say how many times. I think we've talked about this, about how it's just I can just do that.
I think the extent of the times is specified earlier in the relic.
Oh yeah, because I can misty step 5 times.
So I think that the super teleport is a total of 3 times, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
But I don't quote me on that. I'll need to take a look at things in just a second.
Yeah, I figured that there was a cap that I just wasn't seeing. So I figured so that's also a thing. I can teleport someone over.
Again, save that for in case. Like again, the reason I was suggesting the Talos thing was, it literally costs us nothing.
I'm going to fight a wizard.
Uses of these. Also, I've been wanting to use this ability for a while, but
use it against the wizard.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I'll full on just teleport a goddamn Alucard in the freaking Castlevania series.
I mean, to be fair, we might not have to fight the wizard.
Maybe.
Okay, so the teleportation is the same time as the dormant state. It's 5 times per long rest. So 5 times for the...
Oh, okay, yeah, I see that now. How did I miss that? Sorry, man. Sorry.
Okay, so Tala continues to ferry.
So who's Tala ferrying next? I want to get at least one of our party members in case something comes down the stairs to protect the.
I can fly over.
Squishies.
I'll stay halfway in between.
Let's have Rando go up next.
Okay. So Gallus, are you are you, so you're hold on. While y'all are doing that.
Yep, good.
Gallus, you're basically just walking up the steps and tip-tapping with your sword.
I'm not going up the steps. How wide are the steps?
Merrick could lay down fully on one of them.
So we need like 2 people.
Yeah, about 5'11".
Yeah,
so 6 feet wide. Yeah, so you can probably fit about. This place has a lot of symmetry on the interior. So the steps are literally as wide as the door that y'all came through. So basically, you could probably fit 3 people on the steps.
Yeah, so I'm moving like 1 or 2 steps away from where Tala dropped me, but I'm poking.
Can we? Tala's gonna lay one of her. Tala's gonna lay one of her pins onto the safe step, so she knows that's where to drop them.
Gotcha.
That's a good idea.
We're securing an LZ.
Gotcha. Are you going up or down?
I'm going to go up 2 steps if nothing gives under the sword's weight. I'm also keeping an eye for above me.
Nothing gives under the sword's weight. Make an Arcana check.
And my intelligence is fantastic.
And no, Guidance is a touch spell.
A genius.
I feel like Merrick's touched us all in unique ways.
That's one of the reasons I was waiting to bring Rando or Yuza over.
Well, Yuza can fly by herself.
I don't know. Like, because Tala would want one of y'all to stay with Merrick just in case.
Yeah, definitely take Rando.
17?
Yuza's staying halfway in between, watching pretty much every direction. Trying to.
You guys know I can shapeshift and all that, right?
Yeah, Rando can take care of himself.
Yeah, but again, this is why we don't use resources.
Yeah.
is what
I'm
saying.
not.
Your wild shape is a
You
resource.
are... You're good. Gallus, you move up 2 steps, nothing happens.
Yo, this is old school dungeon crawl territory. I actually really dig this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, bro. You're ready to go for a ride? Wait.
I guess.
Or do you want to like bring one of the others over?
I would rather get party members across. That way, there's 2 people on either side to protect the.
Yeah, that's
The
what I'm thinking
scouts.
too, Hawk. I think it would be good to have like Gallus and Rando on the LZ to protect the squishy scouts as you're ferrying them.
Yeah.
Merrick
That way we have.
can hang back at the caboose.
Yeah. Because if we have Yuza and Merrick in the rear, we have a physical and a ranged fighter, and the same with Gallus and Rando.
Well, Vex was mentioning that he's sort of like halfway between, so he's sort of a floater while you're playing taxi.
But Yuza still has
Range.
good range.
Yeah.
ability. Yeah.
In that case, as you bring Rando over, Gaz shouts, "Bring the zombie next! He sounds really cool!"
As Gabe leans over, looks at Gallus, he goes, "You're really cool, dude!" And he like does the
Keanu Reeves.
yeah
You're breathtaking.
no yeah but he does like the pinky and the thumb thing, and he like
All that.
yeah
I
don't
fill
know
up
what
the
that's
whole-
called.
Mahalo?
Yeah that thing.
Oh yeah, I literally just did it.
Yeah, I did too. Like trying to think of the name.
The Cowabunga.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
Cowabunga, dude. Yeah.
Question: how many can Tala carry at once? Like, because some of them are multiple sizes.
You could carry both of the small ones at the same size. Or at the
That's
same
what I was
time.
gonna ask. That's gonna be her first trip.
Sure.
Actually, she's gonna carry the Goliath first.
Make a athletics check.
Yeah, because I'm like, you know what? I don't want
picking him up.
I don't want to risk her being
Yeah,
tired by
like-
the time she gets to him. Also, this just from sheer callousness, he would be, you know, a body to
Liability.
block attack from them.
Gotcha.
That's a 24 total.
Yeah, you get him across.
Strong.
Yeah, tell us strong.
Okay, I guess we just keep going in this pattern
Some others making
unless something happens.
Inquisition together strong.
I'm just gonna go ahead and skip us ahead. You're able to get everybody on the stairs.
Have the vampires backed off? Or are they still just waiting there?
They have not. But you watch as they attempt to charge up the way. And the second that they like rush forward and get up to the front stoop where y'all were standing, you watch as a thing of spikes just juts out and impales them all.
Like I said, an inconvenience to us.
They're just
Holy
dead.
for you.
They're
I know,
they can't hear.
I'm taunting their corpses.
God is just like
Like they're fucking
presiding
dead.
over them.
Yeah, your zinger lands on no one.
Oh no, it's for
It
Gallus.
lands on us, and that's what matters.
My owl died for this.
Gabe,
okay?
Gabe pats you on the back, Gallus. He goes, "Hey, that was one hell of a zinger, brother.
So I guess
You
the last one's
got those fucking vampire corpses."
Yeah, I high five Gabe.
His hand comes off again. It flies over and it lands in the foyer.
Triggers a trap.
It
Triggers a
lands in the
trap.
foyer. It triggers a trap, and he watches his hand sinks into ass, and he's like,
No.
"Oh, bummer.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
dude. That was my cowabunga hand."
Do you want mine?
Nah.
Oh,
He made me experience
I
high tide. Oh.
All right.
Question: Does reincarnate work on undead?
No.
Damn
Technically
it!
speaking, as I understand it, this might be a Pathfinder thing, so feel free to correct me. Once it's hit by undeath, you can't revive it.
Yeah.
Unless you have
not
a-
not unless you kill it and then do like true resurrection on it.
Oh, okay.
because we'd have to like purify the body.
Yeah.
All right, so the last one Talos is bringing across is Merrick, then, right?
Yeah.
Is everybody?
Another athletics for me, since Merrick's the last one you're bringing across.
Guidance.
All right, Commander. Ready to go?
Yep.
That is a 18.
Okay. You begin to ferry Merrick across, and you've been carrying everybody, so you're not super worn out.
Have guidance on me.
I thought the 18 was with the guidance.
Oh no, I didn't roll guidance.
You roll 1d4 with it.
Yeah,
That's what guidance is for.
It's okay. Like, I have like the teleport if anything goes wrong. I'm fine.
That'd be a 21 with guidance.
Okay. As you carry Merrick, you've been ferrying everyone across. Like you're kind of tired. Your arms, kind of quiver as you're lifting him. He's not super heavy, dude, but the armor does weigh you down, and his armor doesn't help either. You get about halfway across the room, like to the point where you've got Yuza, and you drop him.
Is it 30 feet from the stairs?
You'd say give or take, it's like 40 feet. Yeah.
40 feet? Okay, in that case, that's too far of Misty Step. So I'll use the one of the charges for Thunder Step. Well, Storm Step, really.
All right.
Talos shouts out, "Commander, no!"
Merrick just like becomes a mote of lightning and just. Ugh. Oh, that fucking worked. Plus, I'm using these things.
I just helped the tired user or reset.
The tired Tala.
Tired towel, thank you.
Reset.
Over.
So we find the scouts.
All right, so y'all make it up. Y'all are on the steps now. You've still got a ways to go to the door. What do y'all want to do?
First, Tala is apologizing profusely to Merrick for dropping him.
It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, you got everybody. You got everybody through. Like,
Yeah, you're probably exhausted from carrying six, seven other people. You're fine.
I should have been stronger. I'm sorry, sir.
Tala, it's fine. You're good.
Do any of you have a large stick I can use to poke further ahead?
You still have a sword of warning. Why?
Oh, I wanted to get extra reach, but okay, but yeah, I sort of Stevie wandered my way up the stairs.
Yeah.
Like,
also,
isn't its detection from like 30 feet of you?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm an idiot.
Also,
Okay.
Tala
Well,
picks up her
and-
pin before we go on.
And to be fair, it's just 30 feet of you, like, for being surprised. Like, a sword of warning specifically it gives you advantage on initiative rolls, and it tells, like, if you or any of your companions within you, within 30 feet, can't be surprised. So it's not like, it basically just means, like, if an attack occurs on one of you.
Oh,
within
I know
30
it does nothing against traps.
Yeah.
I literally just said that just to trick Talon into letting me be the test dummy.
Pog. Yeah, so you tap your way up the stairs. Make another Arcana check.
Okay.
Guidance.
Thank you. Oh, I am the worst person to make this check. Oh,
Better than me.
Yeah, I should be the one making this check, but
11.
Yeah, you make it to the
Guidance?
top. You make it to the top of the steps just fine.
There's like another Gallus growing out of my back, and we just don't see it yet.
No, it'd be growing out your front like the Martian from
One of your-
Total Recall.
Okay.
Yeah,
one of your astrals gain sentience.
You're fine, and you didn't see any traps, and the sword didn't go off. So
Okay, so we're at the door now. Did anything happen here for you guys?
the guy just says, we went through the door and made it a few hallways down, and then we were just killed.
By the wizard?
Yeah, I lived through it once. It was like a fireball or something at a high level, and I made it out one time and jumped into a adjoining room. It was like a library or something, and he just walked in slowly and coldly, and he apologized and then took me out.
Was he by himself?
No, there was someone else. And right as he says this, Gallus, your sword lights up.
Incoming.
Use a ready on counter spell.
I was about to say, Tala's going to get in front of Yuza and have her, you basically to use her wards to protect her so she can counterspell without getting hit.
Gotcha.
If we have sword of warding, I'm going back into my lack and hide.
Rando is getting in front of the squishy ones.
So all 5 of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
At least they know they
Actually-
can move down the stairs if they need to.
Actually, what if something comes from behind and attacks the squishies?
Suppose
They
we
would-
know.
So something
They
did come
would
from
have
behind.
to survive the explosions and spikes and everything else.
Yeah. I was thinking more about just other traps we just don't know about, or I don't know. I'm paranoid.
Yeah, I get you, but we need to tackle what we know at hand right now.
Yeah, we have a split second to decide this, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tala gets in front of Yuza, so Yuza uses counterspell, protects her, Gallus.
I'm pretty sure I need to be able to see, but okay.
Take the hit, I guess.
Alright. So is it coming through the door or
Like, what hits us?
The sword just warns you, like, in advance of an attack. It doesn't tell you what's happening.
my god, my auto pays will do.
So yeah, no, I did some reading on this before I prepared this this dungeon for you. Gallus, make a strength saving throw.
Okay, that's rude.
You do get a modifier on saving throws, by the way.
Oh, what's the modifier?
5. Plus 5.
Okay, that will help. So
Wait,
let's,
Or protection.
he's not within 10 feet of you.
I thought he was right beside me.
He went up to the stairs by himself to check out the door.
no, I said I wait for everyone else to come. I thought we were
I thought we were like all together.
You were
Yeah,
all
that's
together.
the
You
door.
were all together in the middle of the stairway.
Oh, no, I said I only went up 2 steps, and I said I was waiting for the group.
Okay, I didn't catch any of that.
Yeah, like Tala would
Well,
not.
then everybody.
let him go
Then
off
I
by
need
himself.
everybody to make strength saving throws.
Oh,
Okay.
cool, that's fun.
Oh, with
Oh,
advantage
you-
in my liking form.
Well, literally everybody gets a +5 then.
Oh, thank you.
God damn it. These NPCs are dead.
That's a 16 for me.
16 for just put it in the
Gallus.
chat. Just put it in the chat.
Oh, sweet. That's a natural 17.
And the NPC's got to make them. What'd you say the bonus was, Tala?
+5.
You fail.
Yo,
Fail.
Zach.
Success. Success.
Oh,
fail.
right. My dragon.
Success.
Wait. Okay, I succeed.
So half succeed, half fail.
Hold on. My dragon.
They also have.
Graves has a +1 because of my warding bond, if that's still active.
They also
Yeah,
have
he succeeded.
Okay.
They also have a ward, basic resistance to magic damage within 10 feet of me.
Okay.
So mine is
My dragon.
wrong key.
Okay. Okay.
Depending on the damage we're about to take.
Well, Merrick's taking double damage no matter what because I'm bonded to her Graves.
Oh.
Yeah, I gave that boy a warding bond, so his AC and saves are +1. But and any damage he takes is halved. But I also take that damage.
Okay.
Yeah, you take the other half of the damage.
Yeah, precisely.
So it's not doubled. You take like additional half of it.
So you.
No, I take damage he takes.
Okay. So now that everyone's saves are in, the door rocks open as a wave of powerful force strikes it. Avok.
Gallus.
Gallus.
God, I'm dying Sorry,
It's fine.
No, I was thinking of the Goliath, and I realized his name's Braun. I'm stupid. So Braun, who rolled in that one,
Oh,
Gallus,
It makes sense. He's been out of his head this entire time.
the gnome, and I'm sorry guys, but Gabe
No!
and Uses Dragon all get knocked back 30 feet and begin tumbling down the stairs.
Can I use Slow Fall in an attempt to protect Gabe?
Can Slowfall be used on anyone other than yourself?
No, I'm just playing
Didn't
around.
didn't you used to have like counterspell ready?
Well, you don't know what this
you don't
is.
you don't ready counterspell. It's a reaction.
I know. I'm saying, like, did you say you were going to use counterspell when you saw the word of warning?
Wasn't a spell.
Yeah.
Mm.
Also,
Yeah.
we didn't have line of sight on it.
Yeah, I have to be able to
fair
see
enough.
whatever's causing it.
As you all see King Marduk Shadrow standing there, good old King Marduk Shadrow, 7'2", built like a tank, wearing armor, a runed shield, a rapier in one hand, and his crown ever poised upon his head. The one thing that you do notice is that his eyes are full of fear, and he just says, "Run!" But before he can finish that statement, time to go ahead and deal with everybody who failed their saves. So the dragon has flight, so it rights itself in the air. Gallus has slow fall, so you can land right in the middle of the stairwell where you all were knocked down. Everyone else tumbles back down, though, and you watch as Gabe strikes the third flight of stairs, and the bars on the stairwell itself slam together like gates and turn him into mincemeat. As his head kind of rolls down to the foyer, and he goes, "Oh, bullshit," and just dies.
Well, now we have to reset.
Braun lands in the middle and just kind of skids out, bumping into the spikes at the front door. And as he stands up and rights himself, he is alive but very hurt. The gnome falls over, kind of like thumps down the stairs, lands past Gabe, skids to where the butler was, and the trap triggers again, and they burst of flames. They're dead.
Fuck.
Yes. Is there a body left at least?
Ashes.
Mate.
Shit.
So don't step on that trap specifically.
And as Marduk Shadrow finishes saying "run," you see a gray wave of entropic energy, and as it passes over him, he just drops dead in front of you instantly.
He's taken care of.
Was that power word kill?
It was something.
Is that wave
Well-
moving towards us, or did it stop at him?
It stopped at him.
Okay.
Is it still there?
You don't know.
Hello?
Merrick's gonna cast Detect Magic.
Okay. Similar to Tala, the entire room lights up like a Christmas tree. The one thing that you notice is the Detect Magic gives you a field of radius. The
Oh, me.
entire second floor, from what you can feel, is pure necrotic energy.
Necrotic, second floor.
Gallus is going to call out to Braun. Stay there. We'll fix this. Don't do anything stupid.
He just sits
And
down immediately.
Yeah. And I'm going to retrace my steps back up to meet the group.
Okay.
Gallus, Braun's Braun and the other, and it was the gnome or the halfling.
The gnome. The gnome is dead.
Yeah. Well, who doesn't know that? So is Ferrex okay?
Halfling's dead. Zombie's dead. Braun's alive.
Halfling's alive. Gnome is dead.
Oh, Gnome's dead. I'm sorry,
Yeah,
I misheard you. No. Yeah, no.
Are we gonna reset? Just out of curiosity.
We can do some recon before that.
Yeah, at the very least, we would get recon of whoever we're about to encounter. But
There's no
let's
point
try
in
to get
not
this
going
on the
for
first
it.
try.
But also, just to point this out, if we can reset, you guys never saw that happen, right?
They nod, and Graves says, "That was the guy I saw looming over the shoulder of the other guy. Never saw that happen."
And someone else here can remember.
Or someone else just got here.
Either way, the variables have changed.
We
On
can't.
board.
We can't rely that there will be another reset. Pretend that we should just act as if there are no more undo buttons.
Agreed.
Then let's
So,
go.
business as usual then, guys.
All right.
So it seems the way up to the second floor has been completely closed off. What do you want to do?
We gotta go up the other set of stairs.
Ah, dear.
Okay, so which chamber are you heading to on the first floor, the left or the right?
Can we poke in either room? What do we see?
Are the doors open?
The doors are closed, but you can peek in, yeah.
Would really love to have an owl right about now.
You
Yeah,
just
the
openly
dragon.
admitted this, that you have a death drone.
I do, yeah. I mean, I never thought he'd be this sentient.
And by the way, don't count on that for the dragon, because the dragon, unlike Ichabod, is not summoned by a spell. That is a physical thing.
Yeah,
Oh.
I know.
I thought it was like a fine familiar.
Nope.
No, I am using the pseudo dragon familiar variant. It is a real thing. It is just contracted to me.
Paula's going to check the left door for traps and
I'll
Go
check
ahead
the
and
lights.
Okay.
I figure we can take the hits more than most of the rest of the group.
I have evasion, so I can, if something triggers, I can at least dodge it.
So you're checking the left, you're checking the right.
Yeah.
Okay, I need investigation checks from the both of you.
My best stats.
And well, I'll say investigation or arcana.
I'm going to cast guidance on Tala.
Good
be
pick, because that's another nat 20 for me.
That'll be useful.
What's the total though?
Let's see. It's the same modifier for either investigation or arcana, both 22.
23 for Tala. I got a ghetto 20, and then plus the guidance.
Okay. Yeah. You all are able to circumvent the trap and push your way into the next room.
Can I quickly check Modric's body to see if there's anything worth salvaging from him?
Ooh, yeah.
Sure.
Didn't you turn?
If-
Oh,
if
right.
If my detect magic lit anything up on him, I try to prioritize that. So investigate. Ooh, not good.
Did say there was a runic shield.
So yeah, you grab a
investigation is 10.
cool. You grab a flame tongue rapier, an adamantine breastplate, a crown of blasting, and a +3 shield.
I'm putting on the +3 shield.
Crown of blasting. That's
Yeah.
just like a circle of blasting.
Yeah, but it's just a crown.
That's better gear than Tala has. And
Well, congrats.
he got hit in one hit.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wait, adamantine breastplates?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my damn.
Which means this dude didn't die to AC.
Nope.
Oh, yo, if we can get Merrick's armor stuff put onto that, you both can be rocking adamantine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that negates crits.
Question though, will we keep the item when we reset?
I hope.
If
We
we,
should
uh,
reset.
if we break this right now, yeah.
Or is this Majora's Mask logic?
I've never played Majora's Mask, so I don't know.
So
Well, we're gonna find out, I guess.
I'll say this, Gallus, in your room, you're investigating the one on the right, right? And Tal's on the left?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
In your room on the right, see a large dining room with an adjoining kitchen, and another room that kind of leads to a farther long hallway. Tala, in your room, there is a large piano, just kind of like this small, quaint little lounge, as it were, and then a hallway leading further down.
I relay what I see to the group.
You have a
Should've-
hallway?
Yeah.
I have a dining room and a kitchen. Do you see any additional traps further in?
Walker, what should I roll for that?
Investigation or Arcana.
It's the same either way for me. I mean, I got a +1 for it. What you guys think? Should I do? You want? I'll do.
I will say this.
Investigation.
From looking outside the room, you're not going to be able to pick up much. If you go inside the room, your DC will be lower, but you may be in danger.
I'm gonna go inside.
Okay.
Is this as Merrick is looting, or is he not able to accompany Tala?
I would say that she reached the floor and Gallus reached the floor as you started looting. So when they opened the doors and did their investigations, you finished looting and can see them.
Okay, I just want to know if I can interact with them or if I'm still in my little cutscene.
Yeah,
No, you can.
I'm with Tala.
That's without I don't
have.
have guidance anymore, right? Just one go.
Yeah, it's a one-time use.
That's what. Get a 20 again.
Okay, first hold on. So Tala and Yuza are proceeding into the room.
Yes.
Yeah. Tala's trying to position herself between Yuza and potential blowback.
Yuza is purposely trying to not be blocked by you.
And then Gallus, you're proceeding in alone?
Unless anyone wants to accompany me, if something does Merrick want to go in with the Gallus? In which case, I would wait.
Merrick will don the shield and join Gallus. Rando, you doing anything? Wait, Zach's muted.
I know, I was listening the whole time. I'm just gonna stick with our, squishies and make sure nothing happens to them.
Yeah,
Rando's probably our best power hitter right now. So,
just for frame of reference, Merrick's not gonna go farther than 12, 15 feet from the door, but depending on how far Gallus wants to go in, just in case he needs to.
I just want to take a peek into the kitchen just to see anything else.
Okay. Gallus wisdom saving throw. Talon, use a dex save.
You get advantage because you're next to me, Yuza. Not advantage. I'm sorry. You get the +5.
Okay.
So do I.
Oh, that's 18 plus 4, 22.
Okay.
19 for Tala for Dex.
Okay.
20 for Dex.
Okay. And for your is your pseudo dragon with you or?
No, my pseudo dragon's gonna stay back with Rando.
Okay. In that case.
Because I'm pretty sure his magic resistance is also a thing Tala gives me.
And Red, what did you say yours was for the wisdom?
22.
Okay, 22, 19, 20. Okay, as you enter into the dining room, you feel kind of a sense of warmth and safety in this cold and unforgiving place. You feel this kind of inviting aura wash over you as you look over and you see the table is got the lit candelabras, food is spread out and prepared, a nice roaring fireplace is set for you, and you feel invited. But you shake it off and you despite the welcoming environment, you push on towards the kitchen. Tal and Yuza, you all push on through the door. The second that Yuza passes through the door, you watch as the door on the opposite hallway slams shut. Yuza, you are able to jump back just in time to get back through your door before it slams shut. Tala, you are in the piano room by yourself, and you watch as a grandfather clock chimes at the other end of the piano room. And Merrick, you watch as a grandfather clock descends from the ceiling and chimes simultaneously. You watch as it begins to count down the minute hand. You see 5, 4.
I blast a moonbeam.
The grandfather clock?
Yeah.
Okay, you blast it. It begins to, moonbeam is just radiant damage, right?
I believe. Let me double check. Sorry, I got a hotkeyed. My computer's slow.
It should be.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's radiant damage.
40 foot. Yeah.
Okay. 2, it begins to crackle and burn. 1, it begins to kind of catch fire. 0,
it sets back to 5 as you watch as this green gas begins to seep in from the windows and from the door across the hallway as it counts down again. 5, 4, 3.
Get the fuck out of there.
I will try to break down the door.
Yep, trying to break down the door as well.
Con save.
All right. I really hate my MP3 player right now because they just put "Who Wants to Live Forever" on.
By the way, Gallus, go ahead and roll me Arcana investigation for the kitchen.
24, Walker.
Okay. Let me,
Also, would I have seen this by now or no?
let me go ahead and roll half.
I only got 18. Wait, 17.
I got an 18 for my investigation for gases.
Okay. 18 investigation, got it. Tala, you take 40 points of poison damage.
Fuck.
And that is halved, by the way.
Fuck.
We should have sent the monk in there. Damn it.
Which door am I
thank
closer
God
to,
I
Walker? Am I the one I came in or one opposite me?
The one you came in, and you can hear Merrick slamming on the other side of that. Merrick, go ahead and make an attack roll on the door.
You mean Yuza?
Well, Merrick said he...
Yuza, not Merrick.
Oh, well, whoever's attacking the door, make an attack roll.
Yes,
Merrick.
Merrick.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, Zach, you notice what's going on, or more that, like, you see the grandfather clock start counting down, and as it did, like, you saw the door slam shut. Merrick ran towards the door where Yuza had just backpedaled out of, and Merrick, once it counted down to 0 the first time, Merrick started slamming into the door. And then when it counted down to the second time, Merrick, you could hear with your Lycan hearing some kind of, like, hissing noise on the other side as you continue to slam into it. Gallus, with your 18 investigation, you see that the kitchen is kind of, like, full spread out. It's just like a regular looking kitchen. Nothing seems out of the ordinary about it. You do see that there is a trap on, like, the dumbwaiter in the kitchen. Like, literally the button you can see even from here is popped out, like it's kind of, like, broken. So you feel like if you hit that, the dumbwaiter would just drop, and you'd probably fall to your death.
Oh, fun.
Well, you don't have to make a con save, Storm, because the gas.
Oh, okay.
Isn't
I thought
entering...
that was for. I thought that was for both of us. Sorry.
No, the gas is entering specifically into Tala's room. So, Tala, are you attacking the door as well?
I'm trying to.
Oh, perfect. This is great.
What?
Got some Castlevania shit going on. We got some organ music going on.
Actually, I'm gonna cast protection from poison on myself first.
Okay.
All right, so that should give me a.
During that time, I'm going to move over to the door.
Question, Walker. The room I'm in is filling up with poison, right?
Yes. You would assume so. You think it's filling up poison gas. I will say this: if you cast protection from poison, that is your action. That means you are not attacking the door.
Well, hold on. Before I actually do cast it, if just common sense for Tala, if the door behind me gets blown open, that poison is going to escape and attack them, correct?
Potentially.
Tala's going to try and blast the door opposite her. Let the gas vent out the opposite way.
Okay. So instead of casting the spell, you're going to attack the door opposite you?
Yeah.
Alright, roll to attack, and then once you do that, I'm going to have...
I'm also using smites on it.
Gotcha. Just roll to hit, and then I'm going to count down again, and that will be the next round.
Can gas heal any of this?
I assume that once Merrick actually hits the door, you'll hear that.
That is a natty 20.
Okay, yeah, you hit the door.
Alright, so that'll be a 32 total.
For damage?
I mean, no, just to hit.
Yeah, that's fine. That hits the door.
Yeah. I'm using my Improved Divine Smite, and I'm also using... I'm going to spend a second level spell slot so I get additional 3d8 on it.
I love how out of context it's like natural 20 against the door sounds like the most underwhelming attack, but in context it's like, yeah, you get that damage.
Yeah, you get that door.
Grab 3 out of d8. So the base attack is a 15, and then the damage from all the smites will be a. Let's see, that's a
Surprise, it's a mimic.
23. So
Okay.
15 and 23.
Okay.
And then I have extra attack if I can use that.
Extra attack's not going to count for this.
And Yuza is going to
How's-
inspect the door, see if there's any arcane way to unlock it. Open
What,
it.
turn off the gas?
I don't know the gas is going.
Fail.
I'm outside the room.
So, Merrick, you can go ahead and roll
How's-
damage, by the way. I
Oh, right. So that's
How's the door by me looking?
still standing.
I mean, is it showing any damage? I meant, like, visibly.
It's showing none of the radiant damage that you've done, but it shows that you have smacked into it with your sword. It seems chipped.
Ain't good.
Same thing. Seems chipped.
rolled low. Rolled a 3 and a 1 on the d8s
Yeah,
because my Crimson Knight's still up.
it seems chipped when you strike into it. Yeah, so Gallus, you now hear them thumping into it as the clock counts down one more time. 5, 4.
I want to look at
three.
see if I can see any way to unlock the door.
Oh, I think
Yeah.
Red's AFK.
You can roll investigation.
That's cocked. It's cocked again. Why are you cocking on that stupid thing?
And
And yes, Rando can be at the door too.
yeah, am I allowed to make an attack on it?
Nope, you would just be arriving at the door.
Okay.
27.
Yeah, if you it is arcanely locked, so if you cast knock on it, you would be able to open it.
That's disappointing because I don't have that spell.
As it counts
back.
down to
I'm back.
Who's dead?
no one
Nobody
yet.
yet.
2, 1, and Tal, I need another con save.
Yep.
Walker, just so for my benefit, Merrick's in the hallway, just outside both rooms, correct?
Correct.
And can I see door hinges at all on this door?
You do not know.
Okay.
Gaz calls out, "What do we need?" Like, Gaz has no context.
Doors are closed. He goes over comms. Yeah. Can we go over comms? Tyler, what's going on there? Gaz, doors are locked.
Is the door
Follow-
to get to Gaz's room closed?
Yeah.
Your door's open.
I thought both.
No,
No,
just
'cause you
Tal
left.
and Yuza's door is closed.
Okay.
Paula replies, "Room is filled with poison gas. Use caution."
Want me to make a door?
And
You got
you
option
do that.
there, Gaz?
Underwave.
Oh, Tala also relays that she's used radiant damage on her door and it did nothing.
I can cast Thunderwave. I got like once. I can cast Thunderwave once.
Don't do that. We're all next to you. Don't do that.
No, I'm by myself.
Also, I want to remind you how Thunderwave as a door breach has gone for us in the past.
Yeah.
Hey, are there any moms in that? No.
I want to be one day.
Happy Mother's Day, folks.
All right.
Yeah, I got nothing to bust through the wall.
So now I can
have
make
one
my
option. It
turn.
goes a second level.
Tala is going to suggest explosives.
Oh, I got
Zach,
grenades.
Zach, you were saying?
I was just gonna say I like to make my attack on the door, but I'm fine with not.
You will in a second. If
Yep.
anyone wants to do anything, they can do it in a second. Because right now, Tala, you take 35 points of poison damage.
And I'm going to cast Protect from Poison on myself.
Alright, so that is Tala's action, is casting protection from poison. So, Merrick, Rando, if you all want to attack the doors, you're welcome to do that.
I have 5 grenades, guys. Should I just have at it?
If you want to use them, I'm backing away.
Yeah, Merrick will signal everyone to get clear.
Alright, everyone gets clear. Merrick, that include you too?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, make a ranged attack roll.
Can I just... I suppose I can't just cast Sacred Flame on the grenade, can I?
It's a pull pin.
Okay. Yeah.
Mage
attack.
hand pulpit.
Oh, yes! Vex, you bastard! Do it!
I did. I just didn't tell you. That'd be funny, but no. Yeah.
I mean, additionally, you could have just set it at the door and then Vex is...
Yeah. I'll do it.
Alright. The grenade goes off. It blasts a small hole in the bottom of the door. You would say that probably someone who's skinny like Rando could fit through. The halfling could fit through. The air genasi might be able to fit through. Those are the only people that would be able to fit through this hole. As poison gas now begins to seep into your room.
Damn.
By the way, if you come into my room, do not look at the table.
The air genasi, just because it has this ability, sees the poison gas coming in and just holds his breath because he can do that indefinitely.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, do that.
He just holds his breath and he just kind of like looks at you, Merrick, and he just kind of shrugs like, "I'm sorry." He's like,
No.
"I'm not going down with y'all."
He's a Jerry. He's the Jerry of the group. I'm naming him Jerry now.
All right.
Yeah. Can I look beneath the hole and see into the room?
Yeah, you can do that. And
Get a face full of poison gas.
Since you've cast protection from poison, you've gone ahead and blown up the door, and everyone else is backed away. You look down, and you can see into the room. Roll me a perception check.
Something that isn't intelligence based.
Not great. 8 plus... Yeah, that's just 12.
Yeah, you're just staring at a fog of opaque green gas as it's seeping out.
Is it magical or no?
You don't know.
One way to find out. 1 second.
He rolled a perception.
Yeah.
Can Gallus come out and see the gas? Like, I have... let me test something. I inhale the gas.
So you're choosing to fail a save?
Beauty of body. I want to see if this... Like,
That's true. You're immune to poison.
I'm immune to poison. I just want to see if this is magical.
1 second.
Beauty of body. At 10th level, your mastery of ki flowing through you makes you immune to disease and poison.
Neat.
Okay, that just means you can't be poisoned. You do realize
Okay.
that doesn't translate to immunity to poison damage, right?
There have been... Okay, I play with DMs who differently, so my mistake, so never mind.
I rule the same thing with paladins. Like, you can be immune to diseases. Like, if someone's like, I cast, plague on this person, it's like, well, it doesn't work because they're immune to...
Okay, so I'm immune to the poison condition.
Yeah, and if someone casts contagion on you as well, that wouldn't work because you're immune to disease.
I understand now. Okay, my mistake.
But you are immune to the poison condition, but you are not immune to poison damage.
Got it. Never mind then.
And Walker, this is not magical because I would have resistance to it because of Aura of Warding, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
So it's not. Oh.
Non-magical.
Well, we done goofed, guys.
On...
Rando, can you control the air? Can you gather it up with like some sort of airbending stuff?
Whose turn is it?
Well, there are no turns. There's just everybody
Rounds.
acts on the same round. Yeah. So now it is 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Clock chimes. Tala, make your saving throw with advantage since you cast protection for poison. Merrick, make a saving throw. Everyone else is far enough back. You're the one who crouched down and got up close.
22.
Okay.
21.
Okay.
Are there any in the room Gallus was in? Is there anything that catches my attention that could potentially, like any levers or buttons outside of the one that was definitely fucky? I'm looking for the off button.
Okay. I'm sorry. Please repeat the question. I was rolling dice and now I'm doing math.
I'm sorry. I'll wait till you're done.
Okay. So Tala, you succeeded on your save, and you are also resistant, so you take a quarter damage. Merrick, you take half damage. So Merrick, you take 42 points of damage, and Tala, you take 21 points of damage.
All right, I have another question also, Walker.
Yes.
Can I hold my breath and still attack?
Yes, it's just gonna. I'm just gonna oppose like, for the longer you hold your breath, the more I'm gonna subtract from your AC, as it becomes harder and harder to swing your weapon.
Yeah, because the player's handbook says that a creature can hold its breath for a number of minutes equal to 1 plus its con modifier. When a creature runs out of breath or is choking, it can survive for a number of rounds equal to its con modifier.
Okay.
It's on page 183 if you want to look at it.
All right.
It just it doesn't say if it costs an action or anything for me to do it. That's what I was asking.
What's your con mod?
My con mod is 4.
So you can hold your breath for 5 minutes before you run out of breath, and then you fully choke after 5 minutes, or you have to breathe again after 5 minutes.
I believe I would have the option to breathe or choke.
Okay. Then yeah, I'll say you can hold your breath and swing. If you get to the point where you run out of air, if you swing, then I'll probably just do a concentration check to have you stay not breathing.
All right. I'm gonna aim for either the catch or the hinges for the door.
Okay.
Try and take it down more directly instead of just chipping at the center like Jack Torrance.
All right, roll to hit. Use Merrick, Gallus, Rando. What do y'all want to do?
If I can get a look in through the door, can I misty step inside?
25.
You can't really see inside the door. You would be misty stepping inside the poison.
Is there any? Can Gallus do a perception check in the other room to see if there's anything that stands out that might be of help?
You can do a perception check. I will go ahead and let you know now, just for the sake of time and brevity. Nothing that you do in this room is going to affect the other room.
Well, okay then.
Then I think it's about time we fall back.
What about in the hallway? Can I do a check in the hallway?
I mean, you could do a check in the foyer, yeah.
There's another grandfather clock in the foyer, is that right?
Yeah, it descended from the ceiling the second that the trap was triggered in the other room.
Does it also count down every time?
Yeah, they count down in unison.
Can I stick a dagger? Like it's analog, right? Or is it digital? Like, is there a ticking hand that counts down?
It is a ticking hand that counts down. Real quick though, I will. Well, no, you don't know that. Is Moonbeam concentration?
Moonbeam.
Yeah, it is.
Yes.
Yes, it
So-
is concentration.
It would have ended when you cast protection from poison, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. So then I can safely say this to Tala, but Gallus won't know. The clock is fully intact.
Do I know that this clock has been counting down?
Yeah, you know that the clock
Alright.
in the foyer has been counting down.
Oh, I thought that was
So
the
this is
count.
the only factor that I know. So I'm going to try and put a dagger into the clock's face to essentially keep that hand from counting down to 0.
Okay, this is gonna be a really hard ranged attack roll. You're gonna have to make this a disadvantage because you're throwing at a height.
Oh, I am.
Yeah,
How
dude,
big
it's,
is
it's
this
on the
spot?
ceiling.
It's in the air. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize it was in the air. Okay.
How high in the air?
Like 80 feet.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
then
wow.
yeah. So disadvantage.
Yep.
Also, Walker, I did 25 to hit and 13 damage if I hit.
Yeah, the door is chipping again. You could fit part of your face in the door now, like a shining moment, but you wouldn't be able to fit like your whole head through the door.
17.
Well,
17 misses.
Things back to my belt. Can I throw again or not for this?
Not for this.
Okay.
can Tala use the communicator while holding her breath? I can't remember if it was mental or if it's actual verbal.
I think it's verbal.
Yeah,
so
it
yeah,
looks
no.
like message.
Yeah, you just have to. You guys have had to whisper when you do it. So yeah, you would have to talk.
Tala is just putting her hand behind her, like telling people to stop, like as she's attacking the door.
Okay.
And
No
none of us.
no one can see that.
I know she doesn't realize that she's on literally the other side of the room. She's facing the door, not the gas.
Like, guys, I think we have to abandon this side and go to the side of the palace. We need to extract Tala and get out of here.
Okay.
So I'm going to blindly misty step into the room.
Okay.
I will hold my breath.
All right. You hold your breath and you misty step in. Rando, Yuza, what are y'all doing?
I am.
I've always been counting down.
Come on, stupid. Roll 20. Stop lagging, please. Okay. Actually, you might not want to do that in a second, because I'm about to do this. Okay, I saw to the other side of the room, right? When I was in there.
You did when you were in there, yeah.
Okay, and I saw that door close.
Correct.
And those were the only two ways out of the room that I saw?
The way that y'all came in and the way that y'all that you saw that closed. Yeah, those are the only ways in and out of that room.
And
And
Tala,
the only other thing in the room was the grandfather clock and the grand piano.
right.
We haven't
Tell-
tried the piano, have we?
No. Tala, you told us you were attacking the other door, right?
I did not actually convey that.
Okay.
I just said everybody back out because of the gas. And I recommended if you're going to try and break the door, maybe use explosives. But that was mainly just her basically trying to think like, hey, how about we vent this?
Okay, then I am going to cast Dimension Door to the other side on the other door.
That's fair.
So you're gonna dimension door to the other side of the door that Tal's attacking?
Yeah.
Yeah, you see a small half-face sized hole. And just a question, are you plugging the hole with your face or are you just still gonna go hacking at it?
Paddle is going to keep hacking.
Yeah, use a gas is seeping through that side too.
I say, Tala!
Mm-hmm.
It says I have to see the person I'm bringing with me. Or, I have to be able to touch them.
Well, the dimension door, he said, is on the other side of the door I'm breaking.
Right.
You can reach through the hole.
Yeah, is it half face, so can my hand fit through?
So wait, so hold on.
Just
So you
slap.
are dimension dooring to the other side of the door where you
That Tala is currently whacking at.
Dang.
Okay.
With the little hole in it.
Okay. And then you're what, dimension dooring back?
No, well, I have to touch Tala in order to bring her with me. So I want to know if the hole is big enough for me to fit my hand through to where she can grab it.
Okay, and I guess what I'm wondering is, how did you get to the door that Tal is hacking at?
I dimension door.
And that doesn't rely on sight?
You have to know. You can tell what to spot 500 feet away.
Yeah.
You have to visualize it though.
You can do it blind. It's true. You can get shunted out with force damage, but if it's a thing of like, oh, I know that this corridor exists because I just saw it, you can do that. But if something is now in the way, then the dimension door fails, and you take like, I think it's 10d10 force damage.
Okay. Never mind. Then yeah, you're over there.
46.
Yeah, Misty Step is the one that requires.
Yeah, Misty Step is line of sight.
Yeah, if you're the hole is big enough for you to fit your hand through. Sorry, I just needed context for events.
Yeah, that's fine. I just stick my hand through and say, Tyler, grab my hand. I'm sticking it through the hole.
All right.
It off.
Go for the
probably,
hand.
Yeah, since that was my action, we'll probably have to do one more round before.
Yep. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Clock chimes again. I'm gonna need con saves from Rando, Yuza, Tala, and Merrick.
Yeah, because the room's still venting gas into the other chambers, is my concern.
I'm gonna use my reaction for absorb elements.
Okay.
Yeah, but at least then we can get the hell out.
Isn't absorb elements a spell? Like, it has to be a spell effect?
Oh, I have advantage, don't I?
Dex saves, I think.
I think it's damage of that
The
time.
Spell captures some the incoming damage, lessening its effect on units. Distance to the trigger
just
damage.
anything.
Just anything. Actually, yeah. So it could be bludgeoning damage too.
Well, no,
So you
it
say
does.
con
It,
save?
it does specify when you take damage from acid, coal, lightning.
It's any of those elements. Walker, can Gallus attempt some dope monk shit?
I will allow it.
Can
I was
I
holding my breath.
attempt to jump up and up off the walls to get into the air closer to the clock as a way to get close enough so I'm not throwing at disadvantage?
Make an acrobatics check.
Okay.
So you got an 18 or 25.
While he rolls, I have a question.
Yeah.
I know I had advantage because I was doing the prevent poison. Even with my saves, say I got a 1 on both.
You got a nat 1 on both?
Yes.
Ouch.
That is what it is.
With my modifier, it'd be a 10 total.
Wait, when? I thought you were holding your breath.
Oh yeah, I was. Fuck.
Still need the
Because
save.
he asked me to make a. What's
Okay.
that?
Still need the save from you and Merrick, even if you're holding your breath.
Gotcha.
Gallus
That
rolled a
means
19
19.
acrobatics.
19 acrobatics. I'll say that's just enough to no longer have disadvantage on throwing a dagger at the clock. So Zach, that's a 5 con, but you're using absorb elements. You'll take half damage when that happens.
Yeah.
Storm, you failed your save. Vex, you succeeded, and Tala, you failed your save. So time to roll some damage.
And I rolled a 30 against the clock.
Damn.
I'm using Mammon's Fang. It's a +3 dagger.
Fuck you, clock.
You're being killed by a house.
Wait, how the
Can
hell
we
do I...
leave the house?
Why do I have 27 unarmored AC?
I like how the Goliath downstairs is doing better than us.
I don't know. I still have more hit points than the Goliath.
Okay.
We all have more hit points than the Goliath.
Cool. Rando, you take 67 points of poison damage, and that is halved. Merrick, you're
What?
unconscious. Tala, you're unconscious.
How
Shit.
much?
Okay, I'm burning
Did
my
you say
reaction.
66?
67.
60. I'm burning my
Whoa.
reaction to cast the spell that I homebrewed. Hero's Defiance is active.
Okay, so then you drop to 1, right?
Let me check that spell.
Yo, Heroes Oh my god, you brought that from Pathfinder.
Oh yeah, I'm in my second levels right now.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, and then for for user that's also 67 because it's halved. Sorry.
Okay, so
Con
so
was
Tal-
just to see if I'd hold my breath.
so Tala.
I heal 1d4 plus my wisdom.
Okay, so Tala went unconscious. Was she able to grab my hand first?
I'm in there too.
You know what? I'll say this. Roll me a flat d20, Hawk.
That's a 6.
Oh.
You do not. You feel her hand, like her fingers just briefly pass yours, then you feel them hit the ground. Or you feel them hit the door, I should say.
Does anything happen now that the clock's hand can no longer... Like, my goal is to prevent the hand from hitting 0 again.
You hear it begin to... The one in the foyer begin to grind and whine. Vex, you hear the one in the other room tick. 5, 4...
I go on...
With Merrick, because I'm in the room, I grab Heptala, I reach to the door, grab Yuza, and the boots do not specify if I need any maximum carrying capacity, so can I take 2 people with me?
Let's find out.
And I teleport the 3 of us back out.
Let's find out. You can only take yourself.
Really?
The boots can only take you.
Fuck.
Attack the clock.
So wait, I felt a hand grab mine and then teleport.
Yeah.
You feel the hand grab and teleport, and you also took 67 points of damage.
Oh right, I forgot to talk about that.
Would Merrick have known that he could use that? It would be a 1 person only.
I will say that with the identification that you did previously on it with the Arcanists, yes, you knew that.
I hand Yuza Tala's hand, and I try to attack the clock to stop it. I just shove my sword into the clock face.
Okay, roll to attack. Gallus, roll to attack. Yuza Tala's hand is now in your hand. What are you gonna do?
I cast Dimension Door and bring us both back. I'm trying to keep the layout in my head. Is there a spot in the foyer where there were no traps and the poison gas shouldn't be?
Where Braun is sitting, right basically by the front door up against the spikes.
So no.
Well, it's a place that's safe and it's where there's no gas. There's also the stairs, like the halfway point in the stairs where the air genasi was still standing.
Okay, then yeah, we go there.
All right, you appear on the stairs next to the air genasi. They seem surprised, but they're still holding their breath. Nat 20 to hit clock. Yeah, go for it. Roll damage, my guy. And then Red, what'd you roll to hit clock?
Wait, do I attack it again?
I thought you said you were going to attack it again.
Yeah, I did. You said that I got the dagger in already.
Yeah, and I thought you said you were going to attack it again.
Storm's attacking it with a sword.
No, I know there's 2 clocks. That's why I'm trying to get clarification.
Okay, I will to attack. Because I didn't realize, I thought there was miscommunication. God, why I hate this container.
And then, Rando, what are you doing?
27.
I'm gonna safely back the fuck out.
Cool, where are you going?
The healer has abandoned us.
Do you blame the healer? I have less than half my health now.
I have 7 HP.
Cool, where are you going?
I'm at negative 52.
You're fine. I'll bring you back within 10 days.
Rando, cool, where are you going?
You mean we'll respawn in less than 10 days?
Yeah. So, like, I'm guessing, is it down the stairs, not poison?
The area on the stairs you can assume is not poisoned.
Okay, I'm gonna start backing that way.
Alright, you make an investigation check while you're doing that. So yeah, Storm and Red, you hit the clock. Storm for 27 points of damage, because it is immune to Radiant. And
So
Red
20. That's 21 points then.
21. Okay. 21
15
points.
slashing damage. Do I need to roll poison damage?
No.
Okay.
It's a clock.
So you break the clock in the foyer. And okay, cool.
Do I need to make a death save?
Yes, actually. And then Merrick, you strike the clock. It is still standing, but it is kind of like grinding and whirring, like it's taken some damage. So now that you have attacked the clock and you've attacked the clock and your companions are outside, Merrick, I'm gonna need a con save from you.
No matter what I roll, I'm just gonna. I only have 5 hit points.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to see if this is gonna be instantaneous death or if you're gonna have a chance.
Ooh.
Live,
Oh, no.
live, Commander.
Walker just wanted
19.
to create ReZero.
19?
Yeah.
Okay. And that was an 8 from you, Tala?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yusa, you, from your vantage point, are watching Rando back up the stairs. You see them step on a stair on the 3rd rung, and you watch as a wave of purple energy washes over that step, and you watch as Rando dies instantly.
Oh God!
And Merrick,
Yeah.
as you hack at the thing, you are holding your breath. You know that there is no poison, like, getting into your system. Like, you know that there's no way you're inhaling new gas, but for some reason the area around you still seems to leech you and turn you. You raise your blade to swing one more time, and you feel all your energy leave you as you two are dead.
Walker,
Do I have a reaction to cast Hero's Defiance again?
I mean, let me... What's the
That-
wording on Hero's Defiance?
Let me bring that up.
Also, Walker, I'll send you a message.
When you're reduced to 0 HP or below, you can spend a reaction to heal yourself for 1d4 or plus wisdom to prevent yourself from falling unconscious.
I would say in this instance, no. However, Tala, in their wisdom, was looking out for you and cast Death Ward on you when they slapped you on the back earlier.
Oh, shit.
And so you are at 1 hit point.
Hawk, you magnificent bastard.
Just a heads up, Tala has been casting Death Ward on Merrick every single fight.
All right, Night Zach, sorry. I was gonna... Okay. Yeah, so... Merrick, you're up. Gallus, your clock is destroyed. So from Tala, I'm gonna need a death save from you. Yuza, you've just watched... Like, you and Gallus have just basically watched one of your companions drop dead.
I sort of lock eyes with use this like reset.
Walker.
Okay, that is 1 success. Merrick, you want to attack the clock one more time? What do you want to do?
We don't know if there's gonna be a reset.
Merrick.
Well, if
would-
there's not, then that means Zach needs a new character.
Yeah.
Merrick teleports out of the room. No,
You can teleport out. I can go in and finish that clock off. I have full HP.
I was thinking about what Merrick would do. Yeah, he teleports out. He doesn't know that Rando's dead.
All right, you teleport out. You're back to a safe location.
Fuck that shit. So yeah, we grew up on the other side of the palace. We're going up that way.
Rando's dead.
What?
But wait, if he died, shouldn't we forget about him?
No, that's
was a lie.
resolved.
Oh, right. Okay.
Is there a clock in there too?
Yeah.
I take a dagger. Fuck. Yeah, I crawl underneath the door. I'm killing that fucking clock.
Okay.
I just love the.
I don't know
I
what a shimmy roll would be.
Acrobatics?
Yeah, acrobatics.
Does
You know what?
see-
We'll say athletics.
This is a very aggressive shimmy. 21. The most aggressive shimmy in history.
Yeah, like you pull yourself in, like you rip your cloak, you take a, like, we'll say 3 points of piercing damage as the jagged door kind of jabs into you and you get splinters. But you're in this room full of poisonous gas.
I look at the clock like, you and me got a date, clock. As I just charge at it and try and stab it in the face like I did the other ones.
Okay, well, since you're a monk, I'm not even gonna question that movement, so I'll be like, sure.
Do I need to make another Death Stove Walker?
Yes, you do.
Wait, hold on.
I was about to say, if Merrick could, would I still have an action to cast Healing Word as my bonus?
I'll allow healing word bonus after Tala makes their death save.
That's a 6.
Okay, so that's 2 failures, 1 success.
At least it wasn't a 1.
Yeah.
Hawk, you have 6 hit points.
So what's that attack there, Red?
Rolling now. 21.
Yeah, you hit that clock. Roll damage.
Another 15.
Yeah, the clock breaks.
Fuck you, clock.
All right, I'm gonna need a con save from you.
Okay, here we go.
Oh boy, here I go dying again.
19.
All right, Gallus is dead.
Bye.
Oh, fuck. Gallus, report.
All right.
Gallus.
I'm at max HP. Dies.
The poison keeps coming out.
Oh.
I want to use...
I feel as though we've learned something very important, guys.
Not hearing a response from Gallus. Seeing Tala barely cling to life. Using just a moment of desperation, uses prophetic vision.
Okay. What are you asking?
What is the best path that we succeed?
Okay. For the first time ever that you have used this ability, you see no timeline come before you, no potentiality, no guidance, nothing. And as you feel this sense of kind of hopelessness take over, you look back at the gray kind of basically like the field where Marduk Shadro died, like where it was like this gray wall of entropic energy. And you feel like you're being drawn towards it.
Walker.
Yeah.
Can Tala do something while Yuz is doing that?
Yuppie.
Yeah, and Storm, are you still calling for Gallus?
Yeah, Merrick's going to like go check on Gallus, but he's pretty sure what happened if he's not getting a reply.
Gotcha.
Shit.
Yeah, you can't see into the room because it's opaque. And yes, what did you want to do, Hawk?
Tala was going to kind of, when she comes to, she's like, what happened? What? She's just basically asking, what?
Yes, God's good.
Who got me out? Brought me back.
Yuzo got you out. I healed you. Rando's dead. Gallus is gone.
Yuza is just gently floating up to that spot, whatever spot you said it was.
Okay.
So this might be it, huh?
Well, hopefully this resets, but
Well,
or we try to call down a Hail Mary from the Raven Queen.
yeah. Well, just in case, Tala's going to kiss Merrick on the cheek and put the last of her 35 lay on hands on him.
Oh shit.
Lay on
Alright.
lips.
Yeah, so Merrick, you're up to 36 now.
Yeah, just in case we don't reset, at least get to do that.
Thanks.
Yeah, so, Yuza, you have moved closer. Next round begins. What do you want to do?
I'm still feeling drawn toward it.
Yeah.
I cast Hasten Bolt.
You just bolt right into it?
Mhm.
Alright. Merrick, you hear kind of like the flap of Yuza's wings, and then you just hear as you watch as the second Yuza passes the doorway where Marduk was, their body goes limp and they just kind of thud into the ground.
Graves. We'll regroup where we found you. Understood?
Graves nods, kind of like confused.
Consider this a scouting mission.
He seems
And-
more worried by that.
And knowing that way, just use a drop dead.
Safe assumption.
Merrick's gonna go to the other side and see what he could learn about that side of the castle.
Wisdom saving throw.
Tala's going with him.
Wisdom saving throw.
Is the one that Gallus went through?
Yep.
All right.
Oh, I was talking about the other side of the opposite stairs.
There are no opposite stairs.
Oh, okay. I
There's two
misunderstood.
doors and one set of stairs.
Okay, so I get your aura's benefit from this, right?
Yeah.
So then that's a 22.
And Tala got a 24.
Okay. Let's see.
I am sorry about this, Commander.
Don't be. It wasn't your fault.
All right.
We'll learn.
You all walk in, and when you say "don't be," you look over and you see this feast, this warm, inviting kind of thing, and you both walk over and sit down. And the second you take your first bite of something, you all five of you just right at the entrance of the city. As the reset has commenced again, and you all are back at the top in Blackreach.
Let's try this again.
And with that, we will end tonight's session. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. I really enjoyed that I got to finally run this module I'd been planning for a while, and I am so glad that you all got to come along on this horrid Groundhog's Day. As always,
Dude,
This is a kill house.
As always, I am your Dungeon Master, Walkmaniac C, and joining me are my ever-present role players, the Hawk of Bridge playing Talasoon.
I think they're AFK.
Oh, okay.
The Hawk just went, huh!
Oh,
Okay. Storm Sage
That was-
13
that was
playing
a
Merrick
fight.
Gilder.
We're in the kill house.
Red Beast 13 playing Gallus Morgulus.
that was not so bad.
Vexitol 24 playing Yuzaperic.
What the fuck?
And Zodiac Zach 19 playing Random Meshorm, who unfortunately had to dip out early tonight. We appreciate all of you tuning in to this exciting session of Platinum Watch, and we look forward to seeing you all in the next video. Bye-bye!